ABC's regular program schedule will not be seen today. Instead, we bring you this live ABC News special.
Son of Illinois, man of Hollywood, Governor of California, Ronald Wilson Reagan, today to become President of the United States.
From Washington, this is an ABC News special. Live coverage of the ceremonies marking the inauguration of Ronald Reagan. At the ABC News anchor booth on Capitol Hill, Frank Reynolds.
Good morning from Washington City. Tuesday, January 20th, a mild, beautiful day in the Capitol with plenty of sunshine now. And in less than 2 hours, Ronald Wilson Reagan will speak the 35 words prescribed by the Constitution of the United States and will become the 40th President of the United States. As President-elect, Governor Reagan will walk through a doorway in the west front of the Capitol building. You see it here. This is the first time in the history of this country that this side of the Capitol will be the scene of a presidential inauguration. He will walk down across the red carpet to what is now officially termed the President's platform. And after watching the swearing in of the Vice President, Governor Reagan will step forward to place his hand on the Bible and keep, in the words of his first political hero, Franklin Roosevelt, his own rendezvous with destiny. But that is still more than an hour and a half away, and as you are undoubtedly aware, there have been some late-breaking and very welcome developments in the hostage crisis, and for an updated report on the very latest on that situation, we're going to go to our colleague correspondent, Ted Koppel. Ted?
Frank, it is a beautiful day here in Washington in more ways than one. The president, Jimmy Carter, is still waiting at the White House. He has been up all night. He is waiting now for the definitive word that the hostages have left the ground in Tehran. That has not yet happened. As soon as it does, he will take the air live. He will make an address to the nation from the White House. As soon as that happens, of course, we will come back live, as indeed we will all day long, interspersed between your coverage of the inauguration. It looks as though they're coming home, and it looks as though it's just minutes, not even hours away. Frank?
Thank you, Ted. And what an incredibly dramatic day this is. What an historic day. Not merely the inauguration of a president and the beginning of a new administration, but the end of this long, traumatic ordeal that the United States has been suffering for so long. Well, the festivities up here will not really get underway for some time yet. There are still only a few people here, really. Some photographers, naturally, and plenty of security people around the president's platform, and a few folks gathered out in the stands, the vista just below us here. What a magnificent sight it is the president-elect will have as he gazes down there, taking the oath of office, and then delivers his inaugural address. Let's go back across town right now, down from Capitol Hill, across the slightly more than a mile to where Pierre L'Enfant, the Frenchman who laid out this Capitol, we start from the Capitol, decided that another high knob of ground would be just the right place for the president's house to be connected with the Capitol by Pennsylvania Avenue. And there is the north portico of the beautiful old building that will be Ronald Reagan's home this afternoon. Just across the street, another house painted white. It is Blair House. And from there, you see it there, the president-elect will be escorted over to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and is meeting with the man he will replace, President Jimmy Carter. Just up the street from Blair House, our ABC News anchor booth in Lafayette Park, overlooking the White House and the presidential reviewing stand, and Barbara Walters. Good morning, Barbara.
And good morning to you, Frank. The president has been blessed today with the most beautiful weather. It's like a spring day. And he went this morning, we already caught a glimpse of it, to receive blessings. He went to church just a short time ago and just around the corner from where we are here. He went to St. John's Church, which is an Episcopal church. The president describes himself as a Christian, and that's it. There was a brief 20-minute service, and the president was surrounded by friends. His kitchen cabinet was there, his family, the vice president and Mrs. Bush. Frank Sinatra went there this morning. James Stewart went there. The service was conducted by the rector of St. John's Church, by Ronald Reagan's pastor from the Bel Air Presbyterian Church, and as a special invited Reverend, Billy Graham. And Bill Greenwood at Blair House can tell us more about the president-elect's morning.
Barbara, the president came back from Blair House from the church, I should say, to Blair House about 5 minutes ago. He was in a very buoyant mood. said he thoroughly enjoyed the service and was asked about the hostage situation. Mr. Reagan said that he had talked with President Carter early this morning, that President Carter had informed him that the money transfer had been made, but he has not apparently talked to Mr. Carter recently. So there is no confirmation that the hostages are moving, no confirmation from Mr. Reagan at least. He will, however, go from here, Blair House, across the street to the White House for the traditional courtesy call at 10:30, just a few minutes from now. And what happens in Iran is certain to dominate the mood of that meeting between Ronald Reagan and the President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. Back to you.
Well, Ronald Reagan had a very gala night last night. President Carter had a long and difficult night. And we're going to hear about the President's night and his day, what he's been doing all morning in just a moment. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue in a moment. Where we are right now, right behind us, you can see the reviewing stand. This is where President, because he will be President by then, Ronald Reagan will come to watch what's being described as a short, snappy one-hour parade. And right behind there, the White House. And at the White House is still, of course, President Carter, because he still is President. And he's been maintaining a vigil, hearing about the hostages, and we're going to hear about the President's night and morning right now from Susan King, who's at the North Portico of the White House. Susan?
Yes, Barbara, it really is official. Just during the commercial, the red carpet was rolled out here on the front steps of the North Portico. It is a very strange sensation here at the White House this morning, as I'm sure you can well imagine. The cars are lined up in the driveway, ready for the transition of power. And yet in the press room, the vigil does go on. About an hour ago, there was a report that President Carter had put his makeup on, and reporters are waiting for just every moment, that moment when he will come down and announce that the hostages are really moving. The report is that he has learned that the hostages are moving in Iran. So Iran is dominating the morning here, even though this is the official morning of the inauguration. As has been reported during the evening, President Carter remained in the Oval Office all night, napping. He did not spend his last night in the White House sleeping. Vice President Mondale was also with him. He was invited to the White House to spend the last night in the Lincoln bedroom, but he too was in the Oval Office taking a nap on the couch here. And so there is a real moment of anticipation and the feeling that perhaps there will be a last moment for Jimmy Carter to make that announcement, to make the major news of the day. But we're still waiting. Back to you, Barbara.
Thank you, Susan. And so everything is in a state of change. It's interesting, when the President-elect becomes president, during that period of the swearing in, all of the different office numbers at the White House change except one, the press office. Susan just mentioned the press office. Everybody else gets new telephone numbers. At the Capitol now, back to Frank.
Thank you, Barbara. And I noticed that Susan said that Iran is dominating the atmosphere there at the White House. It is up here, too, on Capitol Hill. I don't know how many times as I came in this morning, being stopped at various security checkpoints, which is the normal order of things. Everybody was asking, what have you heard about the hostages? What's the latest? Have you heard anything new? And that seemed to be what everybody was primarily interested in, even though they're all gathered up here to witness another great historic event, the inauguration of the President of the United States. I want to introduce now two of my colleagues who are going to be with us here in the anchor booth at the Capitol. ABC News correspondent Sander Van Ocker and George Will, the syndicated columnist and Pulitzer Prize winner, and I must say a card-carrying conservative who has longed for this day for some time. George, you must be very, very pleased.
Well, it is pleasing, and I think it's particularly pleasing to have this hostage crisis come as a kind of punctuation to the ending presidency and clearing the plate for the new presidency. And in a way, perhaps Ronald Reagan is unusually blessed in the sense that most men have to wait a while for their first achievement. An argument can be made that he's had his first achievement with presidential power before he got presidential power, that it was the anticipation of his somewhat sterner position, as revealed in his description of the Iranians as barbarians, that may have helped break the logjam here and bring the hostages home.
Well, there has to be some reason why they, too, were obviously in such a great hurry to get this thing done and have it finished before Reagan actually placed his hand down and assumed the authority and the power of the presidency. Sander, it strikes me that it is a marvelously civil way to handle this whole thing. Here is the new president is going to ask, and has asked, the outgoing president to go to Germany to greet the hostages, there's a touch of class about this whole operation, you know?
Frank, what's returned to American politics, and I don't think that any man has brought so much to bear on it as Ronald Reagan has, is the politics of civility. If you recall, just 8 years ago, 10 years ago, the poisonous, venomous strain that was in our political system. And President Carter graciously acknowledged to President Ford during that ceremony in '76 how much Jerry Ford had contributed to it. I think that's one of the things that's overlooked in our body politic, and in this authenticating experience, this experience of legitimacy, which very few nations have.
Yes.
England, the passing on of power, not like they do in the Soviet Union or in China. Ronald Reagan has done this in a very civil way.
Sandy and George, we're going to come back to you frequently throughout the morning. But right now, for the latest on Iran, I want to go to my colleague Ted Koppel, who's back at our ABC News Bureau. Ted?
Thank you, Frank. What's happening right now is that quite literally, and it's probably a matter of minutes, the president, that is still Jimmy Carter, is waiting at the White House for final word from Tehran that the hostages have not only boarded the plane, but that the plane is airborne. And what we'd like to do now is to go to another one of our colleagues, Peter Jennings, who's standing by at our European anchor desk in Frankfurt, West Germany, to get the very latest from Europe. Peter?
Ted, just to make the point at the outset that in this atmosphere of mistrust between the United States and Tehran, the timing of the release of the American hostages is critical, involving messages passed back and forth, as it has been for so many months now, to the Algerians. But as of the moment, we do not know very much from Tehran. We do hear from the control tower and from the duty officer at Tehran Airport that the 2 Algerian 727s are still on the ground. They have not moved. There is no absolute confirmation that the hostages are at the airport. It is getting late in the day, somewhat reminiscent of yesterday. It is now dark in Tehran. It's a difficult airport to take off from after dark, but there's a full moon there tonight, and depending on weather, it would not necessarily be a problem. Here in Frankfurt at the Rhine-Main Air Force Base, there is a very good indication that nothing has happened. The C-9 Medivac aircraft, the Nightingales, have not moved from here, and they are not going to move, we are told, until after those Algerian 727s have cleared Iranian airspace. So basically, for the moment, situation unchanged. Ted?
Thank you, Peter. Standing by now at the White House, where President Carter has quite literally been up all night with several of his closest advisors, including his old friend and lawyer Charles Curbo and Hamilton Jordan, is our White House correspondent Sam Donaldson. Sam, can you bring us up to date on what's happening at the White House?
Chicken is cooking, and Curbo said, well, it hasn't flown yet.
Sam, let me interrupt for a moment, because we didn't hear you at the top. We've been having some microphone problem with you, but we are hearing you now. Can you pick it up from the top again, please? What is happening at the White House? All right. Our apologies. You must understand this is a day when we have remotes not only all over the country, but quite literally all over the world. Some of these technical problems will be happening during the day. The president is ready to come and make an address to the nation as soon as he hears that the hostages are airborne. That, at the moment, is believed to be not even a matter of hours anymore, but a matter of minutes. Frank?
And we certainly will be waiting for that word, Ted. Thank you very much. Well, our coverage of the hostage situation, the welcome break in the hostage crisis, and our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue in a moment. Back here at the Capitol, and in a little more than an hour, the actual ceremonies will get underway here on the West Front when the various VIPs and nabobs arrive to commence the ceremonies here that will culminate in the inauguration of the 40th President of the United States. That distinguished gentleman is still down at Blair House, just across the street from the White House, and we're going to go back now to our Lafayette Park anchor booth and Barbara Walters. Barbara?
Yes, Frank. Any moment now, the escorts to take the president-elect and the vice president-elect over to meet the president are going to show up. The president and the president-elect just don't go to the Capitol by themselves or with their wives. They have escorts from the House and the Senate, and we're waiting to to see them. One of the moments of suspense is to see Ronald Reagan in his morning dress, a matter of great controversy in the press. But we hear that underneath that morning dress, or perhaps even lining the coat, is a bulletproof sheet of material, because there have been great security precautions taken right behind us. When you see the booth where the president will watch the parade, that's bulletproof glass. And to tell us more about the security arrangements that have had to be made in these times, here is Ann Compton.
Not when the job of the U.S. Secret Service is to expect the unexpected. Some preparations are routine. Rehearsal drives down the inaugural parade route, the new president's heavily armored Lincoln Continental, followed by bulletproof limos for a virtual army of Secret Service agents. Most of the strategic planning, however, is deep inside the Secret Service itself, checking a large number of threats received against Ronald Reagan's safety. So much has changed from those early days of the Republic when presidents walked easily amid the inauguration crowds. By Lincoln's time, the nation was poised for civil war, and the military was ordered to set up artillery to keep the peace. Even into the 20th century, tradition demanded that presidents such as Woodrow Wilson ride in full view of their constituents on Inauguration Day. But John F. Kennedy was the last president to ride in an open car. In the 2 decades since his assassination, presidents have ridden in closed cars, as Mr. Reagan will today. Of course, Jimmy Carter made himself an exception with a surprise walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. But it was no surprise to the Secret Service, which had been warned 3 weeks in advance. It is said that Washington, D.C. police are still angry that the walk was kept secret from them. But when a president insists on being exposed to danger, it is the Secret Service which is the first line of defense, and the number of agents is increased dramatically. They are trained to shoot, but only when the threat is obvious, trained to physically block any attack, and trained to get the protectee out of the area. No one will say whether the new president will take advantage of lightweight bulletproof linings available these days even for formal wear. But agents say Mr. Reagan has already proven to be more cooperative with security than President Carter was. And agents are also said to enjoy an easier rapport with him, which has begun to worry service officials in Washington who say dangers increase when agents get too comfortable, too familiar. Now more than ever, the unexpected will be part of President Reagan's life. This is Ann Compton.
I don't know whether you can... Yes, you can. Right behind us, if you can take a look, you will see the security men and also a beautiful German shepherd who just visited us shortly. There he is. He was a little more alert. He came into our booth, and it is his job to sniff around and see if there are any bombs. There were, we are thankful to say, none. We were told we couldn't pet him. They don't want us to get too friendly because this is a dog whose job it is to make sure that presidents are safe, and he shouldn't get too friendly with the folks. So in the midst of all the festivities, the rather frightening aspects of the security. Back to Frank now at the Capitol.
Thank you, Barbara. Well, of course, there is the great hope that none of those security measures will have to come into effect today. The president-elect is still in Blair House. Some of the folks have begun to gather here at the Capitol and on the platform. The Marine Band is beginning to warm up a bit. The Marine Band has been playing here ever since the inauguration of James Monroe, not on this side of the Capitol, but they've been providing the official music for the occasion. Now, we understand that President Carter, whom had been reported earlier, was preparing to speak to the nation and, in fact, did have that intention, has now decided that he will not, at least for the moment, he will not deliver an address to the country on the morning of his successor's inauguration, at least not right now, because we can't really be very certain about anything in view of the late-breaking hostage developments. But it is probable that Mr. Carter will not wish to speak and say the deed is done until the hostages are aboard an Air Algerian plane and are out of Iranian airspace. Only then, after this long trauma, can we really be secure in the knowledge that the ordeal, this disaster really, has finally come to an end. How ironic, gentlemen, Sander Van Ocker and George Will, that it should happen this way.
Well, it's like a script, Frank, a drama of some kind. The Jimmy Carter and the Iranian situation should come, in a sense, to a climax exactly at the same time. He leaves office, they leave Iran. And without in any way mitigating the joy that we all feel about the fact they're being released and the joy we feel about this inaugural day as a celebration of our national unity. The fact is, Iran has been a humiliation for this country for the last 14 months.
And it has played such an important role in American politics, too. It undoubtedly has contributed to what is going to happen up here today. It was only, after all, let's say last year at this time, Jimmy Carter was at the heights of his popularity. Remember how his popularity just shot up to the stratosphere after the hostages were seized, and the country naturally rallied round the president, as it is wont to do in a time of crisis. And Ted Kennedy just went down like that. Carter went through the primaries, was able to secure the nomination. But then eventually, Iran became a symbol of, what did you say, George? National impotence or
national
inability?
Decline. One of the most interesting facts to be broken out of the polling on the volatile switching of opinions in the last few hours of the campaign was that the one question you asked that showed the bottom falling out of support was, is America still respected in the world? There was an enormous change that alone could account for the widening of Reagan's lead in the final hours. Another thing about this that is so appropriate, Frank, in a grim and melancholy way, is that it is hard to suppress, and no reason to suppress, the suspicion that this is just the final episode of Iran manipulating the United States through television and all the electronic media of the world. They have, clearly they seem to have timed this perfectly to rain a bit on the American parade.
Yes. And to think that it would happen in this way, it is very, very difficult to, not to believe that they really have planned. Despite the fact that their reputation for planning and efficiency is hardly estimable, it's difficult to escape the conclusion that they have set it up this way just in an attempt to overshadow this joyous scene here today, this national renewal, and also to demonstrate their contempt for, as they call him, the great Satan Carter, who will now be, I guess, replaced by the great Satan Reagan.
Well, Frank, the Soviet Union did the same thing on Saturday as a final shot at President Carter, whom they don't like, and his national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, an absolutely outrageous, scurrilous commentary improv about the release of the hostages being tied in with our sinister ambitions in the Persian Gulf. It was a slap at Carter. This is a slap at Carter. And I agree totally with George. Our reputation in the world as a result of this has been severely diminished.
Yes, well, how fortunate, though, that it comes at a time, finally now, when there is a change in administrations, and the new man can start off with, as you indicated before, more or less of a clean slate without that terrible burden, the need to do something about Iran hanging over him. Well, we'll have more on Iran, on the breaking developments in the hostage crisis, and, of course, our coverage of the Inauguration 81 after this message and a word from our local stations.
ABC News live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues.
The two threads of the story continue, the hostage story and the inauguration, as the government goes on this inauguration day. There's been some activity just in the few moments that we left you. The Vice President-elect is already in the White House, having been greeted by the Vice President. The Vice President-elect, George Bush, and his wife were accompanied by Senator Howard Baker and by Representative Robert Michael, because each of the participants today will have their escorts, the escorts having been chosen by the Speaker of the House, Tip O'Neill. He chose the escorts from the House and Senate leadership, Republicans with the Republicans and Democrats with the Democrats. And then the next thing that we are hoping to see, and it should happen any moment, is Blair House, where the President-elect will emerge with his First Lady-to-be, and they will be accompanied by Senator Mark Hatfield, who is the chairman of the Joint Congressional Inaugural Committee, and by the former Minority Leader, Representative John Rhodes. And then they're all going to meet in the Blue Room of the White House, supposedly to have coffee and small talk. It would, one would imagine that today it would be more than small talk. Perhaps President Carter and President-elect Reagan will discuss the hostage situation. They've been talking primarily the last hours through their aides. And so we have this kind of strange schizophrenic story of the hostages, and yet at the same time there's a very gala and opulent celebration that's taken place. And last night, while the president was anxiously waiting word of the hostages, the president-elect was at a big celebration, a gala with all his friends, and he and Mrs. Reagan sitting, some people said almost as if they were on a throne, watching the wonderful excitement and watching Rich Little make fun of them.
Governor Reagan, you have said that you are going to raise defense spending, cut taxes, balance the budget all at the same time. How do you propose to do this?
Well, it's very, very simple. I'm going to keep 2 sets of books.
Do you have any animosity towards President Carter?
Well, no. You know, I didn't mind when Jimmy left me inflation, when he left me unemployment, when he left me a recession. But I sure hope he's coming back for Billy and Miss Lily, and they're still sitting in the Oval Office right now saying, what the hell happened?
Somebody said there was something like 100,000 extra people came to Washington for this wonderful event. I was at the airport when I came in at Dulles. A fellow came up to me wearing a long flowing robe. He was chanting, handed me a flower. I said, Governor Brown, what are you doing here? Being president has to be the toughest job in the world. You don't get much time before the critics descend on you. As you know, tomorrow the president-elect will take the oath of office at 10 o'clock in the morning. And by 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, Ted Kennedy will be saying, ask yourself, are you better off now than you were when Ronald Reagan first took the oath of office?
Made a small mistake. The president-elect does not take the oath at 10. He takes it at noon. And now we go to Bill Greenwood at Blair House to see what is going on with Ronald Reagan.
Barbara, we expect the president-elect to leave Blair House just seconds from now. Our cameras are focused on the front door. There's a great deal of expectation, anticipation in front of Blair House. We see now the White House, the man who will become White House press secretary, coming out. And we expect that the Reagan family will leave, get into the limousine any moment now. We are told that the family is moving through the building on their way to the limousine. They'll drive across the street to the White House for the traditional meeting with the Carter family. A meeting that may be a little bit more gloomy, since apparently there has been no final resolution of the hostage crisis, which Mr. Carter had hoped to be able to consummate before the Reagans drove across the street. When they get across the street, there'll be coffee and tea, and Sam Donaldson, my colleague, is over there now, so Sam, we'll throw it to you.
Well, Bill, here at the White House briefing room, things are emptying out. The Iranians seem to have cheated Jimmy Carter of his great moment here at the very end, to the very end. He was poised to come out here and announce at last that the hostages had been released and had flown from Iran, but apparently it hasn't happened, so he's not going to make that announcement. Even should it happen now, he will not come here. Bill?
Coming out. Sam, we see flashbulbs popping in the foyer here at Blair House, and that has got to mean that the Reagan family is entering the door, and there they are. Nancy Reagan, the lady who at noon today will be the next First Lady of America, and the President-elect. Any late word, Mr. And you saw Mr. Reagan shake his head when asked if there was any late word for him on the hostage situation. Inside his limousine now with John Rhodes and Senator Mark Hatfield. They are the chairman of the inaugural committee. They will accompany the Reagans to the White House, attending that little coffee klatch across the street as President Carter and President-elect Reagan share a few final moments before they then travel to Capitol Hill for the swearing in and the transfer of power. Black limousine now pulling away from Blair House, followed by, of course, the Secret Service, who will be a permanent fixture in the Reagan family for the rest of their lives, since all presidents in office and out are guarded. A U-turn here on Pennsylvania Avenue, moving now very, very slowly toward the White House, the motorcade in front of the Executive Office building. final block, very slowly, toward the building in which Ronald Reagan will make home for at least 4 years.
One of the interesting things is that 4 years ago, when he had to take this trip, Jimmy Carter walked, and now the Reagans in limousines. We also got a glimpse of that morning outfit, and since Frank Reynolds has refused to do the fashion notes today, I will be doing it. So we saw the inauguration morning dress, the Oxford gray jacket, and the striped trousers, which we understand cost $1,250 to be made for the president-elect. Mrs. Reagan looking very smart indeed, in a kind of orangey red, Adolfo, a Cuban-born designer who does a great many outfits for Mrs. Reagan. Coat and dress and hat all matching, and we were told that that cost about $1,700. I mention these prices because there's been so much controversy about the clothes and should the Reagans dress up, but this is somewhat the theme of the Reagans, which is success and the good life, and they're not ashamed of looking well and feeling good and showing what the free enterprise system works, I guess, if that is one of their themes. We have Susan King now with more.
Yes, as you can probably see, there is President Carter right now, and Mrs. Carter, who just threw a kiss to one of her staff members. They're standing on the steps here of the portico as the cars of the Reagans now come up. There was a smile on Mr. Carter's lips this morning, although I'm sure there's one that comes a bit harder. He is smiling now as the car does pull up. Mrs. Carter looks relaxed and not too tired. They're here, of course, to greet President-elect Mr. Reagan. They are now shaking hands. One thing that eases this moment, yesterday morning at breakfast, Mr. Reagan said to his aides, if Mr. Carter is not going to be able to get to Germany, if it doesn't end by noon, why don't I offer him an airplane so that he can go over? He could become my special envoy. At that moment, I'm told, he walked from the breakfast table and called Mr. Carter directly, and he accepted about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. As you can see, the new couple not saying too much at this point, but smiling for the photographers. Any momentous moment, comment right now?
Well, I think, President-elect and his wife will enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
As I posed for photographers, President Carter said that he thought that the President-elect and his new wife will enjoy their new home, as I'm sure they will. All morning they've been preparing the White House for their arrival. It looks pretty clean around here. It was very empty, however, just a few aides waiting for this moment. What they'll be doing while they are here is having some coffee and chatting. Back to you, Barbara.
Susan, one more fashion note. Mrs. Carter wearing a spice-colored wool suit, and she'll be wearing a coat over it, which she bought off the rack, she said, and it's by an American designer, Ellie Wax. Rather bittersweet moment, the greeting of the new from the old. We will be back. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue in a moment.
Back once again at our Capitol anchor booth overlooking the President's platform, where Ronald Reagan will take the oath of office to become the 40th President of the United States. A little more than an hour and 15 minutes or so away from that point right now. And that means that, of course, the hostage crisis has to be settled, really has to be settled in terms of the hostages being aboard a plane and out of Iranian airspace before a new administration takes over. And while I haven't said all bets are off, Ronald Reagan certainly would be free to adopt an independent course. It would not be bound to carry on with the process of negotiation that has brought us right to the edge of the release. Well, at any rate, that probably is not what is going to happen. We trust and we have every reason to believe that the hostages will be out, but it's agonizingly close now to the moment of transition of power in the United States. For the latest on the hostage crisis, we're going to go back to our colleague Ted Koppel. Ted?
Frank, this is really an incredible international fugue that is playing itself out here, even as the two presidents, the incumbent and the president-elect, are sipping coffee at the White House. Both of them must be on tenterhooks. Over in Iran, events are moving apace. In fact, there is at least one wire service report that some of the American hostages have already boarded one of those Algerian aircraft standing on the runway in Tehran. We'd like to bring you up to date now on the very latest from our European desk. Here's my colleague Peter Jennings in Frankfurt. Peter?
Well, Ted, I will not at this point be able to go as far as saying that we know that they are boarding the aircraft, but we do know that the hostages are now, at least some of them, at the VIP lounge at Mirabat Airport. We got through to that VIP lounge just a short while ago. The foreign press has been barred from the lounge, but PARS, the official Iranian news agency, is presently inside the lounge interviewing some of the hostages. This is a similar pattern to that which occurred when the first hostages were allowed out on November the 18th in 1979. We've also had another important phone call just a few minutes ago to an aide in the office of Mr. Azizi, Ahmed Azizi, who is in the Prime Minister's office, who has been one of the chief negotiators, and he has explained to us that about 1 hour from now, that would be about 11:45, Washington and Eastern Standard Time, Mr. Nabavi, Behzad Nabavi, who is the chief hostage negotiator, and Azizi will go on to Iranian television and explain to the Iranian people everything about the hostages. The aide then went on to tell us that everything, his words, is set to go. I guess you can see the hostages very soon. There is no problem. Everything is set up. I then hasten to add that the C-9 aircraft here, which are very much a signal to us here in Frankfurt as to the fact that the hostages are off the ground, remain at their stands at Rhein-Main Air Force Base. They will not leave until the Algerian 727s have left Iranian airspace. But I think we can very much from here, Ted, agree with you that there is a new pace of momentum on this 444th day of absolute frustration.
Peter, I've got a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. First of all, is it your impression that they will not be released or that the plane won't take off until after this announcement has been made in Tehran?
Well, I suppose, Ted, that depends to some extent on your political cynicism. There is certainly a feeling among some of us that in Tehran there's a very heightened consciousness about when President Carter becomes ex-President Carter and Ronald Reagan is actually inaugurated. But I'm inclined to think that stick it to Mr. Carter attitude once again is not the prevailing one. I think if what we're hearing today is correct, we're talking about logistics problems, we're talking about the immediacy of signals from the Algerians that everything is now in place. But I think there is a very good chance that 1 hour from now is simply going to make it absolutely clear that the hostages will not have left by the time Ronald Reagan is inaugurated.
It's not out of the question, though, is it, that they're quite literally, that someone over here is watching television and is on the phone with Tehran and saying, hold it another 30 minutes, he's still president?
I think that is utterly and totally conceivable. You and I both know, Ted, in the last 444 days plus, particularly those of us who've been in Iran, say, oh, my brother-in-law saw you on television in Los Angeles last night. There is a constant monitoring of the Western reporting of Iran. The heart of it, I've always thought, was Los Angeles.
All right, Peter, thank you very much. We'll be coming back to you, obviously, during the day as this thing evolves. We'd like to switch now to the State Department, where our diplomatic correspondent Barry Dunsmore is standing by. Barry, that has been kind of the hotbed of pessimism over there at the State Department. I take it this morning that is no longer the case.
No, I think that everyone really believes that this time it finally has happened. I would make a point to what you and Peter were discussing, however, that there certainly is cynicism here as to Iran's motives, and certainly there are lots of people who believe that that plane will not take off until Ronald Reagan takes the oath of office. As a matter of fact, even 2 days ago, I was told by someone in this building very late at night that they were sure that this would finally happen, the hostages would get out, but the Iranians would deliberately close Jimmy Carter's window. A word about the general mood here. I think it's probably best described as one of exhaustion. There are people here who literally haven't been in a bed or 2 or 3 days. I'm told that up on the 7th floor, where the real action is, that people are finally beginning to relax now. They're not popping champagne, but I think probably there may be a Bloody Mary or two floating around. Ted?
Thank you, Barry. And of course, there is exhaustion also. There must be at the White House, where President Carter has been up all this past night, and he didn't get an awful lot of sleep last night either. We will continue to bring you up to date on developments in the evolving Iranian hostage story. But for the moment, let's go back to Frank Reynolds on Capitol Hill. Frank?
Thank you, Ted. Yes, what a difference between not merely the physical, but the emotional state of the president and the president-elect on this day. Well, some of the people now are beginning to move through the rotunda, the great rotunda of the Capitol building, one of the most impressive rooms in this city and in this nation, for that matter. And our correspondent, James Wooten, is there now. Jim, I noticed before, in glancing at some of them, there is not complete uniformity in dress. Are there some rebels down there?
I haven't been taking a poll as the members of Congress troop by behind me, but I'd say that only about a third of them are wearing the formal dress dictated by the president-elect. Most of them, nevertheless, are in a rather happy mood as they move past me here. This rotunda is the centerpiece of American history, as you mentioned. Today it becomes an avenue for the members of Congress, the members of the diplomatic corps, as they move from the east front of the Capitol through the rotunda out onto the presidential stand. Just a few moments ago, we had a troop of another kind going from north to south through the rotunda, members of the president-elect cabinet, General Haig, Mr. Reagan, Mr. Watt, the secretary-designate of the Interior, and members of the president-elect staff, all looking very sharp and snappy in their morning coats. They're not the sort of folks who are going to defy that clothing demand.
Yes, Jim, there is a difference in independence, isn't there? Whether you work for the executive branch and you are under the direct control of the president, and whether you work for the Congress. Somebody once said that on Capitol Hill there are two kinds of people, no matter whether you have a string of degrees. If you're not elected, you're just a clerk. And if you are elected, you're a king. I think that was Charlie Rankel of New York who made that comment. Well, our coverage of Inauguration 81 continues in a moment.
The White House, in the White House, the President-elect, the President, and First Lady-elect, sitting in the Blue Room of the White House. In recent weeks, Nancy Reagan has been getting some blasts from the press saying that she wants to redecorate the White House. One report said she was going to tear down a wall in the Lincoln Room. And we wondered just how much can a First Lady do? We know she can redecorate the private rooms. What about the public rooms? And so we asked an expert to be with us, the chief usher of the White House. He said it's like being a hotel manager. He was the chief usher under Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon, Mr. J.B. West. And we thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
So, suppose Mrs. Reagan says, look, I don't like the blue room. I want it pink. Can she change it?
No question about it. She can if she... now there is a committee on the preservation of the White House, but they are appointed by the president, and so that all she has to do is to get people that go along with her. It's a matter of money mainly than anything else, you know, to do it with.
Suppose she wanted to change something like the Lincoln Room. And by the way, we should say that we spoke to her press secretary, and Mrs. Reagan has no such plans to redecorate the public rooms. But suppose that a First Lady wanted to. I don't like it. You know.
Mrs. Kennedy came in and changed the whole thing.
Could you tear down a wall? Could you do that?
Well, hardly that. I mean, that would be a little difficult.
But you
except
could
that you could. I mean, if you you'd have to go to Congress to get the authority to tear down walls, or like Mr. Truman, of course, put on the balcony, which there was a lot of trouble about that, but he, the Fine Arts Commission said that he couldn't do it, so he fired all the Fine Arts Commission and got a group that could. So, so it's as simple as that.
So Mrs. Reagan could if she wanted to, but she doesn't seem to want to. I understand she gets $50,000 to redecorate the private quarters.
That's right.
Sounds like a lot of money. Maybe
well, it's been that way before, but usually it used to also include painting, but of course it doesn't that anymore. I mean, with inflation and so forth. But there has always been the $50,000 appropriation for a new people coming in, which includes, at the time it included dishes and that type of thing too, but I'm sure now it doesn't. So.
Mrs. Reagan has her own decorator she was brought from California. The moving business somehow makes a great many of us feel a little sad for whoever the inhabitant of the White House is. What happens? Does everything go out and the president has an overnight bag? Or how far in advance do they move it?
Well, actually, of course, the White House is completely furnished, and they don't have to move out furniture unless they have brought in furniture of their own, which is done early, I mean, way ahead of time, of course. As far as other things are concerned, the only thing they have to bring on Inauguration Day are their clothes. I mean, it's like living in a hotel the first night until they decide which rooms they want to live in.
So it's not too much, it's just the personal
It's not really,
things.
I mean, it's just personal things, mainly on the first day, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. West. I bet you're glad you're not involved with it now. You can just come and watch.
Great.
And by the way, we understand that President-elect and Mrs. Reagan have brought a good deal of their furniture here, and that one of the things that they're bringing, it probably will be reported, so I will say it here, is that they are bringing their own king-size bed. Now we go to more serious news to Frank at the Capitol.
Well, I don't know that it's any more serious, Barbara. My goodness. Some of the people, well, quite a few have already gathered here. There are varying degrees of very important persons at a ceremony like this. The truly big shots are up on the platform there with the President, members of the House and Senate, and various other types like that. And then down below on the slope of the Capitol are the invited guests, They have to have tickets. They didn't pay for those tickets, but at least they didn't buy the tickets. Now, they may well have made a campaign contribution. Who knows? Heaven forfend. They have some reason for being here. But beyond them, and you have to have tickets to be in a seat or even in a standing area this side of the pond. Let's go down there now if we can, and we'll show you the ice skating pond where people were skating until a day or so ago. Maybe it's thawed a bit too much now. Beyond that pond, however, as our camera moves down, guess who's allowed in there? Just ordinary people, citizens of the United States, who have come to see their president inaugurated. They don't have to have a ticket, I guess. And Charlie Gibson is down there with, I believe, a young man who has made a rather extraordinary effort to get here. Charlie?
Well, Frank, these are not just the little shots. It's almost as small as BBs down here. If you don't have a ticket to anything, if you haven't been invited anywhere, this is what you see. That's your view of the Capitol. You are ways away, and you don't wear morning suits down here. Backpacks and binoculars are really what you need. Actually, some people have climbed a tree over here. If we can come around, it's a leaning room only up there in the tree, and that's probably about as good a view as you can get up here. We did find one gentleman here who brought a high school class all the way from San Bernardino, California. Glenn Taylor, who brought his kids out here. You came a long way for not much of a view. Can you see anything from here?
Well, with my binoculars, I hope to be able to see. Otherwise, I can just tell there are people up there.
Knowing that you wouldn't be very close, knowing that you didn't have a ticket, it's a silly question, but why'd you come?
It's exciting to be here, and we're proud that we're from the state that has produced this particular president, and we brought the sunshine that you're enjoying.
Indeed, you brought him good weather. And do you have some of your class back here? Do you have some of your class back here? All right. That is the class of the Queen. That is the class of the Queen's English down here in the cheap seats, Frank.
Charlie, do you see the sign that they were holding up now playing Bonzo Goes to Washington?
Bonzo has come, and so has the English class from San Bernardino.
And Ronald Reagan is not at all defensive about that movie in which he co-starred with an ape or a chimp. He said actually it was a pretty good movie, but it's certainly been the subject of a great deal of fun. Well, our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue after this from our local stations.
ABC News live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues.
The Carters and the Reagans, the Mondales and the Bushes are still in the White House preparing to leave and make the drive up to Capitol Hill. We understand that they probably have the news that Ted Koppel is going to give you right now about the hostage crisis. Ted?
Very good news indeed, but still a little bit uncertain. Apparently one of those two Algerian medevac planes has taken off from Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. For the very latest on what's happening over there, let's go once again to our European desk and Peter Jennings. Peter?
So we do not know if the 52 American hostages are on board that, but the runway lights are still on at Tehran Airport, and at the end of one of those runways is another of the Algerian 727. Again, we do not know that the 52 are on board, but the assumption is considerable and not difficult to make. For in the VIP lounge, where the hostages have been for the last while, are the chief Iranian negotiator, Behzad Nabavi, the representative from the Prime Minister's office, Ahmed Azizi, the Swiss ambassador, Eric Lang, and part of the Algerian delegation. So that is certainly the most positive news we've had already, that the 727 has taken off. With or without the hostages, we are not yet sure, but the runway lights at Tehran Airport are on, and the other aircraft is in a position to take off within a matter of minutes. We do not know. Ted?
Thank you, Peter. Well, of course, as this fragmentary information comes in, and as soon as we can make that fragmentary information a little more solid, we will, of course, bring it to you, and we'll do that immediately. Now back to Frank Reynolds on Capitol Hill. Frank?
Thank you, Ted, and thank you, Peter, too. And how tremendous it is that it is happening, if it is happening, just about within the hour when the administration changes hands. The parties down at the White House now are about to come out, so we're going to go back to our Lafayette Park anchor booth overlooking the White House and Barbara Walters. Barbara?
Well, Frank, we understand that they're about 4 minutes away from coming out, and then it will be the final moments of his presidency for Jimmy Carter and the moment that Ronald Reagan has been waiting for. Ronald Reagan, by the way, has been given 100 tickets for the swearing-in, so he can't invite everybody, just his closest friends and family. We will continue with our coverage of Inauguration 81 in a moment after this message and a word from our local stations.
ABC News live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues. This portion brought to you by Ford and your local Ford dealer, who invites you to test drive the new 1981 Ford cars and trucks, including Escort, the new World Car from Ford, the World Car Company.
We're back here at the White House, where any moment the president and president-elect will come out. Jimmy Carter will be riding with Ronald Reagan, and Rosalind Carter with Nancy Reagan. And here they are at the White House. Susan King.
Yes, as you see, Mr. Mondale and President-elect George Bush have just walked down the stairs. Their wives came out just a few minutes earlier. They will be riding up in a separate car. The vice president and the vice president-elect will be riding in their car. You know, they had juice and coffee and pastries, but it looked like there were a lot of picture-taking going on in the green room, where they've all been waiting the last 20 minutes, along with the principals, of course, with the two members who have organized this inauguration, Charles Wick and Ed Gray. They're Mr. Reagan's co-chairman of this most impressive inauguration. There's a flurry of activity. That's how we can usually tell something is going on. The aides have been scampering about in the last few moments. Next, we expect to see, of course, Mrs. Carter, First Lady, and Mrs. Reagan. They seem to be spacing the time as they each walk out. It is all very organized here, as you might expect. Protocol is called in time. Each come down. They're not stopping as they do come out. On the way in, for those of you who might have just tuned in, as the president and the president-elect stood together and waved to photographers, we asked if there was any momentous announcement, and Mr. Carter smiled and said only that he thought the new inhabitants would enjoy the White House. Barbara?
As I understand it now, it was mostly small talk. Did you have any word at all, Susan? Did they talk about the hostages? Anyone give you any idea of what went on inside?
No.
Just pastry and coffee.
That's right, Barbara. No one, of course, who was in that group would come over to us. I saw Mike Deaver, who is Mr. Reagan's assistant, has been with him for years, and he smiled and walked the other way when I gave him a yell. They have not indicated anything. And both Mr. Bush and Mr. Mondale, as you saw, skirted away from us pretty quickly.
Robert Gray and Charles Wick. Charles Wick, a very close friend of Ronald Reagan's, who are the two coordinators of this whole event. And Charles Wick told us that at the parade he had stood in for Ronald Reagan. It was the most thrilling moment of his life. Even to be a substitute president, that must be kind of fun. Frank, what do you think of the festivities? You've watched a lot of inaugurations come and go.
Yes, Barbara, and I must say that this one is so different, so different. Not only is Jimmy Carter in the unique position of being voted out of office after only one term, but here is Ronald Reagan, who came to fame as an actor and then established his legitimacy as an executive and administrator by becoming governor of California. And over all this is the tremendous drama of the release of the hostages in Iran. I want to repeat just once more time as we watch everybody scurrying out here in anticipation of them. The unconfirmed report, here they come. The unconfirmed report we have had that one of the planes bearing the hostages, we believe bearing the hostages, has taken off from Mehrabad Airport in Iran. We simply cannot repeat that too often, but it is an unconfirmed report. We can't say for certain that the hostages were on board. But we'll
and you know, Frank, that when we talk about the hostages, and it may very well be this situation that robbed Jimmy Carter of his election, hoping weeks and weeks ago that what is happening today might have happened perhaps in October. The significance of it, the symbolism of it, the irony of it, so many different things that we can,
well, here they are now.
Is there any word about the hostages? Have they taken off?
Susan?
Any word from the hostages?
Well, what we have, Susan, is a report, and it's a wire service report. I believe we're not able to confirm it as yet independently, that one of the planes, the Algerian airline planes, has taken off. And we understand the other was at the end of the runway, lights blinking, the lights on at the airport. It's dark in Iran right now. But we have that report that one has taken off. We're unable to say flatly what we are so longing to say, that they're airborne and gone. But it certainly looks that way.
Frank?
Okay. Well, now we have the president and the president-elect in the car. Riding with them, Senator Hatfield and Speaker O'Neill. You saw Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Reagan come out first. They will be in the second automobile with Representative John Rhodes, the retiring minority leader of the House. He's not retiring from the Congress, but he's retiring from his post as minority leader. And Senator Byrd, who is involuntarily retiring from his post as Senate Majority Leader. He becomes minority leader in the Senate. not too much concern about his tenure as a member of that august body. I don't think they even ran anybody against him the last time he was up for election in West Virginia.
You know, Frank, what's interesting about these rides, these men today, Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter, probably are discussing with a greater degree of cordiality matters, the Iranian hostages, other matters, than a lot of presidents have. When Herbert Hoover and Franklin D. Roosevelt rode up, it was a chilly ride, metaphorically speaking, because Hoover tried to get Roosevelt involved before the inauguration, which was then in March, and Roosevelt said, no, thank you. But perhaps the chilliest one was between Harry Truman and Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1952, and the report was that President Truman asked President-elect Eisenhower, do you still want that plane that's available, referring to Ike's line, if elected, I will fly to Korea.
Oh, that was the other line that was reported, too, when Eisenhower was reportedly miffed to learn that his son John had been brought back from Korea, and he inquired, I believe the language as reported was, who is the damned fool who brought my son back from Korea? That makes me look bad. And Truman is supposed to have just glanced out the window and said, the president. And of course, at that time, he was still the president. Let's go back now to Barbara. Oh, we're going to go to Bettina Gregory, who has a good view of these motorcade. Bettina?
Frank, the motorcade is just beginning to pass us by here at 15th and Pennsylvania Avenue. We are standing right across the street from the Treasury building as hordes of policemen, many of them on motorcycles with sidecars, are now passing by. We can see the flashing lights on top of the cars directly in front of the cars bearing President Carter, President-elect Reagan, Vice President Mondale, and Vice President-elect Bush up to the Capitol. Many of the spectators here are from out of town, of course. I'm standing with a group of people from Missouri who have come up with the Willard, Missouri High School Marching Band, and many of these people are wearing yellow ribbons. They are wearing them, of course, for the hostages, and in this case, one particular hostage that comes from Missouri. We can see the motorcade moving a little bit closer towards us. It is just nearing the corner here. It is symbolic that they are passing by the Treasury building, which was so significant in the negotiations which went on all night long. Of course, Treasury Secretary Miller had opened phone lines to Algiers. The first limousine is just approaching the corner. It is about to round the corner. The people here are waving American flags. Many of the flags, in fact, are decked with yellow ribbons. You can see Reagan is waving to the people greeting him. People are applauding as he goes by. Here we see the second limousine just turning the corner right now. The limousine's moving slowly up to the Capitol as they begin this procession. It's a fairly gray day here, one that, of course, is overshadowed by the news that overshadows this whole event, and that is the unresolved nature. Everybody on the street is asking, what about the hostages? They are worried and concerned. The motorcade passing by now, the last limousine rounding the corner. We can see the people waving to the president and vice president as they round the corner. And now back to you, Barbara.
And you know, Bettina, it is an odd time in another way. Usually at times like this is a clear break between the president and the president-elect. The president-elect team all goes home, the new team moves in, and yet we have now a kind of transitional cooperation because some of the old members of the Carter regime, the Carter period, are going to stay on to help in the transition period about the hostages and cooperate with the Reagan people. And now back to Frank at the Capitol awaiting the president-elect.
All right, Barbara, they are not here yet, so let's go right now back to our news headquarters here in Washington, and Ted Koppel with some late word on the hostages. Ted?
Thank you, Frank. This is now a tale of four cities, not only Washington, but also Tehran, Algiers, and, of course, Frankfurt, Germany. And the time difference and the weather conditions are beginning to play a factor. It is, of course, now nighttime in Tehran. There was some question as to whether the planes could even take off at night because, of course, Iran and Iraq are still at war. Bad weather earlier today in Frankfurt, Germany. That apparently seems to be clearing up. But for the very latest details on what is happening now, let's go to Peter Jennings at our desk in Frankfurt. Peter?
Ted, I think the very latest weekend report, we just reported a moment ago to you that one of the Algerian 727s did take off from Mirabat Airport, but we didn't know whether or not the hostages were actually on that. We knew they were at the airport in the VIP lounge. Now an official of PARJ, the official Iranian news agency, has just said that the departure of the hostages is imminent. So that is the closest we have had to an official word in the last little while. We know that the second Algerian 727 is prepared to take off. We know that the Medivac aircraft here at Frankfurt Airport have not taken off. But to repeat that announcement, the PARS news agency, or at least an official of it now, says that the departure of the hostages is imminent. Ted?
Peter, I don't want to throw a curve at you, but we do need to know, how long does it take to fly from Tehran to Algiers? I mean, how many hours will we be waiting before we actually see the hostages?
My recollection in Ted that flying time from Tehran to Algiers is about 5 hours. From Algiers to Frankfurt here to Rheinland Air Force Base is about 3 to 3.5 hours. So before, you're quite right, it's a tale of four cities, and we have a terrible time figuring out all the different time zones. But it will be quite late in the evening Algiers time, and if they then made that 90-minute stop that we have been told they will make and then come on here, it will be very early in the morning, Frankfurt time, when they get here. Can I just check for a second?
Go ahead, take a look down. I saw someone handing you the coffee there.
The Iranian news agency PARS now reports at 11 a.m. Eastern time, your time, that the American hostages would fly out of Tehran in the next half hour. So, as one of you said in Washington some hours ago, not on this network, I might add, it is now definitely getting, it appears to be a matter of minutes.
All right, Peter, thank you very much indeed. And once again, we will, of course, be returning to Peter Jennings as soon as events warrant. But at the moment, events here in Washington seem to be taking up most of our attention, and indeed should be. So let's go back now to Frank Reynolds on Capitol Hill.
Thank you, Ted. The motorcade is moving up Pennsylvania Avenue now. They're still quite some distance away from Capitol Hill, just going by the Justice Department, I believe, and moving at a fairly good clip as far as presidential motorcades go. Ceremonial motorcades such as this one, they'll go much slower, of course, when they actually make the reverse journey, because then the President and Mrs. Reagan will be visible and will be, of course, greeting the throngs lining the sidewalks. Behind me here on the President's platform on the west front of the Capitol, you see now the crowd has really gathered. Those to the right of your picture are members of the House of Representatives, because that is the House side of this Capitol. The other side belongs to the Senate, and they're over there now. The Senate and the House both out on the platform waiting the arrival of the President and the President-elect. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 continues in a moment. Well, here is the motorcade coming along merrily up to Capitol Hill. I believe they have now passed the point where Constitution Avenue more or less merges with Pennsylvania Avenue, moving along, as you can see, at a fairly rapid clip. They have no time to waste, because there is a precise schedule to be kept. You can see some people running across the enclosure. That's where the citizens are allowed to be. So there still must be some, I mean the ordinary people who don't have tickets to get up reasonably close to the President's platform. So they must still be some distance away. They'll come in, actually, and go on to the East Plaza of the Capitol building, where the inaugurations have been held for so many years. The other day, the question was finally put to the Capitol architect, just why, after all these years, have you moved the ceremony to the west front of the Capitol? And he said, well, it just became a tradition to have it on the east front. And besides, for so many decades in our history, the west side of the Capitol was filled with houses and streets and a lot of swamp, too. But after a time, it became a tradition to have it on the east side. Now, facing the west, of course, the President-elect will be looking out toward the country. And that's kind of particularly symbolic when you consider that this president comes from his adopted state of California. So he'll be looking from east to west, across the Midwest where he was born, and on out to the state where he attained political fame and, of course, fame as a film star. They're approaching the Capitol now, and then we'll make that right turn onto the East Capitol Plaza. And as we said, here on the platform, why the Senate and the House have already gathered. We noticed before, I don't want to put panic now into our producers and directors, but some interesting sartorial displays. Barry Goldwater was wearing a sort of cowboy hat. Lynn Nofziger, who is noted for his sort of disdain for fancy clothing, was wearing a suit. I believe it was a three-piece suit, but it was not the club coat and the very fancy grand outfit that the rest of them have been ordered to adopt for the day. So they're on the East Capitol Plaza. The band is playing the Stars and Stripes Forever behind us here, the United States Marine Corps Band. That band has been officially involved in all of these presidential inaugurations since James Monroe's inauguration, I believe, in 1809. So tradition is being upheld. See the Secret Service galloping along. Actually, that's a slow jog for them. Sometimes they have to move much faster than that. They're going to go into the Law Library entrance. And I believe that Ann Compton is at the Law Library entrance and will describe for us there from a closer vantage point just what takes place. And they're coming to you.
Frank, they have cleared the driveway here as limousine number 1 rolls up, and what an historic moment. No president before probably ever arriving at the Capitol to surrender the reins of power with quite so much going on in the world concerning him. But here in this area, the Carter aides wearing their radios and their Secret Service buttons for the last time. Double phalanx of Secret Service agents, of course, for the 2 chief executives or chief executive to be. President Carter now shaking hands with the dignitaries here. As you can see, the president not wearing the same kind of formal outfit that President-elect Reagan is. They are forming for not really a photo out here, but hurrying inside. No telling what the conversation was in the limousine, but no sign of real distress on any of their faces, certainly the hostages in their mind, but they are now inside the building on their way to holding rooms, while Mrs. Carter out here, Mrs. Reagan in red, waiting to take their places inside. The last poignant moments for the Carters, exchanging Mrs. Carter handing off a coat to Senator Byrd to hold for her while she proceeds inside. It must be a very poignant moment for the Carters as they go into what they know was their last ride in official vehicles as the first family. Frank?
Yes, Ann, thank you very much. And you notice that the president and the president-elect separated at that point. The president-elect is being escorted now by Senator Hatfield to room EF-100. Not that that means a great deal to you, but that is more or less a holding room where he will wait until he is given the signal to come out and go down quite a few stairs, actually, about 35 stairs. He'll walk through the crypt, which originally was intended to be George Washington's burial place. But they finally decided that just would not work. They had a large hole dug in the crypt, and they were supposed to inter Washington's remains there. But they discovered that the air was coming up and ruining the paintings and so forth that were around, so they just finally filled it in. But then, and the president has been escorted to another room by the Sergeant-at-Arms and Speaker O'Neill, so they are now separate and will not meet again until they come together on the platform when the president-elect is due to take the oath of office. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue in just a moment. We are only a few minutes away now from the formal opening of the ceremonies, which is marked by the arrival of some of the distinguished guests here, the First Lady-to-be, together with Mrs. Carter, and then President Carter and Vice President Mondale. I think it's worth noting at this point that President Carter is a man who, undoubtedly torn by the emotions of this moment, is also in some physical distress. Just consider, he has a broken collarbone, which can be a very painful thing to endure. He also has not really had any rest for the last couple of nights. He's been up and down in the White House, spending all this time in the Oval Office, conferring constantly and signing papers and monitoring developments in Algiers and in Tehran, issuing instructions, receiving reports. And so just consider for a moment what kind of a condition he is in at this time. He's not only exhausted, he's drained emotionally too. So we look at President Carter today and you see a man who is going through some very special and unique feelings in American history. Let's see who some of the distinguished guests are. There is the seal of the presidency on the front of the platform. And you can see there are actually supposed to be about 305 people on the platform itself. There's Paul Laxalt. He's at the lower left hand of your picture, the gray hair. There he is. And this is a day that he has looked forward to for a very long time. Behind him is a singer, I gather, who produced a gala last night that was notable for its fine moments, and also for what I thought some indisputably moments of bad taste. I didn't see anything funny about a reference to El Salvador. Here's Ted Kennedy. And, boy, is it St. Patrick's Day? There is Pat Moynihan, and just next to Pat Moynihan is a lady, well, Paula Hawkins, the United States Senator from Florida, who probably will be expected to vote almost opposite on every issue. Here's Bill Bradley, the United States Senator from New Jersey, the basketball player, John Stennis, who, and Alan Cranston, both of them now considerably lower on the rank of hierarchy in the Senate. Barbara? You see any interesting people?
Well, that's Patty Davis, is that not? Yes, that's Reagan's younger daughter. And all of the members of the kitchen cabinet were invited. They have a person just in charge of them, and they've gone to this event in special buses with champagne and wonderful box lunches. This is the high point of their life for all of these very close friends of the Reagans.
Can we go back
Here is
to
son
the lady?
Ron, who is with the Joffrey Ballet Company, who has made some rather pointed remarks about Jimmy Carter. But let's hope that he has more equanimity of spirit today.
I don't mean to interrupt. I wonder if we could just stay on this lady who is wrapped in what is obviously not a Republican cloth coat, as Richard Nixon once described his wife's raiment. This is Mrs. Loyal Davis, who is the wife and the mother, the wife of Dr. Loyal Davis and the mother of the First Lady-to-be, Nancy Reagan's mother.
Frank, Mrs. Reagan just bought a new mink coat, but as we say, you know, some people apologize when they spend a lot of money. They feel it's a sign of the American way of life and the good life.
And the Ronnie Reagan, the ballet dancer, together with his new bride. I hope that there will be no moment here where he lives up to what that remark he made some time ago about he wouldn't shake hands with President Carter. I doubt that will actually take place. Here's Maureen Reagan, who is certainly one of the most vivacious and bouncy is the word, I think, for Maureen Reagan, who has already announced that she's going to consider running for the Senate. Barry Goldwater, I wish he'd put on his cowboy hat to give you an idea of just the way he appeared. I don't know that he's all dressed up. Oh, look at these grand fellows. My goodness, all the medals. Well, you can see, hey, there's Happy Rockefeller. Barbara, you were telling me that Happy wanted to come here, Mrs. Rockefeller, in order to represent Nelson, and also, I think you said, Nelson's point of view.
Yes, that's right, Frank. Originally, she wasn't sure that she was going to come. She just decided late last week.
Well,
her husband, who was a liberal Republican, she felt that his memory, his point of view should be represented.
Here is John Tower, who does not exactly fit the category of liberal Republican, but he is the new chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. It was thought for some time that perhaps he might get the post of Secretary of Defense. But that went to Cap Weinberger, Cap the Knife, as he is known. I'm not sure that the members of the incoming president's cabinet have yet come out. Well, they're just about all here. Here is Sam Hayakawa. We'll say sayonara to him for just a moment and continue our coverage of Inauguration 81 after this from our local stations. They've already gone on by, but I think I caught a flash of red just behind there, and that should be Mrs. Reagan and Mrs. Carter. Mrs. Mondale and Mrs. Bush were escorted by wives of Senate and House leaders, and as soon as they are seated, there's Mrs. Mondale now.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Moves out of that lovely old gingerbread house on Massachusetts Avenue, designated as the Vice President's residence. Here is Mrs. Reagan coming out now with Mrs. Carter. She's just been announced. Barbara, this is a sight, isn't it?
It really is to see them. There was some comment during the campaign about whether Mrs. Bush, whose hair is snow white, should dye her hair. She was telling us the last time we talked. She's 55, Mrs. Reagan is 57, and Mrs. Bush had to make the decision during the campaign, and she decided to leave it as it is. Nancy Reagan looking very beautiful. The fashion designers, Frank, are very happy about all of the clothes because they feel that it's going to mean a great deal to their industry, that there's this kind of dressing up.
Well, yes, I guess this is a great day for the fashion designers. If there's going to be a Nancy look and a Nancy hairdo and all that other jazz that is usually associated with our celebration of celebrities, Mrs. Bush in, well, I guess I'd call that, is that just a vivid blue, eh?
You told me you weren't going to give any fashion notes, and you're
Well,
stealing my
not.
thunder.
Maybe it's purple.
It's a Bill Blass blue coat. We understand. And as we said, Mrs. Carter just said she bought hers.
We have a
off the
report.
rack.
Barbara, excuse me. I am just told that the Associated Press reports that the hostages are leaving the airport. Now, we can't go any further than that on that report, but it comes to us from Associated Press. I don't know whether it's filed. It must be filed from Tehran. And they say that the hostages are leaving the airport. Imagine that. We are within half an hour of the transition of power. Barbara?
You know, Frank, when you were talking a moment or two ago about Jimmy Carter as we look at the Reagan family, he's only 56 years old and still has a long life ahead of him, one hopes. Talks about becoming a writer, in which case he will join most of the ex-presidents. The majority became writers after they left office. Truman, Eisenhower, Johnson, Nixon, and Ford. And by the way, neither President Nixon or President Ford, they both were invited, neither wanted to come. They said it was Ronald Reagan's day.
The band is playing the Marine hymn. Here is Andrews Air Force Base now, and the people you see there are waiting, I believe, to board a plane that will fly to Rhein-Main Air Force Base in West Germany. We're back at the Capitol now. But there is another signal, another clear indication that this long traumatic hostage crisis, the 444 days, is coming to an end. This is the party that is supposed to go to meet the hostages in at the hospital there in West Germany. The president and the president-elect. They're coming out now, so we're going to go to our correspondent there on the platform, and Sam Donaldson. Sam?
Well, Frank, we're all anticipating now the moment when the President of the United States and the President-elect will come through this doorway on the West Front, walk down the red carpet to the special platform, and the transfer of power will be made. As you've observed, the members of the Congress are here, the diplomatic corps. I don't think you can see him, but our only living general of the armies, Omar Bradley, is here. All of the distinguished people that you might think of, and many of those whose faces are familiar, but you can't remember their names, are on the platform. As you have pointed out, Frank, we have several reports, but they are unconfirmed, apparently, that the hostages may, in fact, be leaving Iran even now. And perhaps we'll have an opportunity when the President of the United States comes down here past us to see whether he's heard the same reports. It's a beautiful day in Washington, and I think that everyone is very happy on the platform. Obviously, the Democrats aren't as happy as the Republicans, but they're certainly not sore losers about it. You can see that when I made that remark, a lot of people around me began to clap and cheer, and I recognized some of them as being Democrats. Looking up toward the interior of the building, I have yet to see Mr. Carter and Mr. Reagan appear. But there is great movement up there, Secret Service agents and other members. I do see Vice President Mondale coming down now. He will be the first one to come through the door, along with the Vice President-elect. And I think he's being introduced now.
Sam, here comes the president.
Yes, you're
now.
right, Frank. I couldn't see him.
Yes.
Here he comes.
Here comes the last
now.
the chief of the
He's walking down the steps. The last time he's going to hear "Hail to the Chief" played for him. He's accompanied by the Vice President. And we'll see if he's heard about the hostages. Here he comes. Mr. President, are the hostages out?
Can't say yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Is that what he said, Frank? I couldn't hear him.
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. They've cheated him. They've cheated him right down to the end. I understand, Frank, and I must tell you that I cannot tell you why I understand that the planes had been sitting at the end of the runway, literally, for several hours this morning. I can only assume that the hostages were aboard, but that the Iranians would not let them go. They would not let them go. I'm not quite certain what the restraint was, Maybe there was an Iranian fighter in the air.
Yes, well...
Something like that. I think that is my understanding. In any event, they wouldn't let them go.
Well, Sam, you understand we were able to report an Associated Press dispatch that the planes have taken off, but we're unable to confirm it. And the dispatch was, as I understand it, filed from Tehran. Hopefully it was from somebody who actually saw the planes lift off in the air.
All right, but the president hadn't received that word.
Oh,
that's
right.
perfectly possible that even with instantaneous communication with the press of this inaugural day, he had not yet received the confirmation. But I'm certain that if he had, he would have told us, because he would like nothing better to be able to report that it ended on his watch. And his watch is about to end.
Well, he's gazing out over the... talking now with the Chief Justice and Potter Stewart, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, who will administer the oath to Vice President-elect George Bush. Chief
Now,
Justice
Frank, just about to be announced is the President-elect.
Of the United States, George Bush.
That is the Vice President-elect. George Bush in his morning coat.
Well, he's got the momentum now, hasn't he, Sam?
Saying hello to old friends here. Margaret Heckler from the House of Representatives, with whom he served many years ago.
Frank, we understand that Ronald Reagan will be sworn in with the Bible that belonged to his late mother, Nellie Reagan.
I see.
Frank, I think the laughter around here was something else other than what Barbara said, because they cannot hear our programming, and there was something around me that occurred just at that moment.
Do you have any idea what it was? Maybe he wanted to go up to get the microphone, and somebody said, "That's not your microphone, Mr. Bush."
I don't know. I've hit about 2 out of 3 here, looking up the steps. I hesitate to say it, but I think I see the President-elect getting in position.
Well, don't hesitate to say it, Sam. I think you'd recognize him.
Well, that's true, but my eyesight is not as good as it was when I was
you're
younger,
closer
Frank,
to
and it's rather dim in there. I'll give all sorts of excuses for misidentifying the fact that it was the Vice President-elect and not the President-elect who was about to come out. The last time I made an attempt.
Sam,
but I think they're about ready now.
Yes.
At least everyone else thinks so, and I'll go along with the crowd in this case.
Well, I'm going to point out, whether anybody likes it or not, that you too have been up for more than 48 hours, for 72 hours, really, without any sleep.
Well,
and I'm amazed that you're on your feet, really.
Down at the White House, Frank,
Here he comes.
The President and all of his associates spent 2 sleepless nights except for cat naps. Yeah. This morning, for instance, in the Oval Office, all the associates waiting after they received word that the funds had been transferred. Hamilton Jordan, I understand, took a nap. When he woke up, President Carter kidded him. He said, "Well, Ham, I've just been talking to the head of the Bank of England," and and Jordan snores, you see. And he said, "I've just been talking to the Bank of England. He asked me if they were vacuuming the Oval Office." I don't think Jordan snores that loudly, but it kind of relieved the tension, I suppose.
Sam, can we, I'd like to hear from Ted Koppel before the President-elect comes out. Ted, can you come in and give us any late information on the hostages?
Yes, I can, Frank. What's happening, and this will mean a lot more, I suppose, to journalists out there, UPI has just gone with a flash, which is, in effect, the highest, the most important notification and news that they can give. The last time they did it was with the Kennedy assassination. It's 2 words. It says, "Hostages freed." No more details from UPI. AP, as you have been reporting for several minutes now, has said that a plane carrying the 52 American hostages took off from Tehran's Mehrabad airport. They are attributing that to a policeman at the airport who is alleged to have told that to reporters, but we have no independent confirmation yet. Frank?
Okay, Ted, thank you very much. We're waiting now for the President-elect to come really down a rather long flight of stairs. I think I counted them the other day, about 35 or so, from the main floor of the Capitol. And there he is. You see him almost lost in the crowd. When he comes out, or just before, the Army herald trumpets will give him a salute.
The President-elect of the United States, Ronald Wilson Reagan.
Well, there they are. What a long, long journey to this point. Senator Hatfield will now take over as the chairman of the Congressional Inaugural Committee and will present the Reverend Don B. Mumma, who will give the invocation. It'll take a little time for them to be settled down there. Dr. Mumma is the pastor of the Bel Air Presbyterian Church. He is, if he looks like a football player, that's because he was one. He was a linebacker for UCLA.
Senator Mark Hatfield,
and Senator Hatfield's being introduced now.
The Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies will present the program.
Welcome to the historic first inauguration under the panoply of the West Front of our nation's capital. The 40th President of the United States takes his oath of office in a day when a tide of new hope is rising throughout our land. As an affirmation of this new hope, let us all join Michael Ryan of the United States Marines in singing a verse of America the Beautiful. Will you all join and reach out and grasp the hand of your neighbor, and let this be a symbol of our unity. Would you come forward?
Skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on me, and crown thy good with brotherhood, from sea to shining for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, God mend thine every flaw, confirm thy soul in self-control, thy liberty in law.
I want to tell you about a little vignette that we were unable to show because we were actually watching, of course, the Marine sing the America the Beautiful. But during that performance, Mrs. Carter stepped across the aisle and gripped Mrs. Reagan's hand for just about 30 seconds or
This
so.
new hope is
Beautiful
not
gesture.
promoted in lyricism, but is tough and realistic hope, which is the instinct of the soul, the energizer of the mind. For our invocation today, I present President-elect and Mrs. Reagan's pastor, the Reverend Don Mumma of the Bel Air Presbyterian Church in Los Angeles. Will you please stand?
Wherever you might be, here and in the United States and around the world, please bow with me in this moment of solemn dedication and prayer. Gracious God our Father, we need you today, maybe as never before. We have not lived up to our personal or national potential. We have seen our world from our own selfish, parochial point of view. We have lived as though everything depended upon us. We confess our sin and seek your forgiveness. In this historic moment, we would pray for our President-elect, Ronald Reagan. May he see himself as one who has been called by you to lead this country. May he take very seriously his accountability to you and do all he can to walk in your truth, run with patience the race that is set before him, and stand mature and wholly devoted to doing your will. Grant him a steady peace, a brave and compassionate heart, a single desire to always be quick to give you all the praise and the honor and glory. Help and encourage Mrs. Reagan and the children in these days. Teach them, O God, to understand that with responsibility comes sacrifice, and with leadership comes loneliness. May they all find their companionship in you, O God. We also pray for Vice President-elect George Bush, the cabinet, and all others who are in positions of leadership in this new administration. May they measure well the shortness of time and the length of eternity. May they see all people and things and nations from your point of view. We thank you, O God, for this moment of commitment. Give to all of us as a nation enough hard times to keep us humble and humane, enough tasks beyond our own abilities to keep us ever dependent upon you, enough joys and accomplishments to keep us pressing on and gloriously happy as we serve you together. We thank you, O God, for the release of the hostages, and for all of those who have made this moment possible. And so in this moment of new beginnings, our hearts beat with a cadence of pride in our country and hope in its future. Help us to stand proudly as American citizens and face every challenge with a confidence born of your spirit and humbly touched by your love and grace. So to this end we commit ourselves, and to this end we pray. In the name of the Lord of Lords and King of Kings, even Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen.
Please be seated. My fellow citizens, will you please join me at this time in wishing good health and happiness to President and Mrs. Carter and to Vice President and Mrs. Mondale.
President and the Vice President, to tell you that the pastor's reference to the release of the hostages, while we hope it is true, we cannot absolutely confirm it as yet. He did thank God for the release of the hostages at this moment. We also can tell you that if we do get confirmation before the President-elect takes the oath, that announcement will be made by a Carter spokesman who will still be a representative of the United States government. If after 12 noon, it will come from a Reagan spokesman. Now we're going to hear, I believe, God of Our Fathers by the Marine Band.
I now present the Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court, the Honorable Potter Stewart, who will administer the oath of office to the Vice President-elect.
You put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, George Herbert Walker Bush.
I, George Herbert Walker Bush.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
on
which I am about to enter. So help you God.
So help me God.
God bless you, George. God bless you both.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is the official song of salute to the Vice President. It is rarely heard, but it is a very, very stirring song. Great melody. He stumbled just slightly once there during the oath-taking. You might point out that the Vice President is not wearing the de rigueur costume. He's got a dark suit on, but not the club coat.
The United States Marine Band will now play our national hymn, God of Our Fathers.
tremendous backdrop for the playing of our national hymn, God of Our Fathers, as we were able to move around Washington and show you some of the monuments that so beautify this city and typify this country's history. Senator Hatfield again.
My fellow citizens, I now present the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable Warren Burger, who will administer the oath of office to the President-elect.
Governor, are you prepared to take the constitutional oath?
I am.
If you place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand and repeat after me, I, Ronald Reagan, do solemnly swear.
I, Ronald Reagan, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability,
And will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Now, I congratulate you, sir.
And the 21-gun salute roars out for President Reagan. His first hail to the chief. That's all there is to it. What a great story, what a tremendous thing it is, the passage of power, just because of a few spoken words that reflect, of course, the spoken word of the people. The former President Carter steps forward to shake hands with President Reagan and the new First Lady. The guns continue to roar. May they be only heard symbolically during his term.
My fellow countrymen, the President of the United States. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Senator Hatfield, Mr. Chief Justice, Mr. President, Vice President Bush, Vice President Mondale, Senator Baker, Speaker O'Neill, Reverend Mumaw, and my fellow citizens. To a few of us here today, this is a solemn and most momentous occasion. And yet in the history of our nation, it is a commonplace occurrence. The orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. Mr. President, I want our fellow citizens to know how much you did to carry on this tradition. By your gracious cooperation in the transition process, you have shown a watching world that we are a united people, pledged to maintaining a political system which guarantees individual liberty to a greater degree than any other. And I thank you and your people for all your help in maintaining the continuity which is the bulwark of our republic.
the business of our nation goes forward. These United States are confronted with an economic affliction of great proportions. We suffer from the longest and one of the worst sustained inflations in our national history. It distorts our economic decisions, penalizes thrift, and crushes the struggling young and the fixed-income elderly alike. It threatens to shatter the lives of millions of our people. Idle industries have cast workers into unemployment, human misery, and personal indignity. Those who do work are denied a fair return for their labor by a tax system which penalizes successful achievement and keeps us from maintaining full productivity. But great as our tax burden is, it has not kept pace with public spending. For decades, we have piled deficit upon deficit, mortgaging our future and our children's future for the temporary convenience of the present. To continue this long trend is to guarantee tremendous social, cultural, political, and economic upheavals. You and I, as individuals, can, by borrowing, live beyond our means, but for only a limited period of time. Why then should we think that collectively, as a nation, we're not bound by that same limitation? We must act today in order to preserve tomorrow. And let there be no misunderstanding. We're going to begin to act beginning today. The economic ills we suffer have come upon us over several decades. They will not go away in days, weeks, or months, but they will go away. They will go away because we, as Americans, have the capacity now, as we've had in the past, to do whatever needs to be done to preserve this last and greatest bastion of freedom. In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. From time to time, we've been tempted to believe that society has become too complex to be managed by self-rule, that government by an elite group is superior to government for, by, and of the people. Well, if no one among us is capable of governing himself, then who among us has the capacity to govern someone else? All of us together, in and out of government, must bear the burden. The solutions we seek must be equitable, with no one group singled out to pay a higher price. We hear much of special interest groups. Well, our concern must be for a special interest group that has been too long neglected. It knows no sectional boundaries or ethnic and racial divisions, and it crosses political party lines. It is made up of men and women who raise our food, patrol our streets, man our mines and factories, teach our children, keep our homes, and heal us when we're sick. Professionals, industrialists, shopkeepers, clerks, cabbies, and truck drivers. They are, in short, we the people. This breed called Americans. Well, this administration's objective will be a healthy, vigorous, growing economy that provides equal opportunities for all Americans with no barriers born of bigotry or discrimination. Putting America back to work means putting all Americans back to work. Ending inflation means freeing all Americans from the terror of runaway living costs. All must share in the productive work of this new beginning, and all must share in the bounty of a revived economy. With the idealism and fair play which are the core of our system and our strength, we can have a strong and prosperous America at peace with itself and the world. So as we begin, let us take inventory. We are a nation that has a government, not the other way around. And this makes us special among the nations of the earth. Our government has no power except that granted it by the people. It is time to check and reverse the growth of government, which shows signs of having grown beyond the consent of the governed. It is my intention to curb the size and influence of the federal establishment and to demand recognition of the distinction between the powers granted to the federal government and those reserved to the states or to the people. All of us need to be reminded that the federal government did not create the states. The states created the federal government. Now, so there will be no misunderstanding, it's not my intention to do away with government. It is rather to make it work with us, not over us, to stand by our side, not ride on our back. Government can and must provide opportunity, not smother it. Foster productivity, not stifle it. If we look to the answer as to why for so many years we achieved so much, prospered as no other people on earth, it was because here in this land we unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before. Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price. It is no coincidence that our present troubles parallel and are proportionate to the intervention and intrusion in our lives that result from unnecessary and excessive growth of government. It is time for us to realize that we're too great a nation to limit ourselves to small dreams. We're not, as some would have us believe, doomed to an inevitable decline. I do not believe in a fate that will fall on us no matter what we do. I do believe in a fate that will fall on us if we do nothing. So with all the creative energy at our command, let us begin an era of national renewal. Let us renew our determination, our courage, and our strength. And let us renew our faith and our hope. We have every right to dream heroic dreams. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. You can see heroes every day going in and out of factory gates. Others, a handful in number, produce enough food to feed all of us and then the world beyond. You meet heroes across a counter, and they're on both sides of that counter. There are entrepreneurs with faith in themselves and faith in an idea who create new jobs, new wealth, and opportunity. They're individuals and families who take taxes, support the government, and whose voluntary gifts support church, charity, culture, art, and education. Their patriotism is quiet but deep. Their values sustain our national life. Now, I have used the words they and their in speaking of these heroes. I could say you and your, because I'm addressing the heroes of whom I speak, you, the citizens of this blessed land. Your dreams, your hopes, your goals are going to be the dreams, the hopes, and the goals of this administration, so help me God. We shall reflect the compassion that is so much a part of your makeup. How can we love our country and not love our countrymen? And loving them, reach out a hand when they fall, heal them when they're sick, and provide opportunity to make them self-sufficient so they will be equal in fact and not just in theory. Can we solve the problems confronting us? Well, the answer is an unequivocal and emphatic yes. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, I did not take the oath I've just taken with the intention of presiding over the dissolution of the world's strongest economy. In the days ahead, I will propose removing the roadblocks that have slowed our economy and reduced productivity. Steps will be taken aimed at restoring the balance between the various levels of government. Progress may be slow, measured in inches and feet, not miles, but we will progress. It is time to reawaken this industrial giant, to get government back within its means, and to lighten our punitive tax burden. And these will be our first priorities, and on these principles there will be no compromise. On the eve of our struggle for independence, a man who might have been one of the greatest among the founding fathers, Dr. Joseph Warren, president of the Massachusetts Congress, said to his fellow Americans, "Our country is in danger, but not to be despaired of. On you depend the fortunes of America. You are to decide the important question upon which rests the happiness and the liberty of millions yet unborn. Act worthy of yourselves." Well, I believe we, the Americans of today, are ready to act worthy of ourselves, ready to do what must be done to ensure happiness and liberty for ourselves, our children, and our children's children. And as we renew ourselves here in our own land, we will be seen as having greater strength throughout the world. We will again be the exemplar of freedom and a beacon of hope for those who do not now have freedom. To those neighbors and allies who share our freedom, we will strengthen our historic ties and assure them of our support and firm commitment. We will match loyalty with loyalty. We will strive for mutually beneficial relations. We will not use our friendship to impose on their sovereignty, for our own sovereignty is not for sale. As for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it. We will not surrender for it now or ever. Our forbearance should never be misunderstood. Our reluctance for conflict should not be misjudged as a failure of will. When action is required to preserve our national security, we will act. We will maintain sufficient strength to prevail if need be, knowing that if we do so, we have the best chance of never having to use that strength. Above all, we must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. It is a weapon that we as Americans do have. Let that be understood by those who practice terrorism and prey upon their neighbors. I'm told that tens of thousands of prayer meetings are being held on this day. And for that, I'm deeply grateful. We are a nation under God, and I believe God intended for us to be free. It would be fitting and good, I think, if on each inaugural day in future years, it should be declared a day of prayer. This is the first time in our history that this ceremony has been held, as you've been told, on this west front of the Capitol. Standing here, one faces a magnificent vista opening up on this city's special beauty and history. At the end of this open mall are those shrines to the giants on whose shoulders we stand. Directly in front of me, the monument to a monumental man George Washington, father of our country, a man of humility who came to greatness reluctantly. He led America out of revolutionary victory into infant nationhood. Off to one side, the stately memorial to Thomas Jefferson, the Declaration of Independence flames with his eloquence. And then beyond the reflecting pool, the dignified columns of the Lincoln Memorial. Whoever would understand in his heart the meaning of America will find it in the life of Abraham Lincoln. Beyond those monuments to heroism is the Potomac River, and on the far shore, the sloping hills of Arlington National Cemetery with its row upon row of simple white markers bearing crosses or stars of David. They add up to only a tiny fraction of the price that has been paid for our freedom. Each one of those markers is a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of earlier. Their lives ended in places called Belleau Wood, the Argonne, Omaha Beach, Salerno, and halfway around the world on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Pork Chop Hill, the Chosin Reservoir, and in 100 rice paddies and jungles of a place called Vietnam. Under one such marker lies a young man, Martin Treptow, who left his job in a small-town barber shop in 1917 to go to France with the famed Rainbow Division. There on the Western Front, he was killed trying to carry a message between battalions under heavy artillery fire. We're told that on his body was found a diary. On the flyleaf, under the heading, My Pledge, he had written these words: America must win this war. Therefore I will work, I will save, I will sacrifice, I will endure. I will fight cheerfully and do my utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on me alone. The crisis we're facing today does not require of us the kind of sacrifice that Martin Treptow and so many thousands of others were called upon to make. It does require, however, our best effort and our willingness to believe in ourselves and to believe in our capacity to perform great deeds, to believe that together, with God's help, we can and will resolve the problems which now confront us. And after all, why shouldn't we believe that? We are Americans. God bless you and thank you. Thank you very much.
President Reagan has concluded now the inaugural address, ended on a very emotional note, but he began, after paying a gracious tribute to President Carter, to move immediately into the basic themes of the campaign that led him to the White House. He began talking about inflation, unemployment, federal spending, and made it clear that he intends to make a sea
Will you
change,
remain
if
standing,
possible.
please? The Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration and all the members of the United States Congress are honored that you have come here for this great occasion today. And as we close now with the benediction offered by Reverend Mumma, that will be followed by the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner by Mrs. Juanita Booker.
May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you and give you peace, both now and forevermore. Amen.
you see, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched, it was so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red blaze, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flags was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land and all the free, and the home of the
Juanita Booker, who is not a professional singer, but attracted the attention of candidate Reagan, who is now embracing her as president during a campaign appearance. She sang at 3 fundraising events during his campaign, and he invited her to come to Washington to sing at this ceremony today.
Will you greet once more our president and Mrs. Reagan?
All right, that concludes the official ceremonies. We have a new president of the United States. And just giving a hail to the chief. We're going to go now to our correspondent down there on the platform, Sam Donaldson. Come in, Sam.
Well, Frank, former President Carter has just left. He is going immediately, we understand, to Andrews Air Force Base, then to Georgia. And after a few hours there, he will depart for Germany to greet the hostages as the official representative of this country, so designated by President Reagan. You'll recall that yesterday, Governor Reagan called President Carter and asked him to do this, and President Carter accepted it. Now, as the former president, he will, in fact, do that after he's gone to Georgia. Here comes President Reagan, beaming with his wife, Nancy, down the aisle, down the aisle. They're free, Mr. President. They're free, Mr. President. We've had press reports that they're free. We've had press reports. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say, sir?
Only one thing to say. Thank God.
Thank God, he said. Thank God, said President Reagan, which I suppose reflects the view that all of us feel, Frank.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. That certainly was welcome news to him. I couldn't hear all of his answer, but I did hear the thank God. We have a report, too, from the United Press International that states flatly Iran has freed the 52 American hostages on the 444th day of captivity. We are awaiting for confirmation that we can provide our independent sources before we state that to you as a definitive fact, but I think it is safe to say that we've had these press reports. All right, now let's bring in Ted Koppel, who's been watching this situation, the hostage crisis, very closely. Ted?
All right, Frank, let me begin by injecting at least a slight note of caution here, and I think we have to do that because we cannot state, based on our own information, categorically that the hostages are free. Indeed, Peter Jennings, with whom we've been in touch in Frankfurt and who himself has been in touch with Tehran, is unable to confirm that independently. In fact, I'm just being told, I understand that Peter is on the line with us right now. Peter, please bring us up to date on what you have been able to confirm.
Well, Ted, I can just tell you at the outset that those categorical statements of the United Press and the Associated Press are being very dramatically contradicted by the Iranian news agency itself, Pars, which first said they would be released just about now, or perhaps within the last 30 minutes, and now has said on Tehran radio they have not been released. We should point out that the Associated Press and UPI, not to denigrate them in any way, but are not based in Iran. The only agency there is the Reuters, the British news agency. They did say a short while ago that one of the aircraft had taxied to the end of the runway, but there is no indication of a takeoff. And we have also had, just to add to the confusion, two conflicting reports. One that suggests the hostages may in fact have left Tehran airport to go back to some other location. The confusion reigns, Ted.
Well, just to add to that confusion, Peter, we also have a report from Athens Control Tower. They are reporting that a plane from Iran is due to land at Athens at 3 o'clock. It should be noted that a plane is believed to have taken off from Tehran some hours ago and could be in Athens at that time, but that may be with the baggage. Certainly no confirmation that the hostages are on that plane. So just to wrap up everything as best we can at the moment, a number of conflicting reports that suggest the hostages have taken off, but we do not yet have independent confirmation of that, and indeed the Pars news agency in Tehran itself is saying that the hostages have not yet left Iran. Frank, back to you on Capitol Hill.
All right, Ted, thank you very much, and thank you too, Peter. It is proper and sobering, of course, to inject that note of caution, as Peter so usefully did. Here is the law library. Just to repeat once again, we are not able to confirm from our own sources these wire service stories that the hostages have in fact taken off from Tehran, and we're not going to make that kind of a statement until we know for sure that it has actually happened. The law library entrance to the Capitol, we're going to go to Ann Compton, who is there now. President Carter will be coming out very shortly.
Frank, he is just now coming out the door. We will try to get his attention. They have been fixing the phone in his car to make sure that he can communicate on the way to the airport. He moving with a great group of aides around him. We are kept some distance from him, but the mobile car, Vice President Mondale now giving a thumbs-up signal, but with all the joy in that group right now, there's no doubt a touch of sadness. The president will be going out to Andrews Air Force Base, former president. Mr. Vice President, what do you hear on the hostages? Vice President Mondale getting in the car, and neither of them caring to come on over to talk to us. Again, the car in this unmarked limousine, no longer one of the presidential designate. This is an armored limousine, but with a regular civilian license plate. The two couples in the car on their way, perhaps, Frank, at this point, you know better than we where he is headed now, whether just to the airport, whether onto planes, whether to Germany, and just what the status is. President Carter has chosen not to take this moment to overshadow President Reagan. Frank?
Thank you, Ann. I actually am unable to say. I believe that Sam Donaldson reported a while ago that all being well, with confirmation of the hostage release, that the former president would go to Andrews, get on the plane, and go off to Germany to greet them. But we don't have that kind of confirmation as yet, and it is for certain that he will not head for Germany until he knows for sure they are out of Iranian airspace and will be eventually making their way to Germany after possibly a stop in some other capital, maybe Algiers or wherever they're going. Well, there's the former president's motorcade moving out of the East Capitol Plaza now, heading for Andrews Air Force Base. I wonder if we can locate Sam, if he's still around. Here's Andrews Air Force Base. The center plane you see there is the one that will carry the hostage team, including Secretary of State Cyrus Vance. I shouldn't say hostage team, but they're the people who will actually go there. Now let's go back once again to our bureau and Ted Koppel. Ted?
All right, Frank, once again, a report from, this time, the Associated Press saying that an Algerian 727 jetliner carrying the 52 American hostages took off today from Tehran's Mehrabad airport. This time, significantly, they are quoting the Iranian news agency Pars. And there is another report here saying that the West German embassy in Tehran quoted Tehran radio as saying that the U.S. hostages had flown out of Tehran. One other note on former President Carter's plans. It is my understanding that he is going to fly, first of all, to Plains, Georgia, where he will spend at least a couple of hours. Then he would fly back here to Washington, and from Andrews Air Force Base, he would then fly on to Germany. But that, of course, is all contingent upon getting the final and the official word that the hostages have been flown out. We're in one of these curious, well, we're in a transitional period. Even though the official transition of power has taken place, something less than the official or orderly transition has taken place at the State Department and at the White House, and there is still a little bit of confusion at both those centers of power. I understand now that Peter Jennings is standing by again in Frankfurt. Peter, what is the latest word you have?
Well, Ted, just to tell you that we, too, have just recently been talking to Tehran within the last couple of minutes. They are also quoting Pars, saying that the hostages took off a few minutes ago, which brings me back to the thought you offered some many minutes ago that perhaps there was some decision made to wait, if these reports are correct, until Ronald Reagan, as you can now see in your picture with his wife Nancy, was president.
It certainly does look that way, doesn't it? I mean, it's almost beyond belief that there could be such a coincidence of timing that they actually wait until the new president has delivered his inaugural address, and then just by coincidence the plane would leave. But it now appears that that timing was just that precise, that almost within minutes after the conclusion of President Reagan's inaugural address, that the plane then actually took off. At the moment, as you can see, Jim Brady, who is the new press secretary, is briefing the president. Frank?
Yes, thank you, Ted. They are in a reception room now, where they will pause briefly before actually going into the luncheon in the statuary hall. The president, as you said, has just been talked to by Jim Brady, who is the new White House press secretary. Mrs. Reagan talking there with the wife of Senator Howard Baker, and greeting other friends. The president and the first lady will stay in this reception room for a while before going into the luncheon. Even before that, however, the president will go into another room where he will sign nominations for the members of his cabinet. That will be his first official act as president. Well, our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue after this from our local stations.
ABC News live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues. This portion brought to you by the General Foods family of fine products, pleasing you and your family for over 50 years. Products like Maxwell House, Post cereals, and Kool-Aid Mix.
Good afternoon once again. On Inauguration Day from the Capitol, we have a new president. President Reagan has taken the oath of office. We're going to bring you up to date on the Iranian story, the hostage crisis. As Ted Koppel reported a moment ago, we have word from Tehran radio, heard in West Germany, that the hostages plane has taken off. And also the AP is quoting an the Iranian Pars news agency as saying that they have taken off. Certainly that is the feeling here, anyway, among these people on the platform and in the Capitol, that it has actually happened. Pray God that it has. Now we're going to go inside to the rotunda to our correspondent, Britt Hume, who is with Speaker Tip O'Neill. Britt?
Thank you, Frank. Mr. Speaker, both our national news agencies, UPI and AP, and the Iranian news agencies as well, have now reported that hostages are, in fact, in the air. Does that square with your understanding after you rode up here with the president?
Well, we were riding up. It had to be about 11:30, I would say, when the telephone rang in the car and the president took the call. And then he announced to the president-elect at that time, Ronald Reagan, that within 15 minutes that the planes would be leaving Tehran and they would be flying to Turkey, I believe. And from there to, I guess, over Turkey to Athens, Greece, where the planes would be refueling before going to Germany. And he said in the conversation that he had the intentions himself of later on this afternoon of greeting the hostages in Germany.
Well, that would have made it about 45 minutes to an hour or so.
Oh, I would say about an hour ago.
Now,
yes.
what was your understanding about how long it would take them to get out of the airspace there?
About an hour, 600 miles. They figured they were inside of Iran property, and it would take them about an hour to get out.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I must ask you. You heard the speech. What did you make of the Mr. Reagan speech?
Well, I have to say, Brett, I was very impressed with everything. This morning at the White House, when the Reagans came in and met the Carters, you know, it was the vanquished and the winner, and yet there was an affable feeling, friendliness. It's just great that the transition can go the way it does. There was no animosity whatsoever. There was a friendly feeling and a great spirit there. We rode down together, and for the most part, we talked about the hostages or that telephone conversation, and remarked about the crowds that were there, and who were the fellows in the red jackets, and we presume they were Boy Scouts who were acting as ushers along the line. Nothing really of international consequence other than the fact that we were talking about the hostages. The president's speech was very simplistic. I think he spoke to a constituency of America who really put him where he is, and I think his remarks were no doubt pleasing to him. He won't compromise, but politics is the art of compromise, so that was a very enjoyable day.
Thank you very much. Frank?
Okay, thank you very much, Britt and Speaker O'Neill. We're going to go right now to Ted Koppel downtown with more word on the hostages. Ted?
All right, Frank, if it's possible for this diverse nation of 226 million to have unanimity on anything, perhaps the time is now to give a unanimous hallelujah. And for the reason for that, let's go immediately to Peter Jennings in Frankfurt.
Ted, hallelujah indeed. Behzad Nabavi, the chief Iranian negotiator, has just confirmed that the Algerian aircraft carrying the hostages have left Tehran, and so does Iran's Berabad airport tower, confirming the American hostages finally are on their way. We don't know where they're going just yet. We hope Algiers. We've had some reports there may be a refueling stop at Ankara in Turkey or in Damascus. But it's ironic that I'm looking on at the moment at the Armed Forces television in Germany, and there's that big sign on the hospital at Wiesbaden saying, "Welcome back."
Peter,
that it should be correct, I must tell you, Ted, that Nabavi has said it, the Pars news agency has said it, the Tehran tower has said it. Unless there is the most ultimate manipulation, it has finally happened.
Peter, do you know precisely when they left? Did you get any indication from the...
No, Ted, I can tell you, we're just talking within minutes. I mean, that news has come to us within the last 3, 4, 5, 10 minutes at the most. And does it matter? The plane carrying them left, quoting Nabavi, quoting the Pars news agency. It doesn't come any more official, Ted, at this point.
All right, you're quite right, Peter. It really doesn't matter as long as they're airborne. As you heard Speaker O'Neill say a few moments ago, it's about 600 miles from 50 to 60 minutes to get them out of Iranian airspace. It is roughly a 3,000-mile trip to Algiers, if in fact that is where they are going. That would take them about 5 hours. So if they left within the last few minutes, sometime around 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock this afternoon, they should be landing in Algeria. We can't give it to you any harder than that. The hostages are on their way home. Frank?
Thank you, Ted. Thank you. I guess they're still in Iranian airspace, and I would deduct, although, as Peter Jennings rightfully pointed out, what difference does it make now that they probably left, well, who knows whether they left during the Carter administration or during the Reagan administration. It's hard to say, and we probably might not know for some time. The Speaker indicated that the telephone message that the president received in the car while riding up here with Governor Reagan, then Governor Reagan, indicated that they were going to fly to Athens and refuel, and then they said go on to Germany. But we can't really be sure that that is the precise route they'll follow. Anyway, we'll keep a very close watch on it. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 continues in a moment. Well, the sun has appropriately enough come out now and begun to shine once again on this beautiful capital city. I guess that's an indication of how the country feels, too, not merely about the inauguration of the new president, but about the glorious news that the American hostages on their 444th day of imprisonment, of kidnapping, have finally been released. And as Peter Jennings and Ted Koppel have reported a short while ago, they are on their way out of Iranian airspace. The Algerian planes have taken off with them, and sometime later on today we're going to get a glimpse of them landing somewhere, and we'll know then much more about them. But The major news, the important thing here is that they're free, they're gone. Thank God. Now, I want to turn to our two correspondents who are with me, our guests in the booth here, George Will and Sander Van Oker. Both of them have been observing and studying the import of the President's inaugural address. I must say to you, gentlemen, that I thought after the very gracious tribute to President Carter for his aid in the transition and for his service to the nation, that Ronald Reagan sounded very much like the candidate all over again. He went right into his basic political themes that carried him here. Isn't that true?
I think that's right. I think he thinks he won the election on that, and that he has a mandate, and that 44 states are out there watching to make sure that he's true to this. Conservatives always have a feeling that they're going to be betrayed at the last moment by
usually are.
That's why. And I think he re-inoculated 44 states today with pure Reaganism. It's said that he wrote this with his own hand on a long sheet of paper, such as you're using, Frank, on a flight to California, and I believe it. That was pure Reaganism. I think, in a way, he went across the country all fall saying, and it's one of a quote that he used often, the spirit of America is still there, ready to blaze into life. He believes that the kindling is dry, the country's basically healthy. It's an anti-malaise speech, frankly. He's saying the president got it wrong. This is a healthy country, and what we need to do is give it some oxygen by lifting the blanket of government.
I don't think the speech was as good as his acceptance speech in Detroit, but most inaugural addresses aren't very good. George and I were agreeing before that you've had about four. Jefferson's first, Lincoln's second, FDR's first, John F. Kennedy's first and only. The thing with Ronald Reagan, though, is this is a campaign speech, but you have to observe with Ronald Reagan the difference between rhetoric and what he actually does. Now, he believes this, absolutely. A man doesn't get to be 70 years old and not believe, doesn't know who he is. But in California, everybody who watched him in action out there heard what he said and saw what he did. Liberal abortion law, far-reaching environmental bill, wasn't going to go for withholding, eventually did, raised taxes. It's the kind of speech he believes in, but as everybody who comes to Washington observes, the kind of speech you make up there is quite different than when you're sitting in the White House. Kennedy used to say, sometimes he'd bore us to tears with this, that the Congress looks a good deal more powerful when you're sitting at that end of Pennsylvania Avenue than when you're sitting in it. And I think that it's going to be a little more hard to dismantle the government's hold on our lives than he may imagine.
George,
the great irony is that this is an activist government speech. As any conservative government coming in has to be one that says we have a lot of work to do. We have to use the powers of government. I was struck by the line where he says we must act today in order to preserve tomorrow, and let there be no misunderstanding, we are going to act beginning today. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some presidential orders on regulations coming out of the White House today. And he says from time to time we have been tempted to believe that society has become too complex to be managed. This is a managerial government of activists who think they have a big agenda of things to do.
Well, isn't there somewhat of a contradiction in that, George? I mean, his chief purpose seems to be to come in and dismantle the government. Dismantle is too strong a term, I know, but he does say, how many times have we heard him in the campaign? Government is not the solution, it's the problem, and the crowd would roar.
Oh, but Frank,
he said it today.
That's his political genius. It was with the political genius of his great idol, Franklin D. Roosevelt, to be all things to all men. And George is absolutely right. He is an activist conservative. All I'm arguing is when he comes to grip with that bureaucracy and the vested interest that a lot of people in this country, including big business, big labor, I sound like George Romney, all have in keeping the government to aid them. In other words, everybody's against all government programs except those that immediately benefit them. And Ronald Reagan, within 48 hours, is going to find out who they are.
I remembered and recalled as he was giving that speech and talking about government being the problem and not the solution, that at least during the '76 campaign, he used to have one of his applause lines was after denouncing the evils of OSHA, the Occupational Health and Safety Administration, and he would pick out some ludicrous thing requiring, 10 restrooms for 2 employees or something like that, you know. And he would then say that we're going to change all that when we get to the White House, and oh, there will be the screams of pain from the bureaucrats in Washington with their carpeted anterooms. And I often wondered, what did his people in Sacramento have? Linoleum on the floor?
No, they do wear hair shirts on the outside out there. But you know, the one thing about Ronald Reagan is, he is the oldest president to be sworn into office, and he knows who he is, and that's not a cliche. If you go back 50 years to the presidents we've had, many of them have not known who they were as human beings. FDR did, You want me to stop?
I do, Sandy, and thank you very much. You're very gracious, because we have more information from Ted Koppel, and I don't want to delay that at all. Ted?
Into, except, I guess my mic wasn't on. I'm in a position where I literally don't know what I'm leading into, except that I know that Peter Jennings has it. So let's go without further ado to Frankfurt and Peter.
Ted, we do have some further information, which I must tell you at the outset does confirm the suspicion you have carried in your breast for so long. The official news agency in Tehran, Pars, has just announced that at 1 minute past 9 Tehran time, 1 minute after Ronald Reagan was sworn in as president, a first aircraft carrying the Algerian doctors left Tehran airport. At 2 minutes after 9, a second aircraft left carrying the Algerian delegation. And at 3 minutes past 9 Tehran time, 3 minutes after Ronald Reagan became president, an aircraft carrying the hostages left Tehran airport. They were escorted through Iranian airspace as far as we know, but they are escorted at the moment by Iranian American-built F-4 Phantom.
Peter, we should also point out that there is an 8.5-hour time difference, so if you're thinking that that happened just after noon, it did not.
You're right, Ted.
The point that you're making, of course, is that it was just after President Reagan completed his inaugural address. It would have been at about 12:32, 12:33, and they were doing it deliberately. Frank, back to you on Capitol Hill.
What an incredible thing, Ted, that it happened just moments after the Carter administration passed from power and the Reagan people took over. The president, it's going to take a while to get these things sorted out. The former president has arrived at Andrews Air Force Base. You see the honor guard lined up there. There are rather elaborate and appropriate departure ceremonies scheduled for him. He will, we believe, fly to Germany to see the hostages. There had been some confusion about that earlier. There may still be, as far as I'm concerned, frankly. But our correspondent, Tom Jarrell, is at Andrews, and maybe you can shed some light on that. Tom, where is he going, to planes or to Germany?
Frank, we believe he is going to planes, but everything has been very much up in the air here. We've heard he's going first to planes, then return here tonight, perhaps, and go to Germany. We do know that the aircraft with Cy Vance, who is traveling to Frankfurt, has pulled away. They rushed Mr. Vance away from the VIP receiving line here with great urgency, and we believe he is boarding the aircraft that will take the special team of about 30 specialists to Germany to examine and debrief the hostages. Here is the former president, the former first lady. His staff and cabinet are here, his friends are here, and he is now taking a reviewing stand. Nearby is the honor guard, the bands, and they'll be sending him off to planes momentarily. Vice President and Mrs. Mondale sharing the reviewing stand. .21-gun salute for the former chief executive. See Rosalind standing facing the honor guard here at Andrews Air Force Base.
And Tom, I'm seeing on another monitor his successor in a room in the Capitol preparing to sign the first official document. Here is President Reagan.
I'm happy to be taking this action in this historic room, a sign of what I hope will be full cooperation between Congress and the executive branch. This is a memorandum for the heads of executive departments and agencies. And then, of course, will be implemented by the Office of Management and Budget.
He's signing the nominations for his cabinet officers, and it's just noteworthy to point out as you watch him affix his signature, he's signing at a table, I believe, that was first used by Abraham Lincoln. Now, I think we have seen him sign his first official document as president. Let's go back on out to Andrews Air Force Base, where former President Carter is preparing to get aboard Air Force One, not for the merely traditional flight home, but for the long journey that apparently will take him on to Germany and back. Yes, Tom. Go ahead, Tom.
Frank, President Carter is now reviewing the troops, the honor guard assembled here, but also in some distance away, which you can't see too clearly on camera, is the aircraft with former Secretary of State Cy Vance and a team of approximately 30 medical specialists who are about to leave to go to Frankfurt, Germany for the debriefing of the American hostages. Mr. Carter here receiving a formal send-off, a 21-gun salute first for the former chief executive, and now he is reviewing the troops. His cabinet, his senior staff, they're all here, and as they arrived here, we could tell that they knew what we learned moments later, that the hostages had indeed been freed. There was no sadness on their faces as they passed us here just a few moments ago. They were smiling because they had finally received the word that it was indeed a fact.
And what a great burden is lifted not only from the shoulders of Jimmy Carter, but from Ronald Reagan as well, who does not have to begin his presidency with this plague hanging over him, so to speak. Although I suspect it will be some time before the first order of the government of the United States is to restore normal, friendly relations with the Islamic Republic of Iran. I don't think that will be his first order of business, do you, George?
Sure.
How many times has he received similar salutes in the past 4 years? On and off that plane at airports all over the globe. Barbara, have any thoughts on this? The band strikes up.
Well, Frank, somewhat different thoughts. Just a moment or two ago, I telephoned Louisa Kennedy, who is the wife of now ex-hostage Moorhead Kennedy. And she is here in Washington at the State Department. She's been one of the spokesmen for the hostages' wives. And I said, Louisa, hallelujah, congratulations. And she said, for what? Has it happened yet? And I said, yes, it has. And we told her the news. Evidently, they weren't watching television, and the State Department had not told them. And this was how she got the news, was going to give it to the other wives, that her husband and the other husbands and sons were freed. She is going to have a fast press conference, and then we hope, if there is some time, and if she can collect her thoughts, come over here. She almost seemed in a daze. She keeps saying, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. And it was, I must say, very moving to us to be able to say, yes, it is so. Frank?
Thank you, Barbara.
President
Tom,
Carter
what's
at
happening there?
Andrews, Frank, has
Goodbyes
moved
now,
over to see the friends who have come to see him off. He has now very much had the farewell ceremony, and he is now saying some personal goodbyes to the lesser staff members and close personal friends that he has developed here in Washington during his 4-year stay. They've been kept behind the ropes. Out in front, there's a long red carpet where the official friends and dignitaries are waiting to send him off. But it feels almost like a campaign stop. President, former First Lady, former Vice President Mondale waving, smiling. They're in a good mood. There's no feeling here of being downcast or outcast. They are in a very upbeat mood, smiling, shaking hands, and they're glad to see these faces of people who have come to help ease this psychological transition for any chief executive.
George, you have a comment to make as we watch the president say goodbye to his staff members and friends that come out to see him?
Well, it's nice symbolism because he began, as all, I guess, presidential candidates begin, with a very small staff, very loyal to him, and they're loyal at the end, and that's the normal cycle of politics. It's also appropriate and very nice that the Mondales are there because one of the contributions that Jimmy Carter has made to American government, a lasting improvement, is to dignify the office of the vice presidency. Lord knows the president needs all the help he can get, and Mondale has been a great help to him. It's finally, it's very interesting that presidents really do have to go, in a sense. They can't stay around the city, even though in some ways it could be their home. It was never much of a home for Jimmy Carter. Woodrow Wilson said he must have been the last president to stay in Washington. He was a sick and broken man.
Broken man. An invalid. I don't mean to be irreverent, but the one thing that the presidents really miss is Air Force One. There is something about having that at your command that is unmatchable in any other kind of experience that you're going to have. And presidents think they can run the country from it, some try. And one thing it didn't work for Mr. Carter very well as was a campaign prop during the campaign. It just didn't invoke the symbolism it was supposed to.
But it is there's a rejuvenating process about it. A president can sit here and open the front page of the paper every day and see what a villain he is. He turns to the editorial page, and Herblock is had at him, and then he goes off. Oh, look at this. And he goes off to a foreign land, or even out into the country, and he's received with all the pomp. Ceremony. It's a reminder that he's president.
That's part of the problem, Frank.
Well, maybe.
They ought to read the editorial pages and look at Herblock cartoons a bit more. Frank, one of the things that occurs to me is he's getting up.
Here at Andrews Air Force Base, the lady who has just given a very warm embrace to President Carter is Anita Schaefer. Anita Schaefer is the wife of one of the hostages. And that certainly was one of the highlights, emotional highlights of the send-off. She gave Mr. Carter a very warm embrace, obviously thanking him for the job that he has done and getting her husband out safely.
That's the lady.
There are a lot of cabinet members here lining the red carpet, a lot of former major dignitaries in Washington, but there will be no one who Mr. Carter will be more pleased to have seen and to have embraced than that lady. He is moving down the red carpet now toward Air Force One for the flight to Plains, Georgia. He is saying goodbye to his cabinet members and to his friends and senior staff members. A couple of those staff members will be traveling with him to Georgia, but by and large, most will go back to their homes here in Washington and prepare themselves to return to regular life away from the power of government. The front ramp to this historic aircraft, which has been flying presidents since John F. Kennedy. This very same aircraft, which will now take Mr. Carter back to Plains, Georgia.
All right, thank you, Tom. We're not going to miss anything because so it'll be some time before the plane actually takes off, and not much is happening back at the Capitol here as yet. The Reagan luncheon in the Statuary Hall will take place shortly after he completes signing the proclamations, or the nominations, I should say, for his cabinet officers. But our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue after this message and a word from our local stations.
Please.
News live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues.
All right, we're back at the Capitol now, and President Reagan has finished signing the nominations for his cabinet officers to be formally submitted to the Senate. And I believe just before we came on that, was it Sam who was able to have a word with him about the hostage situation or not? I thought I heard him say something about crossing the border. And he probably, if I'm correct, he probably meant that he didn't want to say anything until he knew for certain that the hostages were across the border. Just to recap that for you once again, we have now been able to confirm from the PARS news agency and through our own sources, primarily Peter Jennings' contacts in working out of Frankfurt today, that the planes with the hostages took off, and we understand it happened at 3 minutes can you believe this, 3 minutes after Ronald Reagan took the oath of office at 12:03 or so Eastern Time here today. Mr. Reagan has now finished his first official act as president, signing those documents for submission to the Senate. All but 2 of his cabinet appointees have been confirmed by the Senate, and he will now move to Statuary Hall, where is he in there now? No, he's not in there yet. He's in the great rotunda of the Capitol. He will move into Statuary Hall for the luncheon, and for the first time we're going to be allowed in there too, that is the television cameras, for at least a portion of the luncheon. We'll get the toasts that I understand will be offered at the conclusion of the luncheon. There is a, he's a tourist, isn't he? Oh, look up there, Mr. President. It's quite a sight. It's quite a sight, and our intrepid director is going to take the challenge and take you right up there. Way to go, Mr. Forty. Oh, what a beautiful sight it is. The great rotunda. And on top of it, of course, the Statue of Freedom, or Freedom Triumphant, as the designer of the statue wanted to call her. Most people think the statue on top is an Indian. Actually, she's not. Well, he's waiting for the cue. You know, there's an elaborately prepared scenario for all their movements. Here is President Carter, former President Carter, standing on the steps of Air Force One, about to take off, and as Tom Gerald told us, heading for planes. And possibly taking off yet again today. He's getting an embrace inside there. Possibly taking off very soon, at any rate, for Germany to greet the hostages, not only as the representative of President Reagan, but as the president said to him yesterday, or as the then president-elect said to him, as a representative of the American people. I was telling you about this elaborate scenario. They have it all written out about the movements of people. They're supposed to go to this room, and then they will be escorted back to another room. And as you read the thing, it almost looks like the script for a Marx Brothers movie. You get the mental picture of people milling all around in the place. And it's really kind of funny. There are going to be some, how many guests? 87 of the select who will be invited to this luncheon. Sometimes this is held in the old Supreme Court chambers, but they've decided today to hold it in the Statuary Hall, which was the House of Representatives, the old House of Representatives. And he's talking now to Mark Hatfield and to Senator Howard Baker as he moves through Statuary Hall.
Hi.
Jim Wooten is down.
Mr. President?
We'll go to Jim. Jim? And Herb Kaplow?
Well, signed some nominations of cabinet members and signed a memorandum to Office of Management Budget, a thing that I'd promised to sign, putting a freeze on hiring of public employees. And if it never gets any tougher than this, it's a breeze.
Well, Mr. President, where are the hostages going?
Problem. How have you been kept informed of this? Does it require any action on your part now?
No. Both planes are airborne.
Where do you understand they're going, Mr. President?
The flight is to take them to Algiers, and where they change to American planes to go to Wiesbaden.
And you understand it took place on your watch?
What?
You understand it took place after you were inaugurated?
Well, the first plane was airborne at 12:33.
Mr. President, have you signed the 4 executive orders that still must be signed now to consummate the agreement with Iran? We're given to understand there are still some orders that the president must sign.
I had not been told of that. I thought that everything was in order, all the papers signed, and that's...
When did you first hear that the hostages were released?
Well, we heard that all this morning. The president told me that all the papers were signed, and the objections or the hold-up of the part of the bank had been removed. They were at the airport. The planes were at the end of the runway. And that was the final word until just following the ceremonies, in which we were told that the first plane was airborne at 12:33, and then 10 minutes later we...
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, word from the president himself.
Well, the president is going into Statuary Hall now, where he'll be dining on chicken, I'm told, one of his favorite meals, and a menu prepared by Senator Hatfield. Frank?
Thank you, Jim. Now we're going to go back downtown to our ABC News Bureau and headquarters there, and Ted Koppel. Ted?
All right, Frank. Well, if anyone was waiting for official confirmation, it doesn't come any more official than that. The new President of the United States making the announcement, or at least responding to reporters' questions and saying, yes, both planes are airborne. Yes, they are headed for Algiers. Yes, from Algiers, they will be going to Wiesbaden, West Germany, where everything is in preparation to await them and to take care of them. As you saw earlier, a few moments ago, the aircraft with former Secretary of State Cyrus Vance and a team of about 30 advance people has by now presumably already left Andrews Air Force Base on its way to Wiesbaden, West Germany. They will, of course, meet there. And what has been going on throughout all of this, because there had been no really official announcement, there could not be from the Carter administration, there had not been until President Reagan made it just a couple of minutes ago, of the fact that both aircraft are airborne. What has been going on right now is that officials at the State Department have been on the phones to families of the hostages and have been telling them that the aircraft are airborne. What we'd like to do now is to go to one of those families, the family of Air Force Captain Paul Needham. They are in Omaha, Nebraska, and with them is our correspondent, Tom Schell. Tom?
Well, Ted, the Needhams have been waiting for the last 48 hours very, very nervously here, not wanting to get keyed up, and we now have the information that we got it officially here 15 minutes ago, and of course we've heard President Reagan say it, and this is Mrs. Needham's birthday, and she could not have asked for anything more. She's been asking for this for 444 days. Mrs. Needham, how do you feel?
Wonderful.
Only wonderful?
Oh, very wonderful. Okay.
The call came from the State Department, and you have been smiling with us around here for the last 3 days. And I never saw anybody's face beam as it did when that State Department call
There's a reason now, see. There's a reason. Yeah.
Do you now really believe it? You said a
You know,
while
I
ago
think I do. I think it's beginning to sink in. I do. Now I want to see him.
What do you expect to say to him when he calls you?
Oh, heaven, I don't know. But I'll say it, whatever it is.
Mr. Needham, what did the State Department say to you?
They said that they had taken off from Iran and that they would call us back when they were out of Iranian airspace and under our control.
Ted, I think that's about it from here in Omaha. The Needhams are waiting. They did get their telephone call, and I think the next one they're waiting for may come in 5 or 6 hours from Algiers.
Thank you very much, Tom Schell. Let me just bring you up to date very quickly on the time span that's likely to take place now. As you heard, the planes left roughly about 12:30 Eastern Time, that is our time, and it takes about 5 hours to get to Algiers. So they should be arriving at about 5:30 in the afternoon there. They would probably be in Algiers for about an hour and a half, and from then on to Frankfurt, West Germany, and they would be there about 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Now let's go to Peter Jennings in Frankfurt. Peter?
Ted, I was listening to you talk about the State Department advising families to show you how fast news travels. Even here, we've learned of the families being advised. Johnny McKeel's family in Bell Spring, Texas, got a call. We heard about it here moments later. Frankfurt is already a hive of activity at Rhein-Main Air Force Base. The C-9 Nightingale Medivac aircraft have had the caps taken off their engines, and they are firing up their engines. They have been told that the flight plan is still for Algiers. We have a correspondent on the flight line, so let us go there now to the flight line at Rhein-Main Air Force Base.
Here at Rhein-Main, the C-9s are standing by. The lights are on in the cockpit. The doors are closed. They've taken the caps off the engines, and it looks like they're ready to go.
Thank you very much. Have they actually got on board? Lost contact briefly with Keith Shaw, who's on the flight line at Rhein-Main. And we also have a phone call in from Tehran as quickly as we can, but we'll go back to you in the meantime, Ted.
All right, Peter, thank you very much. I would like to point out that at the moment we do not have visual satellite communications with West Germany. Hopefully that will be coming up a little bit later in the afternoon, but we will, of course, continue to go by voice contact to Peter Jennings, who will bring us up on the very latest details there. This intertwining of stories continues as they wend their way into history together. The release of the hostages and, of course, the inauguration of the new President Ronald Reagan. It's time to go back to that aspect of the story. Here's Frank Reynolds on Capitol Hill.
Thank you, Ted, and thank you, Peter. Actually, the next event up here is the ceremonial luncheon that the President will give, but the really next event, as we see, is Air Force One standing on the ramp there, or on the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base, and it begins the movement on down the runway. Tom?
Here at Andrews Air Force Base, Frank, former President Carter and his family aboard the plane. It is at the taxi position, getting ready to fly him back to Plains. And we are standing here with Mrs. Thomas Schaefer. Her husband is a hostage, a former hostage, I guess we might say. And as Mr. Carter was boarding this aircraft for the flight to Plains, Mrs. Schaefer was standing in the receiving line, and they had a most emotional and warm embrace as the former president was leaving. She was among the first to actually have a chance to talk to him since the news came that the hostages definitely had been released. We're here now with Mrs. Thomas Schaefer, whose husband, an Air Force colonel, was the senior military man among the hostages. What, madam, did you say to the president, former president, and what did he say to you in that moment at the base of the ramp?
There was a very personal conversation, but basically he told me officially that my husband was in the air, he was safe, and that he would be with him tomorrow morning, and the rest of it was very personal. I thanked him for his support.
He said he would be with your husband tomorrow morning?
Yes, yes.
And how do you feel, you personally, about the news?
I'm excited. I've been worried that something might happen again, so I'm very happy.
Those worries are gone now.
Yes, 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 yes. Wonderful.
Thanks very much for talking with us.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, too, Mrs. Schaefer. Well, we have somewhere that former Vice President Mondale will go to Germany with former President Carter in order to greet the hostages, and we've just had the best information yet from Mrs. Schaefer, who talked with Mr. Carter, who said that he intends to see her husband tomorrow morning. So that confirms that he will, after going to plane, will go on to Germany. Well, here is what's happening now and what is due to happen later on. The luncheon at the Capitol, we're framing this over the great rotunda, the interior. Then the inaugural parade, which is supposed to last about an hour, but probably will go longer than that. And then tonight, 9 or 10 inaugural balls, depending on your count. And we understand that the Reagans will probably try to make almost all of them. So their activities for the day are by no means over. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 continues in a moment. Back here at the Capitol, and I've been joined by a very distinguished guest, and are we glad to see this young man. This is Tony Cook. And Tony is the brother of Don Cook, who was the vice consul of the American embassy in Tehran. Tony came to the inauguration, but he came wandering up here to our ABC News booth to try to find out the latest information. Is that right, Tony?
That's right.
Well, now you know.
Yes, I do.
How old are you, son?
I'm 20.
20, and how old is your brother? He's obviously your older
25.
brother. Well, you must feel just pretty great now, don't you?
I feel terrific.
Have you talked to your folks?
Not yet, no.
Did you have that terrible feeling last night that so many of us shared, that maybe something would still go wrong at the last second?
I just didn't know.
Yeah, kind of numb, huh? What do you do, Tony? Are you in school?
No, not right now.
Well, tell me, have you had much contact or much information from your brother?
Virtually nothing at all. The Christmas message is the only thing we've gotten since the rescue mission.
Since the rescue mission, you've not had any mail?
Nothing.
Before that, did you have any?
Yes, directly before we got a Red Cross telegram.
But since then, you've had no direct communication. Now, you did see your brother, though, in the Christmas
Yes, we did.
film. How did he, what kind of an impression did you get from seeing him? Did he look up or down, or were you worried about him?
He, no more than usual, less than usual.
Really? Did he say anything? I can't recall now.
What he said was that he wished us all a Merry Christmas and that he didn't really have anything else to say.
How long had he been in Tehran, do you know?
Well, let's see, he had been in for about 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months. Could you tell whether he'd lost weight or whether there was any change in his appearance?
He seemed to have lost a little weight, and since Easter he's all shaved up real nice and he's got his hair cut.
Well, Tony, he's on a plane right now.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. And we're very, very privileged to be able to confirm that for you. Why don't you go call your folks?
I'll do that.
Thank you, Tony. The brother of Don Cook, a vice consul of the American embassy in Tehran, who is at this moment on his way out of Iranian airspace. Maybe they're already gone. President Reagan said they left, what, Sandy, about 12:30, 30 minutes or so?
12:30. He said that the first plane was off at 12:30. You know, it's very, very marvelous that they are, because the fact is, I don't believe we have a Secretary of State this afternoon.
I guess not.
We do not.
Well,
he has signed the documents.
Yes.
Senator Proxmire is asking for a roll call vote on those cabinet officers that have been approved by the respective committees. Two haven't yet, Samuel Pierce and Raymond Donovan. But now there will be an orderly transition and no leftover problems for General Haig's team at the State Department.
George?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we are, for about the next 24 or 48 hours, going to have great unanimity about this issue, and then you're going to have one of the great arguments of modern American history.
Yes.
There'll be a lot of assignment of blame and investigation, and there probably should be, but so the glow will fade.
Well, yes, the glow will fade, but for the moment, by heaven, I think we're going to just bask in the glow and enjoy it. Tony, I forgot to ask you, do you have brothers and sisters, other brothers and sisters?
Lots of them. Seven of them.
7 of them?
That's right.
Are they all, you're in Ellicott City, Maryland, is that your home?
That's right. Yes, it is.
And are they all there? Are they scattered around?
Well, I'm here.
You're here.
And
you know where
my
your
parents
big
are in
brother
Memphis right now. I know where my big brother is.
Yes.
And we're all going to be gathering real soon.
You see your father drinking champagne this morning on television?
No, I missed that.
You better get back and have some before it's gone.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Tony, and congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Really great news.
This...
Let's see what's happening now. Oh, the luncheon at, well, we're going to go out to Andrews Air Force Base, to Tom Jarrow, who I believe is talking to former Secretary of State Muskie. Tom, go ahead.
Mr. Former Secretary of State Edmund Muskie is with us here at Andrews Air Force Base. Certainly your department, the State Department, Mr. Muskie, worked many, many long hours, many months on the hostage situation to finally bring it to its conclusion. How do you feel today as the chief representative of that department, whose job we might say is well done?
Well, the joy of the moment sort of offsets the sense of loss one gets when leaving a challenging job like this. So it's been a rather perfect day, in balance. The gains are more than the losses. To have these people who become an inseparable part of my life, people I've never met, and I feel as close to them as I feel to my own family and friends. And so I'm anxious to see them, to welcome.
You'll have a chance to see them yourself.
Yes, I will. I look forward to that.
You'll be traveling with Mr. Carter to West Germany.
Yes. We'll leave here, I think, tentatively around 8 p.m. tonight. Get there in the wee hours of the morning, but we're used to that.
How did the word finally reach you that it was done? They were safely in the air and leaving.
While we were standing in the receiving line here for President Carter out here at Andrews, we've... Secretary Brown, of course, has direct contact, and he kept us abreast of the movements over there. So we learned when the first plane took off, and of course one doesn't know which plane held the hostages. And then just before the president arrived, we got word that the second plane was in the air and our people were free.
Do you think the Iranians are cynical enough to have held the hostages to this late moment just in spite for President Carter?
I think that's a possibility, but I think I'd rather let them indulge that sort of thing, and we'll indulge in the joy of the moment of having our people here.
Thank you, Mr. Muskie, for a distinguished job as Secretary of State and a good job on the hostages. Frank?
Thank you, Tom. And I think former Secretary of State Muskie summed it up rather well. He is departing government service after all these years, first as governor of Maine, and, well, I guess he was a state representative, too, wasn't he? A state senator, then governor of Maine, then senator, and finally Secretary of State. And he said that even though he's leaving government service today, ending his public career, the gains outweigh the losses. And by the gains, of course, he means the freedom of the hostages. Now, we are going to continue with our coverage of Inaugural 81 and all the other news today after this message and a word from our local stations. We're back at the Capitol. You can see behind me there, the workmen are already beginning to dismantle the president's platform because the ceremony is all over. Right now, President Reagan and 86 other people are inside Statuary Hall in the Capitol here. They're having a private luncheon. Our cameras have been very graciously and politely asked to depart the premises. But we will be able to go back in later on for the toasts at the conclusion of the luncheon, but we're not going to be in there now to see them enjoying their let's see, chicken piquant and, well, I'm sure California wines. But then, anyway, they'll have a nice lunch. And when it's all over, why, they'll have a toast, and we'll go inside for the toast to see that. Now, while Ronald Reagan is beginning to savor we might call it the elegance of the presidency, it has not always been that way for this man, whom we described at the very outset of this program as a son of Illinois. So we want to go back now to Illinois to tell you from whence he came. And Jim Hickey has this report.
I've been upstairs on the phone trying to get a hold of two celebrations, two parties that are going on. One in Tampico, Illinois, where I was born, and one in Dixon, Illinois, where I grew up. I've got two hometowns. So to all of them, thank you to back there in the hometown. Thank you all.
This is one of those hometowns, tiny Tampico, Illinois, as it looked in 1911, the year Ronald Reagan was born. Reagan spent much of his first 9 years here in Tampico, a town that hasn't changed much in 70 years. The story is told that when Reagan was still a chubby infant, his father said he makes an awful lot of noise for a little bit of a fat Dutchman, and the nickname Dutch stuck. Dutch Reagan soon lost that baby fat and grew into a trim, streamlined youngster given to athletic games. Good friend and school chum Vern Dennison remembers Dutch was always the sheriff when they played Cowboys and Indians. The families were poor then, and Vern says Dutch and the other kids improvised as they played in a park along the railroad tracks.
We didn't have knives or six-shooters, but we'd go around behind all the old grocery stores and get the rotten bananas and lemons and oranges and then have a battle. So the garbage collection wasn't any problem in those days.
Up the road in nearby Dixon, Illinois, the other hometown, Reagan's personality developed. Here were the beginnings of Reagan the athlete, Reagan the actor, and Reagan the politician. The family moved here in 1920, living, among other places, in this house on Hennepin Street. Townspeople say young Dutch was a popular and active teenager. He was elected Dixon High student body president in 1928. For 7 years, Reagan was a lifeguard in Lowell Park along the Rock River, north of town, where he saved 77 lives. Fred Moore is one of them.
Undertow took me under the raft. Last I can remember is just laying on the bottom, just floating away. Well, next thing I remember is on the shore here was coming to. Reagan was right there with me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here today myself.
Athlete Reagan also played tackle on the Dixon High football team. The 28 yearbook says Dutch was one of the strong factors that year and certainly had the true Dixon spirit. Teammate Barney Koss remembers that spirit.
He was always out patting the fellows on the back. Let's go. Let's knock them down. Let's win this game. Let's not horse around. And that's the kind of a fellow Reagan was.
These were also the years Reagan began to develop the talent that would make him world famous, acting. He was the star of several high school plays. 84-year-old B.J. Fraser was his advisor and drama coach.
If you presented him, gave him a character in a play, he wanted to know about that character. Who is he? What does he do? Why does he think this way?
Now, more than half a century later, B.J. has his most important advice for his most famous student as he becomes president of the United States.
In any decision that you make or any judgment that you're cooking up, think first of the people.
Jim Hickey, ABC News, Dixon, Illinois.
Well, that's very good advice for a future president to have, or any of us, I guess. But it's particularly poignant that it comes today from Ronald Reagan's first drama instructor. From that relatively modest beginning in Tampico and Dixon, Illinois, He, of course, went on to become a radio sportscaster, recreating, I'm told, with a good deal of imagination, wire service accounts of baseball games at which he was not present, where he would simply take the ticker and go on to describe the hits and the runs and so forth, and raise his voice, and when a hit was actually made, and get hysterical when the home run was hit in the last of the ninth with 2 outs and so forth. Never, of course, seeing any of this at all, but just recreating it. So that took a certain amount of acting ability. And he went on to Hollywood and, of course, became very famous there as an actor. And also in Hollywood, he achieved a certain measure of affluence. An even more elegant life, however, awaits him now, although his salary will be not quite so great as it once was. But Ron Miller has this report on all the joys there are of being a president.
When George Washington borrowed money to get to his own inauguration, he had no idea how the rewards of the presidency would change. Because when this music was popular, the notion was that the presidency would defy the aura of royalty, the trappings of nobility. But then change is part of the republic. Presidents now do at times appear regal. Certainly when they receive a visitor, the welcome is in what you'd call down home. Pomp and ceremony tempt every president. They're part of the president's perks. The little extras that go with the office. It pays $200,000 a year and has a $50,000 expense account. There are 132 rooms at the White House for a first family to wander through, 18 acres to romp on. It costs about $2 million a year to maintain the president's rent-free but definitely first-class home. There are chefs to prepare the cuisine. You can't simply call it food. Fragrance and elegance are provided by staff florists. In fact, there are 75 people who just keep things together for the first family, taking care of the pool, the bowling alley, the theater, the tennis courts, the library. But should the president find the White House confining, he can slip away to the country, Camp David. 150 acres of tranquility, assured by the fact that even reporters aren't permitted to spoil the atmosphere. Helicopters normally take the president to and from Camp David. Everybody knows about Washington traffic. The president has all kinds of transportation he never has to wait for. Some for long hauls, some for short, but always under the protection of the Secret Service. Presidents also don't have to wait for theater tickets if they go out for the evening. They don't even have to wait for snow for a winter lawn party. If the real stuff isn't available, they simply have it made. A president can ask for anything. A treehouse for a child, or an evening of entertainment. Today, it all comes with the title, Mr. President. This is Ron Miller.
Thank you, Ron. And there are certain comforts and privileges and perquisites that also accompany the title of First Lady. And Barbara Walters will be talking about all that in just a moment. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 continues in a moment.
Down the road a piece from the Capitol, down Pennsylvania Avenue is where I am, Barbara Walters, in front of the White House and in front of the reviewing stand, where in a short time we're going to have a very gala, but short and snappy parade we're here. And a moment ago we heard about the perks that a president has. I would like to just add that an ex-president also continues to have some benefits. Jimmy Carter will get $69,630 as an annual pension. It's the same as a cabinet member gets. He'll receive $150,000 for the first 30 months after his office to pay for his staff, and $96,000 a year thereafter. He will have Secret Service to protect him around the clock for the rest of his life. And Amy Carter will have Secret Service protection until she is 16. She's going to be going to private school in Americus, Georgia. And one more thing, the ex-president will be entitled to send mail without postage. Jimmy Carter, of course, saying that he's going to settle down in Plains and write. And Walter Mondale saying that he's going to continue in public life, not too sure yet what he's going to be doing. Well, that's the presidents and ex-presidents. What about first ladies? We've had different kinds of first ladies who wanted to be very active, as Rosalind Carter was. First ladies, perhaps like Nancy Reagan, who said that her greatest joy has been being a wife and mother, although now she's talking more about, her press secretary told us today that she can't wait to get into the White House, and where there is more substance to her life, that she's going to be active in the foster grandparents program, and she'd like to do something to alleviate drugs and alcohol from the life of teenagers. Well, who is this woman, Nancy Reagan? What is her background? It really is quite interesting and quite unusual. Here it is. Nancy Davis Reagan was born Anne Frances Robbins in 1923, but everyone called her Nancy. Her mother, a former actress, married Dr. Loyal Davis when Nancy was 6. He adopted her, and she took his name. As Nancy Davis, she had a brief career in the movies, which she happily gave up to marry actor Ronald Reagan. Nancy's last film, Hellcats of the Navy, was the only one in which she co-starred with her husband. She played his fiancée in the 1956 story about a submarine operation in World War II.
You knew I was fresh out of a bad marriage when we met. I wanted to be sure this time, so we played it safe. Until I knew that you were Mr. Right.
The Reagans have 2 children, Patty, 28, and Ron, 22. Reagan also has 2 children from his former marriage to actress Jane Wyman, Maureen, 40, and Michael, 34. Nancy has devoted her life to being the wife of Ronald Reagan. She's usually in agreement with her husband on every issue. Her intimates say she's finally reached her ultimate goal.
Our President-elect Reagan and his lovely wife, Nancy.
A very gracious and charming new First Lady, as indeed is also the wife of the Vice President, Barbara Bush. All 4 of the Reagan children are here, and the 5 Bush children are here celebrating with their parents. There's been a good deal going on in Washington this weekend, and there is perhaps no keener observer of the Washington scene than the Washington Post columnist Sally Quinn. Sally's been looking around and is prepared to give us some of her views as she sees it.
Well, Barbara, I think one of the most ironic things about the Reagans coming to Washington is that after Watergate, with all of the movies and the books that were written and seen about Washington, and people started writing novels and it became very glamorous, they began to call it Hollywood on the Potomac. And movie stars came to Washington to see political celebrities, people who had just started becoming celebrities after Watergate and after Washington suddenly became popular. And it seems to me now that the myth of Hollywood on the Potomac has indeed become a reality, with Ronald Reagan, a former actor, and Nancy Reagan, an actress, moving into the White House. When I was watching the ceremony today, I thought this could be a Ronald Reagan movie. And Washington, and indeed, has become Hollywood.
Sally, when you say that it has become Hollywood, is that necessarily bad, you know, to have the glamour and the elegance and the opulence and some of the excitement? In part, there's been a feeling that maybe Jimmy Carter lost because it was too austere, too grim a scene.
I think you're absolutely right. I don't say that meaning it's bad or good. I'm not being judgmental about it. I just noticed that it's different. I think that the styles between the Carters and the Reagans are extraordinary. I remember 4 years ago, I covered the Carter inaugural. I was a pool reporter, and on inauguration night, I went around with the Carters, and instead of using a limousine, they rode around in a mustard-colored Chevrolet, and people were really disappointed. There'd be all these sirens and escort cars, and suddenly this little mustard-colored Chevrolet would go by, and people would say, "Oh no, why doesn't he ride in a limousine?" And he'd go to the inaugural balls, and they'd play Georgia on My Mind instead of Hail to the Chief, and Rosalind wore her inaugural ball gown from when he was inaugurated as governor of Georgia for sentimental reasons instead of a beautiful new dress. And I think people were really disappointed. Now, if they have in fact asked for something else, they have really gotten a change.
Sally, Sandra Van Oker.
Hi.
How are you? Listen, I was listening to what you were saying before, just now about this, but isn't it true that what we who stay in Washington, and God help the country, become arbiters of what's taste and what isn't it really with this crowd, just as the crowd before and every crowd that comes, that we're just kind of salivating because it's fresh meat, new stuff to write about?
Well, there is no question about that. I think that certainly the press is probably the least disappointed group of people that there is a new administration here, because it's a whole new group to write about. Even though most of the press, most reporters have admitted that they voted for Jimmy Carter, I think that there's a state of exhilaration among people in Washington, because there's a whole new group. There are new members of the administration, new people to learn about, new things to write. And I think that at some point, once the honeymoon is over, things will start to get less pleasant than they are now, and people will start picking out certain people who are going to be the good guys and certain people who are going to be the bad guys. And I think that the Reagans' sense of opulence and grandeur and their whole style that they've adopted, and which seems to be what the country wants now, otherwise they wouldn't have voted for them, I think that's going to tend to come into criticism a little bit.
Will the Californians enjoy it here? It's a rather beige city compared to where they come from.
Say that again?
Will the Californians enjoy it here? This is, after all, a city. Color it beige.
I think that they're going to love it, and I think they're going to do very well here. One of the biggest problems with the Carter people was that they came in and they had run against Washington. They were Georgians, and they were anti-Washington. They bragged about it, and they sort of closed the wagons around them. They sort of encircled themselves, and they never went out, and they never got out around the town, and they kept saying, we're not here to enjoy ourselves, we're here to run the government. And what it seems to me they never quite got was that the government is the representative of the people. I mean, the Congress, the Senate, the lobbyists, the lawyers, all of those people, even the press, come from all over the country. Those are Washington, and they represent the rest of the country. I think that the Reagan people have come in with a totally different attitude, possibly because so many of the people in the new Reagan administration are sort of holdovers from past administrations, from the Nixon people and the Ford people. So they've been around and they know Washington, they know how things operate, and they understand how important it is to get along with Washington, to make it with the Washingtonians, because if you come in and you say, I'm not going to use Washington, it's like a general walking in and saying, I'm the general, I'm not going to use the soldiers. You've got to have the city and the apparatus and the establishment working with you.
Thank you, Sally, very much. Sally Quinn of the Washington Post. And of course, what we're talking about is really two philosophies. When Jimmy Carter came here, it seemed to be a time for some austerity, and we seem to have had enough of the hoopla and the opulence. And now it's almost a different economic mood. I mean, we want things to be better. We want to feel that people can do better financially, and it shows in all of the different symbols of the Reagan people. Sally talked about the California people. They're having a great time. We hope to have shortly with us one of the closest friends of Ronald Reagan, and you may remember her as movie actress Benita Granville. She's now Mrs. Jack Rather, and her husband is a member of the kitchen cabinet, and they've just been having a marvelous time the last few days. Well, of course, this is one part of the story, but the other part of the story, and the one which has us all, no matter what we do, so excited and a little tearful, is the hostage story. Oh, I am asked to remind you that tonight, while I'm still talking about the gala part of it, we're going to be covering the balls from 11:30 to 12:30 tonight. There are 8 of them, and a youth ball, which makes 9, and Sally's going to be helping us cover those balls tonight, and I will be there as well. Now, as we said, to the other story, the hostage story, and Ted Koppel will bring us up to date on that. Ted.
Thank you, Barbara, and incidentally, I suspect we'll have a few things to say about the hostages at 11:30 tonight also. It is now possible, in fact, it is probable, that the hostages are out of Iranian airspace. They left, as we now know, about an hour and 15 minutes ago. It was to have taken them somewhere between 50 minutes and an hour to get out, so theoretically they are on their way to Algeria. Whether they will be stopping first in Athens, I'm not quite clear. But to bring us up to date on all those details, let's go now once again to our desk in Frankfurt and ABC's Peter Jennings. Peter?
Well, Ted, you've already discovered today how bad I am at mathematics, but let me tell you that at the moment, using Eastern Standard Time, the time that you were on, Algeria is presently gearing up for an arrival of the hostages there at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and a very possible arrival, according to military sources here in Frankfurt, of 04:30 a.m. Frankfurt time, which would, I know, Ted, be 10:30 p.m. your time, just as those inaugural balls in Washington are getting underway. We're still unclear about the flight plan itself from Tehran, though Iran Tower told us just a few moments ago that it was Ankara, Algiers, the same route that the Algerian 727s took as they went into Tehran to pick up the hostages. We now know, too, that the last sound, all 52 Americans, we're told, all 52 got on board. The last sound they heard as they left Tehran Airport was Allahu Akbar, God is great, down with America, and down with Reagan, shouted by Revolutionary Guards surrounding their aircraft, according to a colleague of ours I just talked to in Tehran a few minutes ago. Here in Frankfurt, the C-9 Nightingale Medivac aircraft still have a flight plan filed for Algiers. They have not left the ground. The caps are off their engines, the lights are on in their aircraft on the other side of this enormous international airport, and so we are very much on standby, and we do know, as you know, that they are heading for Algiers. We do not know exactly which route they will take, but tonight, during those inaugural balls, Americans may see the 52 in freedom. Ted?
Thank you very much, Peter. Of course, now the focus is, to a very large degree, on the families of the hostages and their hours of rejoicing now. You would be forgiven, I suppose, if you thought that by now we all have the names of these hostages memorized. I don't. Let me read you now a little bit about the man to whose family we're going to go next. Cook Donald T., 25 years old, from Memphis, Tennessee, single. His parents are Ernest and Susan. He has 7 brothers and sisters. He was the vice consul at the embassy. That meant he was responsible for issuing visas. Now he's responsible for only one thing, and that is getting home to his family. Our own Rebecca Chase is with the family right now with his mother, Susan Cook. Becky?
Ted, we are here in the home of the Cooks, and if you can believe it, Professor Cook has gone to school today to teach his regular classes. But we have just seen the Cook's son, Tony, in Washington with Frank Reynolds, so indeed it is a bit of a family reunion. Just minutes ago, the phone rang and Mrs. Cook answered it, and I heard her say, "I believe it now, it's official." Mrs. Cook, tell us about that phone call.
Well, everybody's been asking me for several days now if I believe it, and I told them I would believe it when I heard it from the State Department, and just as soon as I did hear it from the State Department. So I'm convinced now that it's for real, and it's wonderful. I can't explain, I can't describe how I feel.
For days you've been saying that you feel like you've been holding your breath. Are you breathing easier now?
Well, I'm still excited, and I'm not sure I'm breathing easier, but it's a different kind of thing, and it's very happy excitement.
Yesterday, your husband kiddingly told us that when he saw his son, he expected his first words to be, "Donald who?" What do you think the first words of your son will be to you?
I couldn't imagine. I think he's just going to be so happy to see everybody, and it's going to be a while before anybody gets a word in edgewise. There's going to be so much excitement when we get together, and a lot of hugging and kissing, I'm sure. And
you must understand that this is a family with 8 children.
Right.
So it is going to be indeed a big family reunion.
It's an extended family.
You know, Mrs. Cook, this is Ted Koppel in Washington. You're being a little modest. You remember you were on with us last Friday night, and at that point I asked you what your mother's instinct told you. You remember what you told me then?
I told you that this was it, yeah.
And you were right.
Right. I'm glad I was right.
I am too. Now tell me, what is the State Department telling you in terms of what you ought to do, and are you following their advice? Are you going to stay home, or are you going to go over to Germany? What's the schedule, the chronology for you now?
Well, on the phone call, they said that they would call later in the afternoon and give us the itinerary of the planes and everything, and I imagine they'll take it one step at a time and tell us just exactly what to expect. Our plans are not to go to Wiesbaden. We never did plan on going to Wiesbaden. We will meet Donald in Washington with the rest of the families.
All right, that is the plan then, for all of you to come to Washington and gather here, and what are you going to do here?
Well, I don't know about some of the other families. Some of them may decide to go to Wiesbaden, but personally, my husband and I will meet Donald in Washington, and we've been told we will be taken to an undisclosed location, and we'll have a one evening reunion with Donald before the media get to us, and then it'll be about 3 days of media attention and meetings with government officials and ceremonies and who knows what all, and then after that we'll be able to get away for our own private family reunion.
God save us all from the media. How long is it going to be before he comes back here? Do you know how long they're going to hold the former hostages in Frankfurt?
Oh, I like that word, former.
I do too.
Well, we've been told it'll be 5 to 7 days. Nothing definite as yet, but as I said, the State Department is going to call us later today again, and they will inform us what's going on.
After 444 days, those 5 to 7 days will be like falling off a log, won't they?
Right.
Okay, Mrs. Cook, thank you very much for letting us share in your joy a little bit, and what can we say? Good luck. I'm delighted for you, as I know we all are.
Thank you.
We're going to go now to our diplomatic correspondent, Barry Dunsmore, who's over at the State Department. Barry?
Ted, we've had somewhat different kind of reaction here at the State Department to the release of the hostages from two people who've been very visible over the past year. Mrs. Louisa Kennedy, who has been the spokesman for the Family Liaison Action Group, and Mrs. Catherine Keogh, who was the president of that group. Both had husbands who were hostages for the past 14 months. Mrs. Kennedy looked me in the eye a short time ago and she said, "I am numb. I simply do not believe it. It's not because I'm holding back. I simply am incapable of accepting it." And then she said that she found it revolting that the Iranians had pulled our chain, as it were, for the last moment and not allowed word to come from the plane that everyone was safe and sound. That word, of course, has since come. Mrs. Keogh, on the other hand, was very eloquent on the need to decompress, her need to decompress, as well as the need of her husband. Ted?
All right, Barry, thank you very much indeed. It is our understanding that Algerian officials took quite literally a head count as the hostages came aboard the plane in Tehran, that the results of that head count are being telegraphed or radioed ahead to Algiers. So if there is any doubt whatsoever about the number, there isn't at the moment. There doesn't appear to be any doubt, but they have quite literally, they're counting toes and fingers at this point. And at the moment, everything looks wonderful. It appears that they are out of Iranian airspace right now and headed either directly or indirectly toward Algiers. Let's go back now to the inaugural events and to my colleague Barbara Walters, who is in Lafayette Park overlooking the White House and Pennsylvania Avenue. Barbara?
Thank you very much, Ted. And you know, when you talk about the media, we're all supposed to be so cool and calm, and yet as we see the families of the hostages, and you expressed it so well, I think we all feel emotionally involved ourselves. Some of them have become friends of ours because we have talked to them so much, and even though we're talking to them again today, it's with the greatest of pleasure. We'll be back with the inauguration ceremonies. Our coverage of the Inauguration 81 continues in a moment.
Live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues. This portion brought to you by the General Foods family of fine products, pleasing you and your family for over 50 years. Products like Maxwell House, Post Cereals, and Kool-Aid Mix.
There are about 500,000 people in this country who received this nice, beautiful white card with the gold emblem that said, "The Presidential Inaugural Committee requests the honor of your presence to attend and participate in the inauguration of Ronald Wilson Reagan as President of the United States of America and George Herbert Walker Bush as Vice President of the United States of America." Approximately 400,000 of these were for souvenirs. 100,000 of them were for real. And I don't think anybody received these invitations with more pride and pleasure than about a dozen couples from California known as the kitchen cabinet of Ronald Reagan, his closest friends. The men and women, especially the men who 16 years ago said to Ronald Reagan, "You know, you should run for governor." And these couples, it's really quite sweet and remarkable, have remained very close, the women particularly close friends of Mrs. Reagan's. One of them who is with us now is someone who is very familiar to me and very familiar to a great many of you. We remember her from the movies as Benita Granville. Benita Granville married Jack Rather, who was a very successful producer. They produced the Lassie series, among others, and Mr. and Mrs. Jack Rather are among the closest friends of now President. How's it feel? President and Mrs. Ronald Reagan.
I'm going to say what Barbara Bush and Nancy Reagan said. Barbara, I'm so happy to be here.
You really are happy. There is for 10 or 12 couples to be that close and intertwined is unusual.
You know, Barbara, we've worked for a great many years, for 16 years, and we all said today we can't believe it. I've spent most of the day in tears. It's really so inspiring. It's been an inspiring day. I thought of exciting and fantastic, but that's not the word. It's inspiring.
I want to ask you a question because I just said a moment ago, just before we get on the air, I said, Mrs. Rather, I'm going to ask you a question and I know you can handle it. Look, there are also those people who say, but you're all so rich and you all spend so much money for clothes, and gee, isn't there something about a country now with the economy the way it is, and isn't it perhaps a bad sign? And I know that you've been asked this before.
I've been asked it before, and I feel I'm qualified to answer, Barbara. I don't think it's a bad sign. First of all, the Reagans have friends in all economic stratas. They're not just confined to rich friends. But our husbands, all of these men in the kitchen cabinet, have worked very hard for many, many years. Most of them are self-made men. And it's very interesting. Earl Jorgensen Steel, he started as a poor boy who came over from Denmark. Holmes Tuttle in the car business. He started with one tiny little agency. My husband, while everyone thinks that he came from Texas and was in the oil business, he really started after he got out of the Marine Corps with really very little. And he's built up a fantastic company. I'm proud of that. That's what America's all about.
You know, that is, I don't want to wave the flag, but a lot of people do say, well, that's the American philosophy. Why shouldn't we be proud of it? Why should we be embarrassed?
And we're not ashamed of it. We really aren't.
Tell me what you've been doing. For example, what happened today? You went to church with the Reagans, and you've had a whole committee just taking care of you. Not you, but the whole group of you.
The whole group. We went to church this morning at St. John's, and it was a very simple ceremony, and there were really very few people there. There were family and very close friends, and of course the pastor was marvelous, and then of course Billy Graham gave a blessing, and Don Mumaw, the Reverend Don Mumaw from Nancy and Ronnie, President and First Lady, I'm not going to get used to it. He is their pastor in Bel Air, and he gave the homily, which was very interesting because it said about our accountability to God, and that's very important, you know. It's not just the excitement of this.
When was the last time you talked to the now president?
Last evening at the gala. We just had a few words. We've been with them every day for a short period of time, and yesterday I saw the First Lady at the Distinguished Ladies reception, and we talked. And I talked to him last night, and he said a marvelous thing. He said it at the gala, but he said it to us too later. It's finally sunk in for both Nancy and me.
You know, Mrs. Reagan has received some kind of bum raps in the press, but I think nothing speaks higher of her than the love and devotion, really, which all of you women do have for her.
We're very good friends, Barbara, and we've been friends through thick and thin. I remember a little over 4 years ago when we all sat up in the Reagan's apartment in Kansas City, and we all cried. And now we're crying with joy.
Well, we thank you very much, Mrs. Jack Rather, Benita Granville, for being with us. I know you're going to have some private moments tomorrow with the new President and First Lady. We thank you for sharing some of your moments with us today.
Thank you, Barbara. I've loved being here.
Now back to Frank at the Capitol.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you to Benita Granville Rather. That was a most interesting interview. I think I would be remiss in my duties if I did not give you the full menu of what all the celebrities are having inside the Statuary Hall. The reason we're not going in there is because cameras are not allowed until we get to the end of the luncheon, and then there will be some toasts. They're on dessert, I'm told. A voice comes into my ear. They're on dessert. And what is dessert, pray tell? Ever ready with the information? Dessert will be strawberries with raspberry sauce. That was preceded by California garden salad, followed by an entree of chicken piquant, small pieces of bone, sautéed chicken breasts, covered with white wine and caper sauce. The entree will be accompanied by rice pilaf and hot asparagus lemon vinaigrette. The dessert will be strawberries with raspberry sauce. And I must say, Van Oker, you are, of course, a connoisseur. Also a bit of a snob, but not long ago he asked
one of the
me,
last.
He said to me, what are the wines? And I dutifully informed him from the list that I have here. The wine served will be Simi Chardonnay, of course, in 1978, and Chandon Champagne, both from California. And Van Oker had the unbelievable gall to say, good.
Well, the reason I was asking is because Nixon's favorite champagne was Schramsberg, which is a fine California champagne. And right in the area where he lives, there's the Firestone Vineyard and a small, what they call a boutique vineyard called Stanford and Benedict. And I thought maybe he would bring in some closer, but Simi Valley's, that's not too far away.
Well, you know, we are in the presence, of course, of a man who has now achieved even yet eminence as a party giver in Washington, D.C. George Will, who had the president-elect and Mrs. Reagan over on, I believe, their first post-election visit to Washington. And George, I have a state secret to confide to you, too. The same whiskey store where you buy your life-saving materials is also patronized by me. And when I was in there just before Christmas, the man was telling me that you had come into his store. We live not far from one another in Chevy Chase, and you had bought the wines for the dinner that you gave for Governor Reagan and Mrs. Reagan. And I said they were California, of course. And he said no. They really were French?
One French, one California. That's called transition. Slowly.
That's called hedging your bets.
That's right.
Well, I remember some time ago, a dinner with he was then not governor, not president-elect, or he was just on the, as he called, the mashed potato circuit. It was between elections. And he ordered California wines and was not in the least apologetic about it, nor should he be, of course, because, as I'm sure Mr. Van Oker would concur, they are, of course, of the finest quality.
I can't afford them. He can't either on this reduced salary, I suppose.
All right, we are going to get to more serious matters here and talk about the inaugural address given by the new president today. But I think in order to do that, in order to help put it into perspective, it might be useful to recall some other inaugural addresses that were given in past times. As Sandy pointed out, many inaugural addresses are eminently forgettable, but there are some that do last in the memory of the nation, and we'd like to show you a few and then perhaps have a segment of the remarks made today by President Reagan. So let's begin with a look back at past inaugurals.
And I am certain that on this day my fellow Americans expect that on my induction into the presidency I will address them with a candor and a decision which the present situation of our people impels. This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper. So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
The differences between communism and democracy do not concern the United States alone. People everywhere are coming to realize that what is involved is the material well-being, human dignity, and the right to believe in and worship God.
The faith we hold belongs not to us alone, but to the free of all the world. This common bond binds the grower of rice in Burma and the planter of wheat in Iowa, the shepherd in southern Italy and the mountaineer in the Andes. It confers a common dignity upon the French soldier who dies in Indochina, the British soldier killed in Malaya, the American life given in Korea.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
20 years ago today, as you listen to Mr. Eisenhower and Mr. Truman, it's a powerful reminder that Jimmy Carter is not the first American president to talk about human rights around the globe. And of course, they all sounded the theme, not so much of sacrifice, but of confidence. Confidence that the American people, when called upon to do the job, can get it done. And that, too, was a theme, a prominent theme, in President Reagan's inaugural address today. We've selected one passage that we think illustrates that quite vividly. So let's see if we can have that now.
It is time for us to realize that we're too great a nation to limit ourselves to small dreams. We're not, as some would have us believe, doomed to an inevitable decline. I do not believe in a fate that will fall on us no matter what we do. I do believe in a fate that will fall on us if we do nothing. So with all the creative energy at our command, let us begin an era of national renewal. Let us renew our determination, our courage, and our strength. And let us renew our faith and our hope. We have every right to dream heroic dreams. Those who say that
we have every right to dream heroic dreams. The other feature of several other interesting features of the President's inaugural address today, but one that is particularly significant is his call for prompt action, his pledge to take prompt action on the very next page of the speech. George, you were pointing out this before. He talks about the economy, He says steps will be taken aimed at restoring the balance between the various levels of government. Progress will be slow, but we will progress. It is time to reawaken this industrial giant, to get government back within its means, and to lighten our punitive tax burden. These will be our first priorities, and on these principles there will be no compromise. So he sounds as though he's going to govern as Ronald Reagan campaigned.
I was struck by that. So was Tip O'Neill when Brett Hume interviewed him in the Capitol. O'Neill was rather icy and disappointed by the fact that Governor Reagan didn't quite appreciate the art of compromise as O'Neill understands it. But it does call to mind, Frank, the wonderful story about Barry Goldwater when he got up at the Republican convention in '64 and went into that rousing speech about extremism, a defense of liberty, and all of that stuff. And someone in the press gallery rocked back and said, "My God, he's going to run as Goldwater." This was a way of Reagan sending, in a quite practical way, to financial markets, I have a feeling, the signal that he intends to fulfill his commitment that in this really extravagantly prolonged transition period that I, for one, think we can no longer afford in this country, all the interpretive journalism that fills the vacuum of real news about whether the supply-side economists or the tax cutters or the non-tax cutters were around had muddied the water and somewhat diminished the momentum he acquired on November 4th. This was one practical act of government to say that, which is to again send signals to markets that are manifestly psychologically nervous.
Yes.
And what was another interesting feature about this speech is that ever since Mr. Truman's speech in 1949, every presidential address from that time on has, in the main, emphasized foreign policy. Now, this had an important foreign policy ending, but the theme of it was mostly a revitalization of ourselves, both in the abstract, our hopes and aspirations, and in the concrete, the government, the economy, and so forth.
The point about Reagan is he does not distinguish between the abstract and the concrete. He absolutely believes that ideas matter and talk matters. He's a great communicator, and he thinks we've talked ourselves into a depression of the spirit.
Gentlemen, I wonder if I might interrupt. I'd like to go back inside Statuary Hall. Now, I understand they have turned the lights back on, and if I'm correct, they have toasted the hostages here. The President is speaking.
I'm going to take the liberty of speaking for my partner, George, for Barbara and Nancy, in responding to this toast. Twice this morning in the ceremony was mentioned the fact of the unusualness in this world of what has taken place here today. The orderly transfer, the continuity of government that has gone on, and that I think is the envy of the world. Now, there's even more of unity represented here today. The crystalware, Speaker Tip O'Neill graciously provided from the House side. The plates have come from the Senate. The wine is from California, but I didn't have a thing to do with that. It just turned out that way. But I would like to drink to the idea that this great system that sometimes puts us in adversary relationships, and perhaps sometimes unnecessarily so, but was based on checks and balances to ensure that we do what is right for the people, that kind of cooperation will continue. I'm delighted to be a guest here in the House of the Congress, and I look forward to coming back. I look forward to you being guests with us. I look forward to working with you in behalf of the people, and that this partnership will continue. And now, to conclude the test, with thanks to Almighty God, I have been given a tagline, the get-off line that everyone wants for the end of a toast or a speech or anything else. Some 30 minutes ago, the planes bearing our prisoners left Iranian airspace and are now free of Iran. So we can all drink to this one, to all of us together, doing what we all know we can do to make this country what it should be, what it can be, what it always has been. Thank you all.
Planes carrying the hostages have left. That is quite a tagline to be able to tell the group there in Statuary Hall that the planes carrying the American hostages have left Iranian airspace and they are now really officially free men. We're now going to have a toast to Vice President Bush. It will be offered by the Senate Majority Leader, Howard Baker.
With your permission, Mr. Chief Justice, ladies and gentlemen, this is a special privilege and pleasure for all of us, I'm sure. But there's a special poignancy to it and an importance that attaches for those of us who are members of the Senate of the United States. Because in addition to the inauguration of the Chief Executive, the President of the United States, this ceremony today marks the induction, the solemnizing of the oath of office for the President of the Senate, who also is the Vice President, the lesser of the two offices. It is my privilege then to stand here and to tell you that we have great faith in our new presiding officer, as the country has great faith in our new Vice President. I have great faith in my friend, whom I've known for so long, and for whom I have such great respect. So, Mr. President, with your permission, I propose a toast to the President of the Senate and the Vice President of the United States, George Bush.
Senator Baker is recovering from an attack of diverticulitis. Yes, which he suffered just a week or so ago on Sunday. Went to the hospital. Here's the Vice President.
Let me respond very briefly with respects, of course, to our new President. I served on this side of this building. My dad served on that side of this building. And we learned our lessons well. We have great respect for the institution of the Congress, and I would like to propose a toast to the leadership, Mr. Speaker, of the House of Representatives, to the leadership of the Senate, Senator Baker, Mr. Byrd, and wish the Congress the best of luck, Godspeed in their important work ahead. To the Congress of the United States. And thank you all very much.
Vice President Bush is the son of Senator Prescott Bush, the late Senator Prescott Bush, who was from Connecticut. The Vice President is a man of several home states. He went to school, let's see, he went to school in Connecticut, at Yale.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our luncheon once again on behalf of the Joint Committee.
Mark Hatfield again.
We have been most honored by your presence. Now, may I be permitted to offer a few words of logistics? As soon as we leave the tables, we will invite each of you to move to the position where you will occupy during the parade. And that hiatus will create an opportunity for the President and the Vice President to view their honor guard, which again has never happened before. They have been so far ahead of the parade that the President, the Vice President, Mr. President, have never seen the honor guard or seen very little of them. So we're going to have that first today again. And so the rest of the party will be excused to move to the reviewing positions for the parade. We will ask the Joint Leadership Committee to accompany the President and the Vice President to the Speaker's office, and then they to their cars and ready to move the parade out on time to keep Bob Gray and Charles Wick happy because they have promised that we're going to have a very concise parade. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us today and honoring our new President and our new Vice President and their fine ladies. Thank you.
Well, Senator Hatfield has now very politely and diplomatically invited everybody to please leave. And the President and Vice President will, as he said, go to the Speaker's office and wait until everybody gets outside, really lined up close to the cars where they are supposed to ride in the parade. And then the President will come out onto the east front of the Capitol. And there's Chief Justice Berger. And he will review the honor guard of the President's own, who will pass by in review, and that should be quite a stirring sight, too. They will lead the parade, and after they go on by, then he'll get in his own car and carry them on, and go all the way down Constitution Avenue and then Pennsylvania Avenue to the reviewing stand in the just outside the White House grounds. Senator Baker seems to be in pretty good shape. There is Jim Baker and Howard Baker, the new Chief of Staff. Jim Baker, just behind the President. He is a man who supported Gerald Ford in 1976, ran a successful campaign to defeat Ronald Reagan in the primary campaign, then ran an unsuccessful campaign for George Bush to try to defeat Ronald Reagan in last year's primary battles. Didn't work out, but here he is now as the Chief of Staff, one of the 2 or 3 men who's going to be closest of all to the new President, and one who will have his ear all the time. There's a Democrat coming out, rather rueful grin on Senator Claiborne Pell, who enjoys a certain amount of elegance. He's getting an autograph. There is General Omar Bradley, who is the honorary marshal of the of the parade, honorary Grand Marshal, I should say, of the parade today. He is the only living 5-star general of the Army. The Chief Justice shaking hands with Mrs. Reagan. It certainly is a lovely place to hold a luncheon, Statuary Hall. Inside there are only 40 statues. It was set up a long, long time ago, and each state was invited to send 2 statues of distinguished citizens of the state who had passed on. Well, the statues began pouring in, and Statuary Hall, while it's large and spacious, really became quite cluttered with the statues. So they decided to just limit it to only 40 statues. And they've scattered the others, distributed them around through the various hallways of the Capitol. The interesting thing is which statue, does each state finally decide they want to keep in Statuary Hall. California's is represented by Father Junipero Serra, the great missionary who blazed the trail to California, and he is the representative of California in the Statuary Hall. It's an interesting thing that on the way up to Ronald Reagan's ranch, Chilito Lindo, or whatever he calls it, up in the sky, Rancho Chilo, out at Santa Barbara, they have trees that they're called Serra trees, which were served hundreds of years ago as guideposts for crossing those mountains. Here, I'm being handed a bulletin. The first of the Algerian planes carrying the 52 freed American hostages from Iran entered Turkish airspace at 1:53 p.m. Eastern. Well, we know that already. This is reported by Ankara Airport, but it's good to have it confirmed. That's a report from Ankara. Well, there is still quite a bit to come here today. We're going to have, as I said, the review of the troops on the east front of the Capitol. Then the parade will form up, and they'll all go down Constitution Avenue, Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. There'll be a big fireworks display here later on, and of course many, many balls. And if I could just get one more inclination or indication of which cue I'm to give, I might be able to wrap the red one. Fine. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 continues in a moment. While we wait for the parade to form up here to honor the new president, Ronald Reagan, Plains, Georgia is getting ready to welcome back former President Jimmy Carter. And for a report on the preparations there, we go now to Al Dale in Plains. Hello, Al.
Hours waiting to welcome Jimmy Carter back home. You can see behind me perhaps here the Welcome Jimmy sign. That is the platform from which he will address the townspeople and the others who have come from miles around here. And if everything is on schedule, perhaps an hour from now. The helicopter that will bring him from Robbins Air Force Base will land about a quarter of a mile in that direction over there. And the early plans, and I don't suppose they've been changed, were for him and Rosalynn and the others with him to walk down that street, cross Highway 280, and then down the main street of Plains, where again hundreds of people are waiting to welcome them home. They have billed this as the world's largest covered dish supper, by the way, and we're predicting 2,500 people. Main Street is jammed. You can see all the umbrellas. Traffic jam on Highway 280. That's something that's not very common around here. There will be entertainment also back there on the stage, but of course what most people here really want to hear is a message from the president, and especially what the former president, and especially what he has to say about the hostage situation. That's the topic that everyone here has been talking about. And it is obvious that because of the short time he will have to visit us, the people here today, there will be another homecoming of some kind, perhaps a quieter one, later on. Frank?
Thank you very much, Al. It is too bad that it's raining in Plains. Perhaps it'll clear up by the time the former president gets there. There's a possibility it could rain here. The sun has disappeared, and it's pretty cloudy as we look out our windows here now. I think there was even a forecast of some rain. The parade here is going to be a very grand affair. They say it's the biggest and the best in history, just like everything else. Certainly it's the most expensive inaugural in history. And lots of horses. Charles Gibson is in the marshalling area where the parade forces are lining up, and we'll go to him for a report on how things are going. Charlie?
Well, Frank, as you mentioned, all of the press releases in this inaugural preparation, and there has been no shortage of those, have said that things will be the biggest and the best and the first and whatever. Not so for this parade. It is described as short and snappy, and that is it now President Reagan's direction. He wanted it no more than an hour. Probably he didn't want to stand out in the cold that long, although it's, as you've mentioned numerous times during the day, it has warmed up. And you will see horses. Horses and horses and horses. Governor Reagan likes horses. He likes to ride. And so they decided to put every horse unit they could find in this parade, and they've done that. There'll be about 29 of them, 8,000 people in all marching, and about 500 horses. And about every other unit in this parade is going to be horses. They've got every American brand of horses going, from Appaloosas to Lipizzans, if that takes care of the Z's. But anyways, there will be plenty of them. And it is all done with military precision. There is a military guidebook, which I ought to have in my hand now to show you. It is General Order Number 1, and it says that this parade, pursuant to Governor Reagan's election on November 4th, will go off on January 20th, and it will be sharp and snappy. And we are standing at what is called the IP, the initial point. Further up the road, there's the SP, the starting point, and the DP, the dispersal point, and everyone is told to march with great military precision with just 28-inch steps. Now, not 30, that's the normal military cadence, but 28 inches for this parade, and you'll march at 110 steps per minute, not 120. I don't know who's counting all of this, but anyways, those are the directions that are put out for those who will march in this parade, and it will be, they claim, it will be just 1 hour long. Now, they've got 67 units to take by the president, and I haven't timed all this out as to how long it takes actually to go by the reviewing stand. But anyways, they figure they can get all 67 units by in just 1 hour, and they say it will happen on schedule. We all have our doubts, but we'll see. Frank?
Thank you, Charlie. I understand. I read a piece in the Public Prince the other day that said that despite the fact that they have made all these elaborate arrangements and taken care of every detail in a painstaking manner, that despite the presence of so many horses, they have neglected to provide for horse sweepers to follow along after the various equestrian units. That could present a certain problem for the bands marching along, and the mind boggles at the thought of a couple of sliding trombonists going down on their jaws move through.
Frank, look at it this way. The streets of Washington will not be any more filled with that usual commodity than is the case when they're not there.
Well, we're going to have a troop review here on the east front of the Capitol. The president will come out and watch the troops go by, and that will be the official beginning of the parade. And you can see them lining up there right now. We'll be back with more Inauguration 81 after this message and a word from our local stations.
ABC News live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues.
Well, it's busy. busy, busy, busy where we are, and where we are is in front of the White House and in front of the reviewing stand where President Reagan and Vice President Bush will see the whole parade as it goes by. It's been filling up here, first of all with pots of azaleas. 750 pots were put in just while we were sitting here, and with members of the cabinet and some former members of the cabinet. Henry Kissinger and Nancy Kissinger are already seated. You can see them there. Dr. Kissinger is seated, and I think Mrs. Kissinger is standing. She didn't know our cameras were going to be on them. There she is. And various members of the cabinet are on either side. They've already taken their place. And the members of the family are going to be here, friends of Ronald Reagan here. 300 tickets were given to him to have dignitaries and friends and family. You see the bulletproof glass there that's been there in inaugurals since Richard Nixon's time. And on either side of the big stand are seats that cost $100 a throw. There is the Attorney General, William French Smith, and a good many other people lining up here. And then shortly will be the presidential escort and the president himself. We'll be back shortly to fill you in here, but first we have some more news on the hostages from Ted Koppel. Ted?
All right, thank you, Barbara Walters. Let me just bring you up to speed very quickly. At the end of an elaborate toast up on the Hill, President Reagan, following that luncheon banquet, said he had the tagline that everybody wanted to hear. He said, "Thanks to Almighty God, about 30 minutes ago, the planes bearing the American hostages left Iranian airspace." So he was talking about 20 minutes ago. That, therefore, would have been about 50 minutes ago. The question is, where are those planes heading right now? There's still a little bit of confusion on that. Let's go once again to our desk in Frankfurt and Peter Jennings. Peter, do you know where they're going?
I wish we could answer that question, Ted. There are three, in fact, four possible immediate destinations mentioned. The Pars News Agency in Iran says they're going to direct to Algiers. There is a suggestion they will land and refuel in Athens. And perhaps the greatest confidence expressed so far, or at this moment to be more specific, comes from the Turks themselves. The security manager at the Ankara airport predicted that the Boeing 727 carrying the former hostages would touch down there. And Air Algerian plane, or rather Air Turkish planes, U.S. Phantoms belonging to the Turkish Air Force, were said to have scrambled to welcome them into Turkish airspace. But we are still very unclear as to exactly what the route is, the route which we ultimately believe will bring them here to Rhein-Main Air Force Base and then to the hospital at Wiesbaden. The C-9 medevac aircraft of the U.S. Air Force have once again started up their engines. There's a great deal of activity on the flight line over there, but they haven't yet taken off. So I'm afraid, once again, but on a much gentler issue than the last few days, we must leave you in the dark.
All right, Peter, thank you very much indeed. Incidentally, it is roughly 1,500 miles from Tehran to Athens, Greece, and we've been getting a couple of reports, for example, from our senior correspondent John Scally, to the effect that intelligence sources here in the United States are confident that the aircraft is going to Athens. We don't want to go on the record with anything right now, and as Peter suggests, it's really irrelevant. Whether it's Athens or Ankara, they are Frankfurt bound. They will be in Frankfurt probably by about 10 or 10:30 tonight, and how they get there at this point is almost irrelevant. Now, we are going to go to the home of Mrs. Howard Albin. Mrs. Albin is the mother of Robert Blucher, one of the former hostages, and we're going to have to get used to saying that. That won't be too hard to do. And we're going to go to our correspondent, Bob Serkin, who is in the home of Mrs. Albin and is sharing in some of their joy. Bob?
Ted, this is Mrs. Hazel Albin, the mother of hostage Robert Blucher, and Robert Blucher's sister, Dr. Linda Blucher Lee. And these ladies are very much relieved and feel a lot better than they did yesterday at this time. Mrs. Albin, you received a call at 12:58 Eastern Standard Time from the State Department. What did they tell you?
They told me the planes are up in the air, and it was known that they were on the way.
And that was good enough for you. That was what you were waiting for.
Finally.
How are you going to welcome home your son Robert? What kind of plans have you made?
Well, we haven't made any plans. Robert makes most of his own plans. And when he gets home, we'll do what he wants to do.
Well, now, the State Department has indicated it might take 4 days, possibly a week, before your son and the rest of the hostages are processed in Wiesbaden. How do you feel about that? Do you think they should be brought home sooner?
No, I think they know more about that than we do. I think they know that they need, medical care. And I don't, for Robert's part, I don't think he would want any of us to come over there, because he's very particular about his looks, his clothes, and he had so many places where he couldn't do anything about it, so I don't think he will be disappointed that we're not there.
When he gets home here to North Little Rock, what have you planned? What are you going to do to him, for him? What are you going to say to him?
Well, I don't believe I'll know until I see him. We'll probably see him, though, before he gets here.
Any special plans?
No, not yet, but I feel like, there will be.
You're preparing any of his favorite foods, perhaps?
Not yet, but I'm a fast cook, and I can do that in a few minutes.
I bet you can. Ted?
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Albin. Thank you, Bob. I suppose there will be a certain element of repetitiousness to some of the reactions that we're seeing, but boy, it's a repetitiousness that we can all take. 52 times over. It's still wonderful. Frank, we understand that you're waiting for the new president to come out of the White House and start viewing the parade.
Yes, Ted, we are. We see here the crowd gathered still inside the rotunda. Actually, these are not really some of them are not dignitaries. You see there are some workmen there, or various people who are waiting. Here's the good shot of the east front of the Capitol, where the inaugurations were formerly held, off to the side a little bit. And he will come out that doorway that you see in the center and come down to where the troops are there. And then the parade will actually get underway. The first unit will be the President's own honor guard that will pass by, and I think you can see them way down there at the end, almost to the office buildings. Here is the President and Mrs. Reagan, the Vice President and Mrs. Bush going out now. I think that question was about the hostages. And I think he just said something like, I believe they're free or something like that, but we now know, of course, that they are free. And as Ted pointed out, it really doesn't make much difference whether they're going to Athens or Istanbul or Algiers, just as long as they don't go back to Tehran. This is a new addition, too, to the inaugural ceremony. It has not been done before, at least in modern times. Major General Ardis, who is the commander of the President's Honor Guard, being presented now to Mrs. Reagan and to Vice President Bush. The President will stand there and review the troops. They will pass by, is actually what will happen. And then he will go and get in his car and begin to move down to the White House. The weather is not too promising. It may not be raining only in plains before the day is over. It may be raining on both former presidents and present presidents, because it's quite overcast here now. The sunshine that was out for the ceremony has now disappeared, and there is a forecast of some rain. Looks like he's enjoying himself, doesn't he, gentlemen? And why not? there. Here they are now, with the eyes left. How many hours they have drilled in preparation for this moment. And Compton is down there now as the president places his hand over his heart as the flag, the colors go by. And Compton is on the East Plaza of the Capitol. We'll go to her now. And
Frank, I am standing on the plaza just opposite President Reagan as he's watching the troops pass by, and it is cold. There is a sudden sharp iciness in the wind, and that may make his ride downtown uncomfortable if he indeed uses the hatch top on the limousine that is waiting just a few feet from him. There are coming along the honor guards representing the different services and the fife and drum, which give it the patriotic flavor this entire inaugural procession has tried to color. The Reagan family has preceded him down the avenue, the family loading up a series of limousines, and a sight here shortly earlier of all of his staff and friends and cabinet designates in a whole fleet of white Cadillacs and Oldsmobiles moving down in advance of the parade. The Reagans are, as you can see, standing at attention, the Bushes by their side, but not really much of a crowd out here. I think we'll find that Capitol Hill is quickly losing its appeal, and people are lining up along Pennsylvania Avenue for the rest of the festivities. But it is cold here, and the Reagans may have seen the last of the sunshine for the afternoon. Frank?
thank you, Ann. They look like the British are coming. The redcoats have arrived. Mrs. Reagan's outfit would blend right in quite nicely with the 3rd Infantry Fife and Drum Company from Fort Myer, Virginia, as they go on by. Let's see, who do we have here now? More colonial types. Ah, yes, here come the Yankees. We are told that the U.S. Park Police estimate 100,000 people in and around the Capitol grounds waiting to see the president. Here's the old guard, the Commander-in-Chief's personal guard. Boy, they are impressive. And another 100,000 down along the parade route. Quite a few of those people have paid a substantial amount of money to sit there and perhaps be rained on this afternoon. Here you see some of the crowd stretching down on the avenue there from the Capitol. A lot of pomp, a lot of pageantry, and a lot of occasions to get the lump in the throat. He'll come down now and get into his limousine. And let me see, I have the order in which the cars will go somewhere here, but he'll be in one that everybody will be able to spot quite easily. One final salute, a handshake. Hope it doesn't rain. It's going to be some time here, really, before it actually gets underway. So I think we have a moment to pause for a very brief time here. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue in a moment. No doubt they have provided for a certain slippage in the schedule. And that has, in fact, occurred. By our estimate, they're running about an hour or so, perhaps not quite that much, behind the originally designated schedule, but that doesn't make very much difference. There are quite a few things that are going to happen still up here in Capitol Hill. There's supposed to be a big fireworks display later on this afternoon. Hopefully it won't rain too hard on them. May not rain at all, for that matter. But the weather is not as promising as it once was. We're still looking now at the preparations here on the east front of the Capitol. The president, I believe, is already in his automobile together with Mrs. Reagan. His car will be about the 4th or 5th one. Yes, the first car will have various members of Congress, and then the president's car will come along. They will be preceded by the first unit in the military parade. But they'll get down there, of course, in time, down to the White House, in time to take their place in the reviewing stand, which has been built just outside the White House fence on Pennsylvania Avenue, and then watch the parade go by. There have been some memorable moments in presidential parades. Sandy, do you remember the time when the cowboy came along and lassoed Eisenhower?
Yes. he was not amused, to paraphrase Queen Victoria.
And then, of course, there was PT 109 in 1961.
Well, you know what they said about PT 109. If everybody who came to the inauguration had been in the boat, it had capsized before it was hit by a Japanese torpedo.
All right, there are a great many people, as we indicated before, perhaps 100,000 around the Capitol and another 100,000 along the parade route. And these people have been waiting a good long time out there since fairly early this morning for the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the president as he goes down to the White House. And our correspondent, Joe Benton, is along the parade route. We'll call him in now. Joe?
Frank, the crowd here along this stretch of Pennsylvania Avenue has grown rather steadily throughout the day, as I'm sure it has through most of Washington. Some of the people here were up early at 8:30, 9 o'clock, standing along Pennsylvania Avenue, waiting to get a glimpse of then President-elect Reagan. There is a smattering of demonstrators at this park, mostly Equal Rights Amendment demonstrators. The ERA headquarters is very nearby. But for the most part, people are here in very good spirits and anxiously waiting the president now, President Reagan's arrival.
Joe, I doubt that there was any campaign appearance he made almost anywhere throughout the long months of campaigning that somebody wasn't there holding up a sign in front of him saying, support ERA. It was a powerful reminder all the time of the fact that the Republican platform disavowed the Equal Rights Amendment, and while the candidate and now president insisted that he was a firm supporter of equal rights for women, he does not support the Equal Rights Amendment. So he's going to continue to see those signs today. Hi, kids.
Frank, that's true. The Equal Rights Amendment demonstrators dogged his steps across the country, and that is a reminder today that here they are again.
All right, he's in the presidential position now, isn't he? Standing up there in the car with the roof drawn back and starting to do what he has done for so long, wave to the folks. He ought to be good at it by now. But this, of course, is a very special and unique kind of parade. He is not, we can report with some certainty, going to stop the car and get out and walk. Nor will he get on a horse and ride down to the White House. They've got a lot to do yet today. Not going to be much opportunity for rest and relaxation. Actually, tomorrow when he begins work, might be the time when he gets a respite from all this commotion and hullabaloo. He's got to go around to some 9 inaugural balls tonight to make at least token appearances. And ever since they arrived in Washington several days ago, it seems to me that every time you turn around, here he is coming out of Blair House and going into someplace else.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And always saying that he hasn't heard the latest on the hostages, but he hopes they're out soon. He can drop that now. He is still on the Capitol grounds. He has not yet moved out onto Constitution Avenue. It takes a while moving at this necessarily slow pace. So he has not yet really reached the point. Here's the Vice President and Mrs. Bush obviously enjoying themselves. He's not yet reached the point where the crowd off the Capitol grounds will be able to see him. So our coverage of Inaugural 81 will continue after this message and a word from our local stations.
ABC News live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues. This portion brought to you by Johnson & Johnson, where quality products for the American family have been a tradition for generations.
And there is the crowd, and there is the president greeting the crowd. The motorcade has now turned off the Capitol Plaza and is on Constitution Avenue, heading down toward Pennsylvania Avenue. And that shot that we had a moment ago gives you an idea of the crowd. It is really quite large, quite large. We understand it's at least 100,000 or so gathered along the route. And as Joe Benton pointed out, many of them have been there for quite some time. We have moved our correspondent Charles Gibson away from the horses now, and he is with the people along the parade route, so we're going to go to him for a report. Charlie?
Frank, we're in the two-legged groups now, and we are standing on Constitution Avenue waiting for the president to approach us. As you mentioned, the crowd is very big around here. It is 10 or 12 deep. And I think that's interesting because we're at First and Constitution, and you don't know the full geography of Washington, but at this point, the people who are standing here will only see the presidential escort and the groups that are preceding the president, and they will not actually see anything more than the president and the presidential escort. They will not see the parade itself. So this crowd of 10 or 12 deep are the Reagan diehards, in effect. They are the people who are here to see primarily the president, the new president, and not to see the parade itself, although presumably they will have time to move up to Pennsylvania Avenue a little bit and perhaps see some of the parade itself as it starts in its formative stages. This pace, obviously, very slow. They go at about walking pace. Everybody here trying to get a good look at the president. Everybody telling us to duck down because they've been standing here rather patiently for a long time, and they have a right to be aggrieved when we come and stand, I'm afraid, right in front of them so that we can get a better look as the president proceeds up Constitution Avenue. And some of the office buildings along here that you will see are packed. I don't suppose the Department of Labor is absolutely the plum jobs of Washington, but it's a building right along the route, and as we walk by the Department of Labor, where the president will pass in a few moments, each window is packed, the roof is packed, and there are plenty of people who have jockeyed for good position to see this parade as it goes by. This crowd very quiet, but at the moment, not only do we block them, but the press trucks that are in front of the president-elect block them, and they are still about, I would guess, a block away from us, and we still have not yet been able to get a good look, at least from this vantage point, at the new president.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. The parade is still, or the motorcade, I should say, is still on Constitution Avenue. They have not yet reached Pennsylvania, where the actual parade will proceed. And because really there is not much to see except this crowded mass and none of the spectacular marching units and the horses and so forth, we are going to take time to bring you up to date briefly on the news of the day. The big news, of course, the release of the hostages, the inauguration of a new president. What a day it is, January 20th, 1981. But there are some things happening in the world, and we'd like to bring you the latest right now. So we're going to pause briefly for a brief report on the news from ABC News.
Good afternoon. Shortly after his inauguration today, President Ronald Reagan announced that the 52 freed American hostages had left Tehran about 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. A short time later, it was confirmed that they had left Iranian airspace aboard 2 Algerian airliners. After a refueling stop that is expected to be at a U.S. air base outside Athens, Greece, the hostages and former hostages are expected to land in Algiers at 7 this evening Eastern Time. 2 special U.S. Air Force medical evacuation planes will then take them to West Germany, where they will be greeted by former President Jimmy Carter. So after 444 days, the 52 Americans are free, and tonight, while the inaugural balls are in full swing, we expect to broadcast pictures of the freed Americans in West Germany. Now this.
Washed in detergent alone. Washed in detergent plus Clorox bleach. Detergent alone can't give you the clean that Clorox can.
That's a very informal news brief. Now stay tuned for continuing coverage of the inauguration and the latest on the freed Americans. Let's go back now to my colleague Frank Reynolds on Capitol Hill. Frank?
Thank you, Ted. Had I known that you were going to deliver that news brief, I certainly would have given you the proper introduction. But we've been very, very lucky to be able to have you there manning that watch post to keep track of what's been going on in the hostage situation and what good news it has been to report. Here is the president. I almost said the president-elect, but the president and Mrs. Reagan back up now on their feet through the open roof of the car and waving to the crowd as they move down the avenue. Barbara Walters is down at the anchor booth just across the street from the White House in Lafayette Park. And she has a guest who will play a very important role in this new administration. So we're going to go to Barbara now. Barbara?
That's right, Frank. Our guest has had her job now for 1 full week today. She is Sheila Patton, and she is Nancy Reagan's press secretary. Mrs. Patton had worked for Hill & Knowlton, which is, I think, the largest public relations firm in the country. She has 2 children, 7 and 10, and I was just told by Mrs. Patton that the 7-year-old has chicken pox, so I'm not going to sit too close. Mrs. Patton, we had said earlier that Nancy Reagan had said to you, look, I'd like to get down to something more substantial. What is the first thing you're going to do? Is she going to try to find a program to commit herself to? How does it work?
Well, for years, Mrs. Reagan has been involved in a program called Foster Grandparents, which pairs a senior citizen with a child who's either emotionally or physically handicapped, and I understand often institutionalized. We're hoping to, in her new role as First Lady, to continue her involvement in that program to some degree. And then she's also expressed a great interest in the problem of youth abuse in the areas of alcohol and drugs. And so we're going to look at that whole area to see how she might best have an impact.
So you really have to sort through a lot of things and say, this is what the interest is, now let's see where she can best
exactly.
put her energy
We're going to explore beginning with her interests.
But she wants to be more than wife and mother, because remember before the election we heard, well, she's not going to go to cabinet meetings. Her major desire in life is to be a good wife and mother. Now she has to take on a little more.
Well, I think the country expects that of the First Lady.
Can we go into a little bit of the criticism, because you've had to handle some of it? One of the questions about Mrs. Reagan's gown, that she's wearing a gown tonight at the gala that's hand-beaded, that would ordinarily cost $10,000, made by the most expensive designer in this country, Galanos. And people are saying, couldn't she find something a little less expensive?
Well, that gown was donated by James Galanos, and will be immediately after she's worn it, we'll be turning around and donating it to the Smithsonian for the display of First Lady's gowns. So I'm glad to have the opportunity, because she was concerned that Mr. Galanos, in fairness to him, that kind of information ought to be known.
So it isn't that she's been madly extravagant with her gowns.
Not at all.
Shoes
Not at all.
So. What about what she's going to be doing in the White House? There had been some reports that she was going to come in and redecorate and maybe even tear down walls, and you had said to me, look, that's just false. That's not.
Well, every first family makes changes in their private living quarters to suit their lifestyle, and the Reagans will be making some changes. They're bringing furniture with them from California.
What?
I only know what I've read in terms of the pieces. I understand they're pieces that they love and are comfortable with, and a new bed that they've purchased.
But as far as doing over the public rooms, does Mrs. Reagan have any plans to do that?
Not to my knowledge at this point.
There had been some problems with finding, a press secretary for Mrs. Reagan. There had been a press secretary. She hadn't worked out. You've had a good deal of experience, and everyone seems to be very comfortable, both the Reagans and the press, with the fact that you are going to be the press secretary. Has any of this background turmoil disturbed you?
No, I'm intent that my job began this week, and I'm starting fresh and really looking forward to it. I've already had a great deal of fun this week.
What kind of press do you think Mrs. Reagan has had? Up until last week, you didn't know you were going to be the press secretary. How do you think it's been?
I think so. It's been difficult. First of all, this is a transition period, and it's difficult to characterize or to learn the depth of any person in a time like this. But I anticipate that once she's in the White House, and once we're able to get a look at the program she wants to be involved in, that the essence of Mrs. Reagan is going to come through. And Mrs. Reagan is a wonderful, marvelous lady.
Isn't that nice that you feel this way? And she certainly seems warm and gracious and happy today. We wish you luck, Sheila Patton. I'm sure over the years we'll all be seeing a good deal of you and working with you. And thank you for coming with us
Thank you.
today. Thank you. We'll go back to Frank now at the Capitol.
All right, thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Mrs. Patton. The parade, I believe, has moved on to Pennsylvania Avenue now. Here is the president And Mrs. Reagan still up in the, yes, they just moved down to Constitution, or to Pennsylvania Avenue. And now the crowd that has lined the route along this famous street is waiting for them to come by so they can give their salute. And we're going to bring on Mike Von Fremd, who is among the crowd. Go, Mike.
Almost conservative. There seems to be people packed about 12, 14 deep. And your participation in this pomp really depends upon your circumstances. Here at 9th and Pennsylvania Avenue, only the people in the front row are now getting a glimpse of anything. There's a number of military officials walking up, people in red hats. There's some flags waving. But the ones that are back 10 and 12 deep, well, they've got to fight. They're fighting for a position to see. So far, Mr. Reagan seems quite a ways back. At 9th and Pennsylvania Avenue, he will be passing by the National Archives. Oh, now we can see a long line of black limos coming up. And Mr. Reagan, who's intent upon returning the elegant style and the old signs of power to Washington, such as the long black limos and the designer fashions, will be waving to a crowd here at 9th and Pennsylvania Avenue that will be dressed mostly in their comfortable blue jeans. Okay, and we're still about 2 minutes away from him passing by here, Frank, and the crowd is getting very anxious. Back to you.
All right, Mike, I know you won't miss him as he goes by. I'd like to show you just briefly here the scene at the Capitol at the West Front, because the ceremonies are rapidly leaving us here at the West Front, which just a short while ago was the centerpiece of the whole thing. Now the musicians' chairs have been folded up, and the workmen are already beginning to dismantle whatever temporary arrangements have been made. We might point out, however, that while the pageantry has ended as far as Capitol Hill is concerned, the work really goes on here, the important business of the government. The Senate has gone into session this afternoon to take up the cabinet confirmations that President Reagan signed immediately after taking the oath of office and then formally submitted to the Senate in accordance with the constitutional procedure. We understand the Senate is debating at the moment, or is considering, the nomination of Caspar Weinberger to be Secretary of Defense. There will be no problem on that score. Then they're going to take up the nomination of Alexander Haig to be Secretary of State. And there may well be some debate on that nomination because, of course, General Alexander Haig was the subject of some 5 days of confirmation hearings, sometimes acrimonious ones, in the period of just a couple of weeks ago. And they do not expect to finish on that today. So he'll have at least a Secretary of Defense, but he may not yet have a Secretary of State by the time he goes to bed tonight. George Will, I know that you have been given an invitation that you simply cannot turn down, so you're going to have to leave us. Give us your thoughts on how this day has gone.
Well, it's been a splendid day. It's been blessed in the weather so far. Sandy and I were talking about previous inaugurals, and I believe it was when Grant was inaugurated in '73. It was 16 above. There was a 40-degree wind, and the champagne froze at the inaugural balls. So it's they've been blessed. It may rain now, but the government is going to go on. And I really shudder to think what the visitors make of Washington when they come here and they see all the limousines out all at once and the assault going on our livers and other senses because of all the celebrating.
Envy, raw envy.
Do you think?
Yes.
Well, they should know that this too shall pass, and it will pass quickly tomorrow morning.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, thank you very much, George. We've enjoyed having you with us. Your comments have been, as always, profound and provocative and interesting. And come back again in another 4 years for what I assume you assume will be the second inaugural of Ronald Reagan.
By acclamation.
Okay, thank you, George. We can go down now and join the other folks in the reviewing stand. Well, we have still quite a ways to go in the procession down to the White House. So our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue in a moment.
Easy.
This is Frank Reynolds back once again at Capitol Hill, where just about everything is over as far as the inauguration is concerned. The president's motorcade is now moving down Pennsylvania Avenue, and you see it here with the flashing lights and the horns and so forth. And there are people jammed just about everywhere to try to get a glimpse of him as he makes his way. Boy, what a backdrop that is, huh? You still see the bunting on the west front of the Capitol. That will be removed very shortly. I want to go now, however. Here is General Haig with Barbara, but we're not going to go to Barbara and General Haig just for the moment. I'm sure they will understand. because I want to go to Frankfurt, West Germany, where our correspondent Peter Jennings can bring us up to date on the latest news as far as the hostages. Peter?
Frank, the drama of the now former hostages continues to unfold. The Algerian 7027 has now overflown Ankara in Turkey, which we thought might be a refueling stop, and is now headed towards Athens. There is a possibility it could overfly Athens and go straight onto Algiers. It's in a straight line. What we have had is the first eyewitness report from Tehran airport of what the hostages were like just minutes before they took off in this flight to freedom, and it comes from the Swiss ambassador, Eric Lang, the Swiss, of course, who represent American interests in Tehran. Half an hour before the takeoff, he said some of the hostages were seeing each other for the first time in 14 months, and the ambassador described it to ABC's Chris Powell as being almost childlike. They were laughing, he said, and crying, falling all over and hugging one another. They could not, he said, many of them believe that in the half hour they were literally on their way to freedom. All of the hostages, with the exception of two, the ambassador said, looked to be in pretty good condition, but two of them did have difficulty walking. He said the older ones looked much older, in some cases 5, 6, and 10 years older, and he particularly referred to his, as he called him, his old friend Bruce Langan, the American chargé d'affaires who'd been held at the foreign ministry for so many months and who had felt such deep regret at being separated from the rest of his employees at the embassy. But they are on their way, having overflown Ankara, perhaps overflowing Athens. The C-9s have taken off from Rhein-Main Air Force Base here to go and pick them up in Algiers. Frank?
Thank you, Peter. My goodness, what a poignant story that is. To think that they met at the airport and probably did see one another for the first time in some 14 months. It leads you to believe that they really have been kept isolated and could not have, as Peter said, could not have believed they were on their way to freedom, quoting the Swiss ambassador. So it may have come as just the most welcome surprise that they could possibly imagine. But once again, we see the motorcade coming down Pennsylvania Avenue with President Reagan now inside the car, but I'm sure that he'll be up very shortly. We're going to go back down to our anchor booth across the street from the White House, where Barbara Walters is waiting to talk with Secretary of State Designate Alexander Haig. Barbara?
Thank you, Frank. General Haig just ran across the street and has to go back very shortly when the parade begins, so we're going to ask some questions very quickly. General, when do you think that the former hostages will be in this country? When will they be coming home?
Well, I think it's too soon to say yet, Barbara. As you know, we will bring them to Rhein-Main and then to Wiesbaden, where they will undergo very careful physical examinations to be sure that they are ready indeed to come back and spend some time with their families. That could run from 3 to 7 days, perhaps.
As far as you're concerned, is the problem now over? Now a new administration, or are there still problems that continue?
Well, first, there are many problems that will continue, and that would involve the implementation of the agreements and accords that have been arrived at by the Carter administration. Now, we are prepared to deal with that. We've had a task force in place, this transition administration, if you will, and we hope to maintain the corporate memory of those who've done such fine work in the last few weeks.
Will any of the Carter people be staying on to sort of, help you slide in and continue a transition
yes,
period?
in some instances there will be. And so
Warren Christopher, will he stay on for
No, I don't anticipate that. But in other instances, we've had professionals involved, and they, of course, will stay on.
General, what's the lesson to be learned from this? It's really a two-part question. What have we learned, and any thoughts on what we do if this happens again with a terrorist nation?
Well, Barbara, without begging your question, I think today's a day for some gratification and celebration, and not a lot of post-mortem nitpicking. And I really prefer to reserve on that.
We just had a report from Frank that the Senate is going to take up your confirmation today. Have you heard that?
I've heard that. I don't know that it's so.
How do you feel about it? You hope it'll be all over with?
I very much welcome it. And I'm very gratified by the results of the Foreign Relations Committee vote, and it bodes well for good partnership between myself and in a bipartisan way with the committee.
On this really quite jubilant day, as you look ahead, what do you think is the major problem confronting us in terms of foreign policy?
Well, I think, above all, establishing a degree of credibility in America once again abroad. And that in itself, I think contributes greatly to international stability and world peace.
Thank you, General Haig, for being with us. Go back and enjoy the parade and have one day of relaxation before new headaches begin.
Thank you.
We hope they take a long time in coming. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, General, and thank you, Barbara. The General is right in saying that he does not really anticipate any difficulty in his Senate confirmation. He's been all through that in the committee hearings. We're looking down now from across the White House to the parade coming down on Pennsylvania Avenue. We have a piece of really a remarkable piece of videotape to show you that I think will probably go in the history packages, because it was made between 4 and 5 o'clock this morning when President Jimmy Carter was in the Oval Office preparing the speech that he intended to give today to announce the release of the hostages, when surrounded by his aides, Hamilton, Jordan, and there is the Vice President. Look at the fatigue on those faces and the casual. The phone is going to ring, and it's going to be a telephone call from Treasury Secretary G. William Miller. Now, just watch what happens. What's the time?
Yeah, right on, man. That's great. That's great. Okay, now the next step then. So that'll go to Algiers, and Algiers, when they notify Iran, will notify us back, right? That's good.
Congratulations. Thanks for you. It's good to see you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I think that belongs in the history books, or in the wherever they put videotapes to preserve them for time. The President receiving the word from Treasury Secretary G. William Miller on the telephone that was it, that the hostages actually, the final agreement had been reached, and that they were going to be released. And Secretary of State Muskie, not exactly in diplomatic striped pants and cutaway, walking over to congratulating him and meaning every word of it. Well, we'll continue with our parade. Here it is coming down Pennsylvania Avenue. They're at 11th and Pennsylvania. They've already gone by the Justice Department building, and on the other side of that, of course, was perhaps the biggest building in the whole street there, the J. Edgar Hoover FBI building. But they're coming down at a very slow pace, naturally, and it's obvious they're getting a very friendly reception. We saw a few demonstrators before. Here is the President giving the wave to the throng. We'll see much more of that this afternoon, so we're going to pause for a moment. Our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue after this message and a word from our local stations.
ABC News live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues.
Here is the parade. They are on Pennsylvania Avenue at approximately 14th and Pennsylvania, I believe. And the President and Mrs. Reagan waving to the crowd. These are the people who are now in the bleachers. They've paid for the privilege of seeing this. If I'm correct. Yes. Maybe a photographer's truck moving ahead of them, and all the Secret Service and the other apparatus of the presidential protection moving along with them. The rain has not yet started to come down, and perhaps it won't. So that they'll end the day in perfect order. And the Vice President and Mrs. Bush also obviously having a pretty good time. And indeed, why not? They still have some distance to go before they make the turn there on 15th Street and go by the old Treasury building, and then finally up onto Pennsylvania Avenue again and straight down past the White House to the reviewing stand. I want to call in now my colleague Sandy Van Oker, who has been watching all of this today and providing some very insightful commentary on the proceedings. And Sandy, what are your final thoughts? Because we're about all wrapped up here. We're among the has-beens as far as the inaugural coverage is concerned. They've left us.
Frank, 20 years ago, I saw the youngest man ever inaugurated president, John F. Kennedy, make a speech that filled me and many of his countrymen with great exhilaration. Today, I saw the oldest man ever inaugurated president of the United States make a speech that I think will be seen by his countrymen as a new beginning, just as a speech in 1960 was. I think he has enormous potential. He's always been a great politician, a great politician. We've always underestimated him, but he's been great. Now he has a chance, and I think today was the beginning to become a statesman.
And he has, Sandy, that that so important attribute of any political leader, but particularly of a president, the ability to articulate the issues as he sees them and to explain to the country what needs to be done. Boy, that's
I hate to end with the cliche, Frank. He is a great communicator.
Yes, yes, he is. Thank you very much, Sandy. It's been great fun. It's certainly been great fun, too, to be able to do this, knowing that all the time the American hostages were actually finally gaining their release. Not to put too fine a point on it, but amidst all this panoply and pageantry and so forth, I think it's useful to remember that the true grandeur of all this ceremony comes not from the marching bands and the horses and the waving and all the other stuff, but just from those 35 words that the president speaks. John Kennedy was right 20 years ago today when he said that we celebrate not the triumph of freedom, but not the triumph of party, but the triumph of freedom and of the continuing process, the constitutional process that has enabled this country to go right on maintaining this democratic tradition and renewing itself each time as it does. So that's the true grandeur compressed into one tiny slice of time amidst all this pageantry and welcome and beautiful though it may be. Now I'm going to turn things over to Ted Koppel and Barbara Walters, who are down where the action is really beginning to unfold across the street from the White House, where the parade will very shortly be going by. Ted, Barbara, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Frank, and it's a delight to be here with Barbara overlooking the White House. This is where the uptown folks are. They've paid up to $100 a ticket just to be sitting where we are, but the parade has not yet reached that point, and therefore, obviously, neither has the president. First he comes to the White House, and then he will be taking his place on the reviewing stand. The parade should very shortly be reaching the position of our colleague Bettina Gregory, who is located at 15th and Pennsylvania.
I think that we're going to Bettina now. I thought we might be doing something else first. Can you tell us if we're going to be going first to planes? Yes, we are. We are first, Ted, going to planes. We don't have the best picture, but it will get better. It's not your set. And we will see Jimmy Carter emerging, we think, in just a moment from his helicopter back to his hometown of Plains, where they're having a rainy day. Well, we're going to come back. We're going to clean up our picture, and then we're going to come back. And it's good to see you.
Thank you. Now we're going to clean up our act.
Now we'll clean up our act. We'll pull it all together.
All right,
here, right?
The vanguard of the parade is now passing behind us. It's the D.C. police who are leading this whole thing in kind of a flying wedge. We've been seeing them from that high shot. But the president is still some blocks away from here.
You know, we should say, we haven't talked much about finances, and there's been so much talking about it before, that this whole thing isn't costing the taxpayers anything. I mean, true, it is costing anywhere between $8 million and $10 million, this inauguration, and that's no small sum, but the money is being raised by contributions and souvenirs and all these different seats that are being sold. And when you see the different units in the parade, they have all paid their own expenses to come here from different parts of the world. What a traffic jam. I could use one of the policemen there. The parade is going to be divided into different sections of the country with marching bands from the Northeast, the South, Middle America, and the West. Everybody's going to get a chance to celebrate.
Now, of course, the reason they're doing it by region, Barbara, is because they wanted to keep the length of this parade down. Some of these parades have gone on for hours. They are going to try and keep this one to within 1 hour. And so rather than letting a band or a float represent each of the 50 states, they have decided to do it by the regions. And just to continue the point you were making about the expense, it is enormously expensive, or at least it can be enormously expensive, to be here where the folks are on the stands. The most expensive seats, they're right behind us, and to the left and right of the reviewing stand are $100 a piece, but even the cheapest seats that are within several blocks of here, and I don't think these folks are going to see very much, are about $15, $20, $25. But all of this is necessary to raise the $11 to $10 million you were talking about.
Even the grandstand, the wooden grandstand, when this is all over, that grandstand is going to be broken up, and you can buy a sliver and a piece of lucite. I think it's $28. Everything that they can get their hands on is going to be sold. I may put you up for auction when this program's over, Ted, and see how much we can bid.
$26.50 maximum.
The president has an escort service. The different marching groups that you see him with are part of an escort service. That's not part of the actual parade. The actual parade does not begin until the president and vice president are in their stands and with their family and their friends and the cabinet members, and everybody's all ready for the parade to begin.
Of course, communities all around the country, these bands themselves may have not had enough money to warrant coming here to Washington, but communities all around the country have raised funds so that their bands could come here. And the first of the marching bands is now moving directly behind us. Looks like an army band.
Ted, we're going to go to Bettina Gregory. She's got a little more for us. She's right out there with the folks. Tina?
I'm right here on the Treasury. See the president is up. It is that while the president had the hospital.
Bettina, I'm afraid, is breaking up rather badly, and so we'll get back to her as soon as we get that technical problem solved. It is the U.S. Army Band marching by.
While the caissons go rolling along, you can't miss that. This is all part of the presidential escort. All the military units are represented. Each military unit has its own band and its own group. Not one has been left out.
Of course, directly behind us, just about 50 yards across the street, is what has now become the power establishment. Some of them have been in that role before, but they're in it again. These are the movers and shakers of Washington these days. They are going to be surrounding the president when he gets here. That will still be a few minutes. But the military segments of this parade are moving by right now. It's amazing how quickly power is transferred in this city, isn't it?
It's interesting. Ronald Reagan got 300 tickets himself for this parade. It's funny to believe that he had to ask or get tickets. He got 100 tickets for the swearing in, 300 tickets for the parade, and we hear no tickets for the ball. He could just go with his wife, but his friends had to buy the tickets.
That's fair.
But in the grandstand are our personal friends, as well as cabinet members and the two Supreme Court justices and everybody, friends, family, and the power hierarchy all together.
You know, so much of our time, Barbara, today has been spent on focusing on the Iran story that we haven't really had that much of an opportunity to draw the contrast between this inauguration and the one that took place 4 years ago. At that time, as you recall, Jimmy Carter was determined to demonstrate that the presidency was not that almighty a job, and it was time to humble the job a little bit and bring it down to the people's level. And so 4 years ago, he was walking down Pennsylvania Avenue with his wife Rosalind and Amy. Of course, he immediately gave orders that he wasn't going to be riding around in that huge limousine. This is a totally different group, and President Reagan has absolutely no qualms about wielding and indeed demonstrating the great power of the American presidency. And these folks who are peopling Washington today and lining both sides of the street, these are, for the most part, people who have absolutely no hesitation about demonstrating the fact that this is a wealthy country and they are among the cream.
It's Limousine City. We mentioned very earlier this morning what Mrs. Reagan was wearing, in case you didn't hear it. I'll just tell you again. Frank was giving a few fashion notes before, which gave me a chuckle. Mrs. Reagan is wearing an orange coat, dress, and hat designed by Adolfo, probably made to order for her. She's a perfect size 6. Adolfo is a Cuban-born designer in New York, very fine designer, and Mrs. Reagan gets a great many of her clothes from him. And an outfit like this, if you went to buy it from him, would probably cost something under $2,000, about $1,700. And you remember Mrs. Carter wearing her blue coat and her black boots and priding herself on buying things off the rack, not caring about fashion. The fashion industry is delighted that they have Mrs. Reagan. They feel that it will be like Jacqueline Kennedy, that it will be wonderful for the fashion industry, the 5th largest industry in the country, and that it's a sign of what they hope will be increasing prosperity for America.
Well, again, that was part of the symbolism of the Carters, too, 4 years ago, that Mrs. Carter made the point of wearing the same dress that she had worn when her husband was inaugurated as governor of Georgia.
Right, 6 years before his presidential inauguration.
But it is very much a different tone that is being brought to this city today. And I must say, President Reagan, it probably won't take very long to get used to that at all. He seems to the manner born, doesn't he?
And you know, a little while ago when Mrs. Jack Rather, Benita Granville, was on with us, she said, we're not ashamed of this. She said, our husbands are self-made men. This is the American way.
Well, the president-elect is just about to move. His limousine is just about to move directly behind us, behind this booth, and he will pass his own reviewing stand. what they're going to do. We can see the President-elect and Mrs. Reagan, as we've been able to see them on television all along. But now they're moving directly behind us, and their cabinet members and their friends are waving at them and applauding them as they themselves pass in review.
That must be a wonderful feeling. Now they're waving. Should we wave, Ted? We could,
well, why not?
He's waving right at us, but I don't think he sees us. We're waving.
What they'll be doing now is hooking around behind the White House, and then eventually the President will come out of the White House and will walk across the North Lawn and come in the back door of that reviewing stand. It'll probably take about 5 or 6 minutes to complete that process, and then he will stand here as the actual inaugural parade goes by.
You hear the crowd cheering. Those are the $100 seaters cheering away. We see a lot. Look, if you look out the window, Ted, I don't know whether our cameras can... Oh, there's George Bush and Mrs. Bush receiving some cheers, and the Vice President waving a little American flag. Cheers to the crowd. Good, happy
All
moments.
right. I'm not sure which of us did that, but one of us called him President-elect. It was probably me. He's not. He's President.
He is President.
Has been for several hours now.
As he said last night, it had sunk in. It's going to take a little while for it to sink in with us, and then
I
we'll
guess
start calling
it is.
him
Now,
President.
there's the Vice President and Mrs. Bush, and he's obviously enjoying himself enormously.
What we're seeing on our cameras, however, is the President. Ted's looking out of the window. No fun. You're supposed to be looking
Oh,
at
there he is. Now they're
you
seeing
go.
the same thing.
Yeah, you can't just sit here and enjoy yourself, Ted. There we go.
Incidentally, we should let you know that as soon as the former hostages make it land in the free world, and my understanding is they're going to...
We're going to be going to President Carter. Excuse me, Ted. President Carter arriving in Plains, Georgia.
We can make the point as we watch the President being greeted by his family and fellow townspeople of Plains, that as soon as the former hostages land, and our understanding is they're going to land at a U.S. military base outside Athens, Greece, we will, of course, bring you those first pictures.
Barry Serafin is there, Ted, and will give us a report, a first-hand report of what's happening. Barry?
What?
We have a hometown music. We're waiting for Barry to come in and tell us exactly what's happening there. While the President has some time at home, we can't seem to reach Barry. How long is he going to be here now, Ted, before he takes off again?
Very few hours. I think only a couple of hours, because, in fact, I remember Tom Jarrell interviewing former Secretary of State Muskie. Now the former President Carter is kissing his mother. You can probably see her just under that blue and white umbrella. It's probably raining in Plains. Again, there's nothing wrong with your sets. That's a breakup of our satellite picture from Plains.
She's been quite ill.
That'll settle in. She has been ill, but
she had a broken hip.
She's there to greet him. And he will be coming back here to Washington and then leaving at 8 o'clock Eastern Time this evening from Andrews Air Force Base for the flight over to Frankfurt.
While this is happening, we see the Reagans going behind the White House. As Ted told us, they will go behind, and then they will come down and take their seat on the reviewing stand.
They're passing the Executive Office building on the left now, and they'll be looking around to the left behind it.
It's such a contrast, isn't it, Ted? I mean, sometimes you have to say the obvious, because you look at the former president arriving on a rainy day, a smallish crowd in Plains, and then all of this as the transfer of power continues, this great big parade here.
All right, Barbara, our coverage of Inauguration 81 continues in a moment. All right, President Reagan has just emerged from his limousine. He has entered the south entrance of the White House. He's now moving through the White House itself. We'll be exiting on the north portico. And then I think you'll be able to see a picture. There you see it now, that blue road that appears to be coming out of the right-hand side of your picture is actually blue planks that have been laid down, and President Reagan will be coming along that walkway and then entering the back of the reviewing stand. He's in the White House right now. And there, of course, you see the reviewing stand itself.
And in the reviewing stand, as we said, are cabinet members, members of the family, a great many friends assembled, all kind of mixed up together. And the president and the vice president and their wives will be sitting in the first row, along eventually with General Omar Bradley, who is the Grand Marshal of this parade at age 87. and he will be sitting right in the front row with the President and Vice President.
I should point out that the actual parade has not yet begun, so that will last, it is scheduled to last 59 minutes. It obviously will not begin. It's in a holding pattern right now, waiting for the President to show up, and he will move there where you see the presidential seal. He'll be sitting almost directly behind that seal, or will be standing, I assume, for much of this parade to wave to the marchers.
On one side of the stand is the California flag, and the other side is the Texas flag. In front of the stand, there are police about every 9 yards, and that's bulletproof glass that you just had a glimpse of. Last time it was solar heated. Do you remember, Ted, when President Carter stood in the reviewing stand? It is not solar heated today.
It's actually a very balmy day here in Washington today. I just walked over from our bureau, and while it's gray and cloudy, there comes the President now out the north portico, and he'll be walking along that pathway. You can see he's got a coat on now.
You know, that I read somewhere that it's 56 degrees, by the way. To us Easterners, Northerners, that's frightfully warm. But I read that Mrs. Reagan kept shivering because these Californians are going to have to get used to our weather. And we see a lot of fur coats, by the way, in that reviewing stand.
I also think I see Susan King. Yeah.
Typical of the way they handle this?
I don't know.
Thank you very much, President. That, of course, is President Reagan going down the front steps this morning. This afternoon, he just stopped to speak with us for a few moments. It didn't want to say too much, obviously, about the goings-on the Iranians. It's the first time he has been able to comment on them. Would only say that it did seem typical, the kind of timing when the hostages were released. He was being pulled by aides to not comment further, and of course will now be leaving to go over to enjoy the parade. It's been a very interesting afternoon here at the White House. It's been quite a change of power, and so confused as that was.
And here it is, hail to the chief. The President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, about to look at his celebration parade. Looks like he's very chilly, Ted, with a scarf and a coat.
Well, now he's shaking hands with Mayor Barry of Washington. Marion Barry, the mayor of the city, who was somewhat concerned about Ronald Reagan becoming president and expressed those concerns in no uncertain terms during the campaign, but like all politicians, he knows that accommodations have to be made. Most of these people, however, you can see Richard Allen in the background there, the President's National Security Advisor. Most of these people are friends and advisors.
Ted, I'm not sure, but you see that little baby? I think that's the President's only grandson. I can't quite see, but it seems to me he's being there. Sure he is. He's being held by the President's son. Is that the
Mike.
baby? Sure. That's
Mike
the
is
2-year-old
holding him,
grandson.
Mike Reagan.
It's his first inauguration parade at 2 years old. That's quite a treat. President Reagan's 4 children, President and Mrs. Reagan's 4 children are there, 2 by his first marriage, and the 2 together, and the 5 Bush children.
Well, it should begin to happen momentarily now that the President and the First Lady are in place, waving to their friends. Just around the corner, the inaugural parade is ready to begin.
On either side of the President are members of the, as you go out on the wings of the stand, are members of the cabinet. some former members there as well. We saw Dr. Henry Kissinger and his wife a few moments ago, just before you arrived, Ted.
Looks as though someone left a 10-gallon hat for the president, and he seems to be debating whether to wear it or to pass it off.
This parade, the president said he wanted it short and snappy. They have military units with the parade to make sure that the marchers march quickly enough, and if they don't and they dawdle, I can't quite make out what it says in that hat. If they dawdle, they've got people on either side to give them a little boost. If they dawdle too much, they will be taken out of the parade. Yep. But I don't think anyone's going to dawdle too much. You know, there had been a little drama here. One of the members of the parade is an Alaskan dog team coming from the farthest away point, Alaska, and the dog team had been kidnapped. Did you hear that?
I did. Now here, by contrast, Barbara, is what it looks like when you're out of power. That's Plains, Georgia. It is drizzling, but the townspeople of Plains have come out to express their warm sentiments to their native son. And you can see former President Carter as he's shaking hands with his friends. Wearing a raincoat, but hatless. Most people there with umbrellas and hats. He's going to be here, as we told you earlier, just for a couple of hours before he heads back here to Washington, and then on with most members of his staff, National Security Council, several of his cabinet members. They will be going on this evening at 8 o'clock. Flying to Frankfurt, Germany, so that they can be in place to, well, they won't be in place to greet the hostages when they arrive. The hostages will get there before they do. But they will be in place to meet with them all tomorrow. President Carter, former President Carter, looking very cheerful. This cannot have been an easy day for him, but he has carried himself with great grace and style.
And then, eventually, he says, he will come back to live in Plains. And now here we are, back in Washington, at the viewing stand. Mrs. Bush, now, as you can see, just coming down to take her place next to her husband.
And the lead elements of the inaugural parade are getting ready to come by, so pretty soon we can stop filling here, and we can start showing you some of the pageantry of this great event.
But first, we'll have this pretty look at Mrs. Reagan, and then we will tell you that our coverage of Inauguration 81 will continue in a moment, back with the parade after this message and a word from our local stations.
ABC News live coverage of Inauguration 81 continues.
Well, we're back here, Ted Koppel and I. We have ringside seats, and you can enjoy them with us as we start to watch the parade. Right behind us, the parade stand, and Mrs. Reagan, at this very moment, she's talking to her daughter, Patty, from what I can see. And the president was just a moment ago talking to his Secretary of State designate, Alexander Haig. Now he's walking around saying hello to his children who are seated in the front row. That's his daughter, and next to his daughter-in-law, who the president is blocking him, and his son, not in morning suit, but in street clothes, and then his sister-in-law and his brother Neil, otherwise known as Moon, because he used to love Moon Mullins. So that's the immediate family behind the president, Mrs. Reagan.
Passing in front of the president, the first unit, the equestrian unit, the U.S. Park Police Horse Unit from Washington, D.C., and they are leading off this inaugural parade. Now the president and the First Lady are in place to view their parade.
Each of these parade units, as we've said, have been divided into different groups, and what you're seeing now is each of them has a military escort ahead of them. You're going to be seeing the bands from the Northeast, but before that will be a great many military units before the actual youngsters come out and do their number. I believe that this is the General of the Army, Omar Bradley, in that car we just saw in that limousine. He is the Grand Marshal of the 1981 inaugural parade, 5-star general.
He graduated from West Point back in 1915. Give you all one guess as to what unit that is. You can't see them, but you don't have to. The President's own, the United States Marine Band.
Called the President's own because Thomas Jefferson had a special interest in the band, and it was known as the President's own band. From Culver Military Academy, the Culver Military Academy Black Horse Troop, carrying flags representing the 50 states and the 6 territories. They come down Pennsylvania Avenue. Their 9th appearance in an inaugural parade. As Charlie Gibson said earlier, the President likes horses, and there are horses and horses and horses in this parade.
It's all kind of overwhelming, isn't it, Barbara? The music, the one band kind of bleeding into the next. They've made every effort to keep these bands spaced far enough apart so that the sound of one does not overlap the sound of the other. But it's almost inevitable in a parade like this that before you stop hearing one band, you start picking up the sound of the next one. And this is the United States Military Academy Band.
West Point.
It's the oldest military band in continuous service in the United States. It antedates the Revolutionary War. How about them apples?
Just before we went to Plains, I had said something about the Alaskan dogs being dog-napped. They were, but they were returned. I don't want to leave you in suspense. You will be seeing them today.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah,
I didn't
they
know
weren't
they were
returned,
back.
they were found. They found the dog-nappers. The long gray line of the U.S. Military Academy.
This, I believe, is the Connecticut Governor's Horse Guard.
These horses are of mixed breed, in case you're a horse lover. The unit is ceremonial. It performs at gubernatorial inaugurations and other parades. Now, this is the Cardinal O'Hara High School Bicentennial Marching Band from Springfield, Pennsylvania. It was named the Bicentennial Band because it was formed in 1976. It made its first appearance at the Philadelphia Freedom Week festivity during our bicentennial. They're wearing colonial costumes from the Revolutionary War period.
Very few people here wearing costumes from 1980.
They also, this group, played at the welcoming ceremonies when Pope John Paul II visited Philadelphia. So the city's very proud of them. Now, right behind them, you see the 1st Troop Philadelphia City Cavalry.
All right, Barbara, we're going to break away now from the parade and move back down to Plains, Georgia, where former President Carter is about to make a few remarks. He's at the microphone.
Nobody gave me permission to speak, but I'm going to do it this time. In the first place, I think this is a good sign that Georgia, for the farmers in 1981, is going to have plenty of rain. There's no way for me to describe how I feel now, but I would like to say, although I haven't had a chance to see my bed either Sunday night or Monday night, that in the last few hours I've had a lot of very emotional experiences. I won't mention them all, but I would say that one of them was this morning. I won't say exactly what time yet. I got word from sure sources that both planes in Iran were lined up on the runway, ready to take off. That was a thrilling experience for me. The next time was when I came out to Andrews Air Force Base, having had a chance to serve as president of the greatest nation on earth, and stood there with my wife and the vice president and his wife Joan, and heard the Star-Spangled Banner played, and they fired the 21-gun salute for president. And my heart was filled with the realization of what it means to be free and what it means to be a citizen of the greatest and the strongest and the most decent nation on earth. And I had to fight back the tears. And for the last 14 months, Rosalind and I and the Secretaries of State and others have stayed in close touch with the hostage families. And as George said as I came toward him in Air Force One, Mrs. Schaefer, who is the wife of the senior military man being held by the hostages, said to me, "Mr. President, I hope someday you'll have a chance to meet my husband." And I put my arms around, and George was watching, and I said, "I'll be with him tomorrow, and I'll tell him you love him." That was another experience that I'll never forget. All emotional, and this is a fourth one that I'll mention. It's coming back home to the town where I was born and raised, and seeing the streets filled with my friends. It's a deeply emotional experience for me, and I might say that when those planes were lined up, when they played the Star-Spangled Banner, when I put my arms around Mrs. Schaefer, and when I saw this crowd of friends and neighbors, all three were emotional, but they weren't sad. Every single one of them, including coming back to Georgia, is a happy experience for me, and I thank God for it. There are still restraints on me, some self-imposed, some agreements with foreign nations about mentioning the American hostages who have been held so long in Iran. But I have not had a chance yet to make a statement about them, and I thought because of the intense interest in these 52 people around the world that I would say a few words to you about them. Just a few moments ago, on Air Force One, before we landed at Warner Robins, I had received word officially for the first time that the aircraft carrying the 52 American hostages had cleared Iranian airspace on the first leg of a journey home, and that every one of the 52 hostages was alive, was well, and free. It's impossible for me to realize, or any of us, how they feel on that plane, because they recognize that they are hostages no more, they are prisoners no more, and they are coming back to this land that we all love. Our diplomats will be arriving sometimes in the near future, I can't yet tell you exactly when, in Algiers. The Algerians, the last few weeks, have been real heroes. They have literally worked day and night, from their president, their foreign minister, the president of our national bank, and others, to try to gain the freedom of the American hostages. And I want to express my personal and also my political, official, and public thanks to the people of Algeria. They will be flying on 2 Algerian planes, they are now. They'll refuel in Athens, Greece. After they land in Algiers, they will transfer to American planes, and they will fly from there to Germany, land near Frankfurt in a military air base, and go from there about 30 miles away to the hospitals in Wiesbaden, Germany, where American doctors and others will be waiting for them. Former Secretary Cyrus Vance will be there to shake their hands and to put his arms around them when they come down from the airplane. I had the plane standing by in Washington with Secretary Vance in charge, and I directed that the plane take off the moment the hostage plane's wheels cleared the ground. After a brief rest in Germany, 3 or 4 days probably, then the hostages will come back home to be reunited with their families. As suggested yesterday morning by our new President, Reagan, early tomorrow morning, I will leave for Germany to welcome our hostages to freedom. And I know I will take with me the joy and the relief of our entire nation. Throughout this time of trial, we Americans have stood as one, united in our prayers, steadfast in our concern for fellow Americans in peril. I doubt if any time in our history more prayers have reached heaven for any Americans than have been given to God in the last 14 months. We've achieved at the end of this crisis the two objectives that I set for this nation and for myself when they were first seized: to secure their safety and their ultimate release, and to do so on terms that would always preserve the honor and the dignity and the best interest of our nation. As I said a few hours ago in a brief press announcement, the essence of this agreement is that as our people are freed, we're releasing a part of the assets belonging to Iran, which I froze by presidential order after our embassy was seized and the hostages were taken. There will also be established a firm, established procedure involving binding arbitration completely in accordance with American law and international law to resolve any remaining claims that might exist by American people against Iran or vice versa. Our people held captive and their families here at home have borne this ordeal with courage and with honor. Our nation acted as a great nation ought to act, not only with justified outrage at a despicable and illegal act, not only with courage and conviction, but with constant purpose and constant restraint in the face of severe provocation, working always to uphold the law in the face of lawlessness in Iran. We've kept faith with our principles and our people, and as a result, we've reached this day of joy and thanksgiving. In closing, let me say that I want to thank all the foreign governments and people, literally thousands of them, who stood with us for these principles of international law and decency. I thank all those abroad who helped us in these many difficult ways and throughout these difficult months, and particularly, as I said, the government of Algeria. I thank my successor, President Reagan, for the care with which he has approached this issue, along with all the new members of his administration, and the many people in and out of government, patriots like Warren Christopher, who gave me the report recently on Air Force One, and all his colleagues who went and stayed in Algiers the last few days and who labored to achieve this agreement and this goal. My thoughts at this moment are with the families of the hostages, yes, because they showed such dignity and such patience. And I'm thinking also of those who risked their lives and those who gave their lives on a desert in Iran for their fellow Americans with an utmost show of courage and conviction and a commitment to freedom. In this time of rejoicing, their sacrifice, their grief, their pride, their patriotism must not be forgotten by any American. And finally, I want to thank all of you, my fellow Americans, proud people, not naturally patient, who have stood by me the last 14 months in very troubled times, but thinking always about how can we keep those hostages alive, how can we ensure that they are not injured, how can we be sure they come to freedom, how can we protect our nation's interest. I thank you for your concern, your support, your patience in a time that has so tested our national wisdom as well as our national will. As I left Washington I directed as the last act as president that the lights of the Christmas tree be turned on so that we can give thanks to God for bringing our hostages home. Rosalind and I and Amy, Chip and Jack and Jeffrey, their wives, my grandchildren, are all very grateful for the honor that you've given us to go to Washington, to live in the White House for 4 years, and to serve there under sometimes difficult circumstances, keeping our nation strong, keeping our nation at peace, binding our people together, upholding the principles and the ideals, the hopes and dreams of Americans that have always made our country great. You've honored us beyond anything imaginable as I walk the streets of this town to sell boiled peanuts to the merchants in the stores here. And we hope forever to honor you with our lives in the years to come in being great Americans, and being good Georgians, and being good Sumter Countyans, and good residents of Plains, Georgia. God bless you. We love you all.
Well, that's the speech that Jimmy Carter has been waiting all these many months to give, and indeed it was the speech he wanted so badly to give this morning before he left the White House, but he was not to be denied. Here he is being welcomed home to Plains, Georgia by thousands of people. It really is an enormous turnout for a small town, and the president expressing his heartfelt emotions at the return of the hostages. We would like to tell you that on Thursday night, ABC will have a special edition of 2020 on the secret negotiations of the Iran crisis. It'll be hosted by Pierre Salinger. It'll have interviews with more than 50 people in 20 countries and will reveal what our nation did to negotiate an end to the crisis from day one. And that will be followed later by an expanded edition of Nightline with a discussion of the same subject. There's President Carter dancing with Rosalind Carter. And it's an extraordinary picture. It's been a hard 2 days for this man. He hasn't slept in 48 hours. As Frank Reynolds noted earlier, he's got a broken collarbone. This has not been an easy period for him, but he's made the most of it. And again, to the point of tediousness, I suppose it has to be noted that he has done it with great graciousness.
I understand that Bert Lance is there. He's wearing a dark green coat, and he's standing behind President Carter under the M in Jimmy. I don't know whether you can see it from here, but it's his old friend, Bert Lance. Jimmy Carter has come home to Plains. And here, the parade has been going on. All the marchers, all the celebrators.
We should, I suppose, offer at least a word of apology to those units that have been going by for the past 5 or 6 minutes while former President Carter was speaking. It was important to hear what he had to say, when he said it, but to all those people who've practiced so long and hard and whose families and friends were waiting to see them, all we can do is apologize to you. But it's been a beautiful parade. It's been passing behind us as we were here, and hopefully you'll be able to see videotapes of those units that you did not see today.
That's the American Morgan Horse Association, if you're just looking on your screen now. And we're going to go right now. Our coverage is going to continue. We'll be back in just a moment. What you are seeing and listening to now is the United States Merchant Marine Academy staff. And just a little while ago, we saw the Coast Guard band march by.
The reason Barbara raises that is that 20 years ago, Jack Kennedy, as one of his first official acts, took an aide aside just after this inaugural parade. He had noticed that there was not a single black face among the Coast Guard band, and he ordered that something be done about that, about integrating the Coast Guard. Well, it's 20 years later. We like to think we've come a long way, but the Coast Guard band marched past just a few minutes ago, not a single black face.
We have just received word that the hostages have landed in Athens. And what a day this is with the 2 stories, Jimmy Carter, Plains, hostages, 3 stories, and the inauguration here. The hostages, to repeat, have landed in Athens.
And that aircraft is refueling for the continuing flight on to Algiers. In Algiers, of course, the former hostages will leave the Algerian planes and will be picked up by U.S. Air Force planes to take them on to Rhein-Main Air Base just outside Frankfurt, West Germany.
We wonder if President Reagan has been given that news. He's smiling and waving. He doesn't, haven't seen anyone whispering to him, but one assumes that he's getting word. This is the American Driving Society. These are 4 in hand. Is that what it's called, Ted, I believe? If I look out the window, I can see a little clearer. Yep, 4 in hand. And the Fort Walton Beach High School Band. They're called the Pride of the Miracle Strip.
I must say, at a time like this, you may regret the fact that you're not here to see these bands in person, and it is a stirring sight, but on a day like this, you're best off at home watching television, because there is no way without television that you could be taken to all the parts of the world and all the parts of the country that you need to see today. But for the moment, what we're looking at is this glorious inaugural parade, and down there on the street is Charles Gibson. Charlie?
Ted, believe it or not, this parade is running a little ahead of schedule, actually. They were due to come off in an hour, and by my count, this parade is about half through. It was interesting and maybe ironic that as former President Carter was speaking down there in Plains, just at that point, going past the reviewing stand, was the United States Naval Academy and its troops, and of course that very interesting because he was a graduate from there, and that was very special to him. There's the first float in the parade. That float is from the south, specifically from Knoxville, Tennessee. It is one of only 2 floats in this parade, and Knoxville is having a World's Fair in 1982. They chose to advertise that fact with a float, and there are inside that globe, which represents all the nations that will be exhibiting at the World's Fair, there is inside that globe 5,000 balloons, which they supposedly were going to release along the parade. I don't see any balloons spewing out now. Maybe they'll save that for when they go by the reviewing stand. But there are only 2 floats in that part of the austerity of this parade, the short, snappy parade, as we've referred to it a few times, and as they referred to it. And what they did was cut out a lot of floats. They also cut out a lot of high school bands, which made some congressmen unhappy because it used to be one of the congressional perquisites that you could call up the old home district and order up a high school band, and the congressman looked good and the band looked good. It was all fine, but they cut it way down this year, and as a result, the old tradition of having a band from each state went by the by, and this time they had about 600 bands apply, but they only invited 25. And right behind the float, I believe, will come another one of those. But as I say, Ted, the parade marching on schedule, maybe even a little bit ahead of time. That's a feat, I think.
Well, it is indeed, Charlie, but they are moving through here rapidly, but there's still a great deal of parade to go, although I understand the tail end of the parade.
There go the balloons. There they are.
There they go.
All right. Well, I ordered it up a little early, I guess. I don't know if they had a little man in there blowing them up or not, but I think they probably sneaked them in early. We waited to try to see them when we were down at the staging area, whether we could see them stashing the balloons, but...
If they did, Charlie, he's breathing helium.
That float now that you just described, Charlie, is right under our window. It's what President Reagan's looking at. More balloons just went up. Knoxville, Tennessee.
And down at the other end of the road, you will see the last element of the parade now moving into position, and the last element of the parade on a mobile stage is, as you can see, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Now we're going to whip you from the tail end of the parade back up to the head of the parade again.
Very briefly, Ted, this is the University of Tennessee band going by now. There was competition among all these bands. The only 2 bands that were invited without competition was the Strom Thurmond High School Band, which went by just a moment ago. And for obvious reasons, they did not go through competition. The Strom Thurmond Band, he's the head of the Judiciary Committee. We're very nice to Strom Thurmond, of course. He's an outstanding Republican. And as a result, they invited the Strom Thurmond High School Band without competition, and then the Dixon, Illinois High School Band. They listened to tapes, supposedly, of all these bands before they invited them. But Dixon and Strom Thurmond were exempted from that. Dixon, of course, the hometown of Ronald Reagan. And more balloons. This next unit is the Appaloosa Horses. As I mentioned earlier, talking to Frank Reynolds, they have tried to get every brand of American horses in this parade that they can possibly do. Every breed, apparently, that is widely used in this country. And the Appaloosa is one of the most outstanding. It's all the way from Appaloosas to Welsh ponies to Lipizzans, all the way through. Run the gamut. And these are 20 riders from Maryland and Virginia and Pennsylvania right around here. All these groups pay their own way. And pay their own horses' way, too, parenthetically. And a lot of them from around here. One of the groups from Sacramento was telling us when we were up at the staging area just how expensive it is to cart all these horses in here, ship them all in, as they had done.
All right, we will have more parade, and our coverage of Inauguration 81 continues in a moment. Well, it has been an extraordinary day, and we've been trying to weave several threads of this day into kind of a fabric of what has been going on. And to those of you who, for one reason or another, have not been with us during the day and do not know where the hostage situation stands, they are not only out, their aircraft, an Algerian aircraft, has landed in Athens at a U.S. Air Force base outside Athens for refueling. All 52 hostages aboard, all of them have been checked out physically, all are well. They will be moving on very shortly from Athens to Algiers, where they will transfer from the Algerian aircraft to U.S. Air Force planes, which will take them to Rhine-Main Air Force Base in Frankfurt, West Germany. From there, they'll be taken a very short distance, about 15 or 20 miles, to Air Force hospitals at Wiesbaden. And ABC News has learned that former President Jimmy Carter, who is now in Plains, Georgia, will be leaving there at the crack of dawn tomorrow morning, roughly 5 o'clock. We'll be returning here. We'll pick up an aircraft here at Andrews Air Force Base, and we'll go on to West Germany so that he, members of his cabinet, members of the National Security Council, all of them now out of office, will be able to visit with the hostages. There is where we stand. They're all out. They're all well, and we look forward to welcoming them back to the United States as soon as possible. Barbara?
What we have behind us in the parade, we've just had well, I shouldn't tell you what you missed. You might feel a little bad, except the hostage story was important. We did see the Alaska dogs, and they're all fine. All the huskies came by, and then we had some more horses, and now let me tell you where we're up to. We're almost up to the western sequence, I believe. Here is Susan King, in the meantime, to talk with Michael Deaver, who is an assistant to President Reagan, president-elect.
That's right. Michael Deaver is also the Deputy Chief of Staff and a man who's been with Mr. Reagan for many years in Sacramento and has been with him during the campaign, knows him. I'm in fact told that you know the President and Mrs. Reagan probably better than anyone else, and so know what they like and don't like, and you're the man things should go through. Tell us what it was like the moment when you found out that the hostages were in fact on their way home and went over to tell the President. I take it was at the luncheon.
It was at the luncheon in the Senate, and we got the word that they had actually left the Iranian sky and had gone into Turkey, I believe it was. And I went over and whispered to the governor of the news, and he threw his hands back, was overjoyed, and asked if Senator could begin the toasts immediately so that he could tell the room all the news. He was so excited about it.
He decided the toast was the best way to make it public to the nation, I take it.
Right.
We're having a little tone problem here, so we're going to go back to Barbara and more of the parade.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Mike King. Right now, in front of the review stand is the United States Navy, the Color Guard, and the band of the Navy. The world's finest, the band is called. And then, coming up next, after we've seen the Navy, is this the Barons? That's right, the Barons from Fountain Valley, California. They all sent letters to Ronald Reagan saying, please, please let us come, and here they are. Charles Gibson can tell us a little more about them.
Barbara, there is in that group somewhere, I don't know that we can find him, is a 75-year-old bandmaster, a fellow named Phil Moore. who led this band for a number of years and came out of retirement to come here. He had played for then-candidate Reagan at a senior citizens home, as a matter of fact, when Reagan was out there campaigning. And then when they invited the Fountain Valley High School band to come, he joined up and came back as well. Right behind that is the Andalusian horses, if I pronounce that right. These are stallions that are in the parade. And indeed, the sign proves me correct. And right behind them, a fascinating group that we were talking to when we were over in the formation area. The Scripps Miramar. Oh, I'm sorry, this is still part of the Andalusian horses. There they are bowing to... These horses have a marvelous gait, and they are bowing to President Reagan. Mindful of that incident when the horse stopped and President Eisenhower was lassoed that Frank Reynolds was talking about earlier. You're not supposed to stop in front of the reviewing stand. Actually, you're supposed to keep moving, not just because of the timing of this parade, but because of the Secret Service gets nervous when you stop. And this, the U.S. Air Force band now. Following the Air Force band, some Air Force marching units coming up. It is mindful of the fact that the organizers of this parade, the head of the inaugural committee, had wanted all of these marching units as they came up, each man to be carrying a flag. Robert Gray, his name is, who's one of the co-chairmen of the inaugural committee, he thought it would be an extraordinary sight to see a Pennsylvania Avenue in a sea of flags. Military units weren't crazy about that idea because weather on these days, it is not uncommon that the flags would flap. And if you are in tight formation, as these units must be, the flags would get in the eyes of those marching behind you, and it would just not work. So the flags were scrapped. There was some discussion about whether it was proper for an inaugural parade for these units to be carrying guns. There are not a lot of guns, although some of the marching units have them. They are all not loaded. It says so very specifically in General Order Number 1, which is the one which prevails for this parade. Guns shall not be loaded, and there shall not even be blanks in the parade. This now the Cleveland Metropolitan Mounted Ranger Patrol. I asked somebody why the Cleveland, Ohio unit wound up in the West, and nobody really had an answer. There really was no answer to that. But they've taken some license with the West and Midwest, etc. And then following them, I think you see now the Elko High School Band, Elko, Nevada. Some casino owners gave money to this group. I mentioned some of the unusual fundraising efforts that were undertaken, and some of the good casino owners of Nevada contributed money so that this band could come here. The school had been invited to a music festival out in Vienna, Austria this coming July, but they opted to come here instead. Nevada. They raised, I don't know how much the casino owners gave, but if they gave a day's take, these kids never have to go to school again. Following this, the United States Coast Guard. Staff, and behind it, the Coast Guard Band. Semper Paratus.
I think it's only fair to point out, since I made such a point of the fact that when the previous Coast Guard unit went by, that there were no blacks in that unit, that there are indeed blacks in this Coast Guard unit marching by, both in the band and in the military unit itself.
Also, when Charlie said that this parade is a little ahead of time, if you look at the units, not the military units, but the next time one of the high school units go by, you will see on either side military men. They have been assigned to make sure that the marchers keep marching at a steady clip. And we understand that's the first time it's happened. Each unit has its own military men just telling them to keep it up and keep it on the road.
And in fact, as each of these military units goes by, the chief of that particular service stands by the president. So you just see the chief of the Coast Guard leaving the president's side. What you're about to see right now, and it's another one of these extraordinary electronic transitions that is going to take us now from Washington to Algiers. And those lights that you see are not it is not, in fact, the arrival of the hostages. It is the arrival, rather, of those Air Force Nightingale planes, the ones that will pick the hostages up and take them ultimately from Algeria to West Germany. The hostages themselves won't be arriving in Algiers, I think, for a little while yet. If I'm incorrect, I hope someone will tell me. We are in a position right now where we're just trying to bring it to you as soon as it happens. So this, in fact, is a U.S. Air Force aircraft, so it must be one of the Nightingales that has just arrived from West Germany. It is in place so that when those Algerian aircraft, which were in Athens just a short time ago, arrive in Algiers, the hostages will be able to make the transfer and will then be flown to Rhine-Main Air Base outside Frankfurt.
We think that the hostages are still in Athens. Ed, that's the latest word that we have, that they are still in Athens.
These are live pictures that are being transmitted by satellite from Algiers now. Let me just look at my watch. It is 10 to 10 at night in Algiers. And
Luciati is there, Ted, and we're going to try to bring him in from Algiers. Luciati.
The two Nightingale, the medical evacuation planes from Frankfurt, Germany, have just arrived here at Algiers Airport. They're great planes, white top, American flag with a red cross on the tail, are taxiing now to their parking spaces here at the airport, waiting for the 52 American hostages who are on their way here from Tehran. From earlier reports that we heard, Peter Jennings reported, I believe, they may be needed for some of these hostages who are reported to be physically and some of them to be even mentally tired. Those two airplanes are literally flying clinics able to take care of all of these people until they can get to a major medical facility, where they're going in Wiesbaden, West Germany. The crews of the airplanes are leaving the aircraft now. They're going into the VIP lounge where the hostages will be taken once they land here. It's reported by the Algerian authorities that they will spend about 1.5 hours on the ground where they'll relax a little bit. There'll be some kind of an informal ceremony, we presume, nothing formal. It's obvious that the Algerian government realizes the anxiety of all of these people to get moving and get on their way home as fast as possible, so nothing formal has been planned here. We learned that the foreign minister of Algeria, who played an important part in this thing, will be there to greet them.
all right, well, those were live pictures then from Algeria, and you saw the Air Force planes arriving that are going to pick up the hostages and take them back to West Germany. Let's now look at the last few units in this inaugural parade, back down to Pennsylvania Avenue and Charles Gibson.
The University of Texas band, Ted, just went by playing The Eyes of Texas. And what would a parade be without that? This is a bagpipe group from Oregon, the next to the last group in this parade. You couldn't see the Lake County Sheriff's Posse that went by just in front of them, another horse group, but this Lake County group had been so worried about these bagpipes behind them that they had been bringing live bagpipers into the stalls for a while. to make sure that the horses wouldn't shy, and indeed they didn't. These bagpipers, the youngest 22, the oldest 69, and talked to the 22-year-old, asked him if he was good enough. He said a bagpiper never gets really good enough, never believes he's really good. You never perfect the instrument, apparently, he said. But he is here anyways. And right behind that, you can see now in the long shot of Pennsylvania Avenue. There's the horse group. There's the horse group that that had rehearsed with bagpipes. They are well used to bagpipe music. If horses can be bagpipe aficionados, they are it. And you can hear some of the bagpipe music. And then the last group in the parade, in a very long, really flatbed truck, but it is the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, and they will stop in front of the reviewing stand and sing the Battle Hymn of the Republic.
Well, if it's possible to bring the house down in an outdoor parade, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir has just done it, and indeed...
Mormon Tabernacle Choir has been proud to honor you with the Battle Hymn of the Republic. We with you wish you well on your great new beginning as we go marching along together.
That was the choir conductor, Gerald Otley. Did you see Ted, the president's brother, right behind him, wiping away a few tears?
I think the president and the first lady were a little bit misty-eyed, too. And the slogan on the side of this great float is "America, a Great New Beginning," which is essentially the theme of this inauguration itself. And as dusk falls now on Washington, D.C., it has been a grand parade and a grand day, and I suppose the theme of this new presidency can also be applied to the other theme of this day, and that is the return now of the hostages to their families. That, too, is a great new beginning.
Shortly, now that dark has fallen, there will be fireworks. There's a band concert. The Reagans go back into the White House, and then they get dressed to go tonight to nine different balls. General Omar Bradley on our screen right now. The President saying goodbye to the General and his wife. The General was the Grand Marshal of this parade. He's 87 years old.
And as I think we've said before, the only living five-star general in the United States, one of the great World War II heroes.
He's had a long day. He was part of the gala entertainment last night and then led the parade today.
I think we can safely say, Barbara, that this has been an extraordinary day for America as a whole, and a particularly wonderful day for Ronald and Nancy Reagan. And they both look as though they have enjoyed it immensely.
As I started, I'm sorry, Ted.
No, I was just going to say it was a great parade. It really was a good parade. It was short. It was only an hour, but boy, they crammed a lot into it, and every one of these units was just spectacular.
And what you could not see sometimes were the flag waving in the grandstands and Mrs. Reagan clapping her hands, and the President as well. And as I started to say a moment ago, the President and Mrs. Reagan intend to go to all of the 9 balls tonight, the most inaugural balls that there has been at an inauguration. And Ted and I are going to be covering them tonight from 11:30 to 12:30 to bring you some of the festivities, and the gowns, and the entertainment, Las Vegas-type entertainment at each of the ball sites. So if you can stay up late and be with us, you can enjoy that along with us.
And of course, at the same time, Barbara, we will be bringing everyone up to date on the very latest in the return of the former hostages, and if all is well, they should be returning
just about that time
to Western Europe. Just about that time. They should be landing in Frankfurt pretty close, either before we go on the air. Well, we'll go on the air whenever it happens, but it'll be pretty close to the time that we are scheduled to go on the air, and one way or another we will be showing you those pictures of the hostages arriving in West Germany and being taken then into seclusion for a few days, so that they can be debriefed and so that they can have a little bit of a depressurizing experience. The President now saying goodbye to some of his closest friends, supporters, family members, staff members, cabinet members, military aides, those who will be serving him in the 4 years ahead, those who will be working with him, those who have supported him all along.
A little while ago, Ted, you know, we had Secretary of State designate Alexander Haig with us, and he estimated that it would be probably a week or so before the hostages came back here.
Well, we talked to a couple of the hostage families, Barbara, and they had been told by the State Department that they should expect that their families would be in Wiesbaden at the hospital there for 5 to 7 days. Now, the President spoke earlier of 3 or 4 days, but I think it'll probably be 5 days.
You mean the former President?
No, I mean the President.
Did President Reagan say that?
I mean President Reagan. He spoke at one point today about expecting the hostages back in 3 or 4 days, but I think that may be a little bit optimistic. They'll probably be over in West Germany for a little longer than that.
And now the President and Mrs. Reagan leaving to go back into the White House, to the private quarters of the White House. They have already brought some of their own furniture there, and they will settle down there for the first time tonight after the balls. Tomorrow they're going to meet with their personal friends, the kitchen cabinet, or as they are now more elegantly called, the Transitional Executive Committee, Ted. Their friends are going to come and say goodbye for a while before they go back home, and then it will be a time to settle down for business. And before that tonight, Mrs. Reagan will put on her spangled, beaded $10,000 gown, which was donated to her by the designer, we understood today, by the designer Galanos. What a beautiful sight.
Isn't that lovely? That's the north view of the White House, and the President now retracing his steps. And like those old signs, if you lived here, you'd be home. Well, he does, and he is. Applause from the few people there on the north portico. And the President and Mrs. Reagan at the end of a very long day. Well, it isn't the end of a long day. They just have a brief respite now, and then they can start preparing for those, what, 9 balls, 10 balls that they're going to tonight?
There are 8 adult balls, right? And they cost $100 a piece, $100 a ticket, and then there is 1 youth ball, and we understand that the President and Mrs. Reagan are going to go to all of them tonight. Dancing at each, talking at each, listening to the entertainment.
Well, we have seen some spectacular pictures today. We have had some spectacular developments today, and it's just been one of the most extraordinary,
it is unique,
most extraordinary days.
There will never, oh, let us hope that, I mean, we'll have other inaugurations. Let us hope we'll never have other hostages, but there has never been an inauguration like this one.
No, it's been an absolutely glorious day for the United States. And Barbara and I will be back in just a moment, but we're going to switch back to our bureau now here in Washington. Frank Reynolds has made it down from Capitol Hill and is standing by there with some late developments. Frank?
Thank you, Ted and Barbara. We just want to recap now the latest information that we have on the movement of the hostages as they make their way finally back to freedom. They are on the ground in Athens. Their planes landed there a short while ago, as Peter Jennings reported. Peter, also, they will stay in Athens long enough for refueling, I assume, and then go on to Algiers. We know that the American Air Force medical planes, the hospital planes, have already landed in Algiers. We had pictures of that just a short while ago. And there the transfer will be made, and the hostages will then be put on board those planes and taken on to West Germany. I want to report on that conversation that Peter Jennings in Frankfurt had with the Swiss ambassador, Eric Lang, in Tehran, who was present there and saw the hostages leave Tehran. He said that they were subjected to shouts of death to Carter, death to Reagan. He said a couple of them had difficulty walking, and he particularly mentioned Bruce Langen, the charge there at the embassy in Tehran, and the highest-ranking diplomat who had been kept for almost all the 14.5 months in isolation from most of the hostages. He had been kept with 2 others in the foreign ministry in Tehran. And we have a picture. It's not very good, but I'm going to hold it up and let you, come on, try to move in here and see if you can see it. I'll try to hold it so that it doesn't glare. It's Joe Subik, Joseph Subik, who was an Army Staff Sergeant. He is surrounded by Iranians who are leading him to the plane there in Tehran. That's Joseph Subik. Boy, you can just tell that he's looking up at that airplane and getting ready to get on board, but he's being escorted, and it looks as though he's really being watched very, very carefully. Lang, the Swiss ambassador, also reported that the hostages, he said some of them were crying, and they acted as though they had not seen one another for a very long time, and that is quite possible, that they had not been able to be in contact with one another throughout the 14.5 months of this ordeal. He said the 2 had some difficulty walking. Well, just to recap now, they are, as far as we know, on the ground. They left Tehran at about 12:33 or so today, within the hour of President Reagan taking the oath of office. They landed at Athens at 4:18, less than an hour ago. That is a refueling stop. They'll continue on to Algiers. There they'll be transferred to American Air Force medical or hospital planes for the remainder of the flight to West Germany. And President Carter, who has already returned, former President Carter has already returned to Plains, Georgia, announced down there that tomorrow morning he will fly to West Germany to greet the hostages personally. He will be accompanied by former Secretary of State Muskie and also by Zbigniew Brzezinski, who served with the President as his national security advisor during these past 4 years. I've been asked to give my final thoughts on this day. I don't think we can do that just yet. The hostages are out. We have a new president. Praise be. Let's go back to Ted Koppel at the anchor booth at Lafayette Park. Ted?
Thank you very much, Frank. The street is filling up now, and the stands are emptying out. The street's filling up now with the people who've been in the stands, and they now going their separate ways around this city. And since we are on the subject of final thoughts, Barbara, it's been a delight. Our day is not yet over. Their day is not yet over. We'll be back later, but for the moment, do you have any final thoughts?
Well, I think of all the different threads in the tapestry today that we have had the privilege of covering. The constitutional government, the knowledge, of course, that the government goes on, the human story, Jimmy Carter finally making that speech that he yearned to make while he was president, and the new president and Mrs. Reagan, and some of the trivia and frivolity that we talked about, but most of it so inspiring and really great fun to see the parade. And if it isn't corny, the patriotism, the love of country, and the gratitude and I guess appreciation that we have that we're living in this country and can celebrate a day like today.
Elegantly put, and I thank you. We will, of course, bring you up to date on all the latest developments all over the world on World News Tonight, coming up very, very shortly, and then Barbara and I will be back at 11:30 tonight Eastern Time, if not sooner, depending on just when the hostages reach West Germany. This has been one of those truly unusual days, one of those very rare occasions when the nation as a whole can rejoice in a number of things. It doesn't last very long. There will be people who will start to second guess what the former president did on the hostages. There will be people who will begin to find fault with the new president. There will be families that will have the tensions that inevitably come to families. But on this day, and it is a very, very rare occasion, there is rejoicing in what has been achieved, rejoicing for the families, and rejoicing for the nation. It's been an extraordinary day, and it's been a privilege for both of us to participate in it. For Barbara Walters, this is Ted Koppel. For ABC News, good evening.
This portion of Inauguration 81 has been brought to you by the General Foods family of fine products, pleasing you and your family for over 50 years. Products like Maxwell House, Post Cereals, and Kool-Aid Mix. And by the American Gas Association and your gas company, clean, efficient gas energy. Gas, the future belongs to the efficient. On ABC's World News Tonight. Later, full coverage of the inaugural balls on ABC News Nightline. This has been a special events presentation of ABC News.